Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 2, School Time. Chapter 1, Tom's First Half. Tom Tulliver's sufferings during the first quarter he was at King's Lorton, under the distinguished care of the Reverend Walter Stelling, were rather severe. At Mr. Jacob's academy, life had not presented itself to him as a difficult problem. There were plenty of fellows to play with, and Tom, being good at all active games, fighting especially, had that precedence among them which appeared to him inseparable from the personality of Tom Tulliver. Mr. Jacobs himself, familiarly known as Old Goggles from his habit of wearing spectacles, imposed no painful awe, and if it was the property of snuffy old hypocrites like him to write like copper plate and surround their signatures with arabesques, to spell without forethought, and to spout "My name is Norval" without bungling, Tom, for his part, was glad he was not in danger of those mean accomplishments. He was not going to be a snuffy schoolmaster, he, but a substantial man like his father, who used to go hunting when he was younger, and rode a capital black mare, as pretty a bit of horseflesh as ever you saw. Tom had heard what her points were 100 times. He meant to go hunting too, and to be generally respected. When people were grown up, he considered, nobody inquired about their writing and spelling. When he was a man, he should be master of everything, and do just as he liked. It had been very difficult for him to reconcile himself to the idea that his school time was to be prolonged, and that he was not to be brought up to his father's business, which he had always thought extremely pleasant, for it was nothing but riding about, giving orders, and going to market, and he thought that a clergyman would give him a great many scripture lessons, and probably make him learn the Gospel and Epistle on a Sunday, as well as the Collect. But in the absence of specific information, it was impossible for him to imagine that school and schoolmaster would be something entirely different from the academy of Mr. Jacobs. So, not to be at a deficiency in case of his finding genial companions, he had taken care to carry with him a small box of percussion caps. Not that there was anything particular to be done with them, but they would serve to impress strange boys with a sense of his familiarity with guns. Thus poor Tom, though he saw very clearly through Maggie's illusions, was not without illusions of his own, which were to be cruelly dissipated by his enlarged experience at King's Lorton. He had not been there a fortnight before it was evident to him that life, complicated not only with the Latin grammar but with a new standard of English pronunciation, was a very difficult business, made all the more obscure by a thick mist of bashfulness. Tom, as you have observed, was never an exception among boys for ease of address, but the difficulty of enunciating a monosyllable in reply to Mr. or Mrs. Stelling was so great, that he even dreaded to be asked at table whether he would have more pudding. As to the percussion caps, he had almost resolved, in the bitterness of his heart, that he would throw them into a neighbouring pond, for not only was he the solitary pupil, but he began even to have a certain scepticism about guns, and a general sense that his theory of life was undermined. for Mr Stelling thought nothing of guns, or horses either, apparently, and yet it was impossible for Tom to despise Mr Stelling as he had despised old Goggles. If there were anything that was not thoroughly genuine about Mr Stelling, it lay quite beyond Tom's power to detect it. It is only by a wide comparison of facts that the wisest full-grown man can distinguish well-rolled barrels from mere supernal thunder. Mr Stelling was a well-sized, broad-chested man, not yet 30, with flaxen hair standing erect, and large lightish grey eyes, which were always very wide open. He had a sonorous bass voice, and an air of defiant self-confidence inclining to brazenness. He had entered on his career with great vigour, and intended to make a considerable impression on his fellow men. The Reverend Walter Stelling was not a man who would remain among the inferior clergy all his life. He had a true British determination to push his way in the world, as a schoolmaster in the first place, for there were capital masterships of grammar schools to be had, and Mr Stelling meant to have one of them; but as a preacher also, for he meant always to preach in a striking manner, so as to have his congregation swelled by admirers from neighbouring parishes, and to produce a great sensation whenever he took occasional duty for a brother clergyman of minor gifts. The style of preaching he had chosen was the extemporaneous, which was held little short of the miraculous in rural parishes like King's Lorton. Some passages of Massillon and Bourdaloue, which he knew by heart, were really very effective when rolled out in Mr Stelling's deepest tones, but as comparatively feeble appeals of his own were delivered in the same loud and impressive manner, they were often thought quite as striking by his hearers. Mr Stelling's doctrine was of no particular school; if anything, it had a tinge of evangelicalism, from that was the telling thing, just then, in the diocese to which King's Lorton belonged. In short, Mr Stelling was a man who meant to rise in his profession, and to rise by merit, clearly, since he had no interest beyond what might be promised by a problematic relationship to a great lawyer who had not yet become Lord Chancellor. A clergyman who has such vigorous intentions naturally gets a little into debt at starting. It is not to be expected that he will live in the meagre style of a man who means to be a poor curate all his life, and if the few hundreds Mr Timpson advanced toward his daughter's fortune did not suffice for the purchase of handsome furniture, together with a stock of wine, a grand piano, and the laying out of a superior flower garden, it followed in the most rigorous manner, either that these things must be procured by some other means, or else that the Reverend Mr Stelling must go without them, which last alternative would be an absurd procrastination of the fruits of success, where success was certain. Mr Stelling was so broad-chested and resolute that he felt equal to anything. He would become celebrated by shaking the consciences of his hearers, and he would by and by edit a Greek play, and invent several new readings. He had not yet selected the play, for having been married little more than 2 years, his leisure time had been much occupied with attentions to Mrs Stelling, but he had told that fine woman what he meant to do some day, and she felt great confidence in her husband, as a man who understood everything of that sort. But the immediate step to future success was to bring on Tom Tulliver during this first half year. for, by a singular coincidence, there had been some negotiation concerning another pupil from the same neighbourhood, and it might further a decision in Mr Stelling's favour. If it were understood that young Tulliver, who, Mr Stelling observed in conjugal privacy, was rather a rough cub, had made prodigious progress in a short time, it was on this ground that he was severe with Tom about his lessons. He was clearly a boy whose powers would never be developed through the medium of the Latin grammar without the application of some sternness. Not that Mr Stelling was a harsh-tempered or unkind man, quite the contrary. He was jocose with Tom at table, and corrected his provincialisms and his deportment in the most playful manner. But poor Tom was only the more cowed and confused by this double novelty, for he had never been used to jokes at all like Mr Stelling's, and for the first time in his life he had a painful sense that he was all wrong somehow. When Mr Stelling said, as the roast beef was being uncovered, "Now, Tulliver, which would you rather decline, roast beef or the Latin for it?" Tom, to whom in his coolest moments a pun would have been a hard nut, was thrown into a state of embarrassed alarm that made everything dim to him except the feeling that he would rather not have anything to do with Latin. "Of course," he answered, "roast beef." Whereupon there followed much laughter and some practical joking with the plates, from which Tom gathered that he had in some mysterious way refused beef, and, in fact, made himself appear a silly. If he could have seen a fellow pupil undergo these painful operations and survive them in good spirits, he might sooner have taken them as a matter of course. But there are two expensive forms of education, either of which a parent may procure for his son by sending him as a solitary pupil to a clergyman. One is the enjoyment of the reverend gentleman's undivided neglect; the other is the endurance of the reverend gentleman's undivided attention. It was the latter privilege for which Mr Tulliver paid a high price in Tom's initiatory months at King's Lorton. That respectable miller and maltster had left Tom behind, and driven homeward in a state of great mental satisfaction. He had considered that it was a happy moment for him when he had thought of asking Riley's advice about a tutor for Tom. Mr Stelling's eyes were so wide open, and he talked in such an off-hand, matter-of-fact way, answering every difficult, slow remark of Mr Tulliver's with, "I see, my good sir, I see. To be sure, to be sure. You want your son to be a man who will make his way in the world." That Mr Tulliver was delighted to find in him a clergyman whose knowledge was so applicable to the everyday affairs of this life. Except Counsellor Wild, whom he had heard at the last sessions, Mr Tulliver thought the Reverend Mr Stelling was the shrewdest fellow he had ever met with, not unlike Wild. In fact, he had the same way of sticking his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. Mr Tulliver was not by any means an exception in mistaking brazenness for shrewdness. Most laymen thought Stelling shrewd, and a man of remarkable powers generally; it was chiefly by his clerical brethren that he was considered rather a fool fellow. But he told Mr Tulliver several stories about swing and incendiarism, and asked him advice about feeding pigs in so thoroughly secular and judicious a manner, with so much polished glibness of tongue, that the miller thought here was the very thing he wanted for Tom. He had no doubt this first-rate man was acquainted with every branch of information, and knew exactly what Tom must learn in order to become a match for the lawyers, which poor Mr Tulliver himself did not know, and so was necessarily thrown for self-direction on this wide kind of inference. It is hardly fair to laugh at him, for I have known much more highly instructed persons than he make inferences quite as wide, and not at all wiser. As for Mrs Tulliver, finding that Mrs Stelling's views as to the airing of linen and the frequent recurrence of hunger in a growing boy entirely coincided with her own, moreover, that Mrs Stelling, though so young a woman, and only anticipating her second confinement, had gone through very nearly the same experience as herself with regard to the behaviour and fundamental character of the monthly nurse, she expressed great contentment to her husband when they drove away at leaving Tom with a woman who, in spite of her youth, seemed quite sensible and motherly, and asked advice as prettily as could be. "They must be very well off, though," said Mrs Tulliver, "for everything's as nice as can be all over the house, and that watered silk she had on cost a pretty penny. Sister Pullet has got one like it." "Ah," said Mr Tulliver, "he's got some income besides the curacy, I reckon. Perhaps her father allows 'em something. There's Tom 'ull be another 100 to him, and not much trouble either. By his own account, he says, teaching comes natural to him. That's wonderful, now," added Mr Tulliver, turning his head on one side, and giving his horse a meditative tickling on the flank. Perhaps it was because teaching came naturally to Mr Stelling, that he set about it with that uniformity of method and independence of circumstances which distinguish the actions of animals understood to be under the immediate teaching of nature. Mr Broderip's amiable beaver, as that charming naturalist tells us, busied himself as earnestly in constructing a dam, in a room up 3 pair of stairs in London, as if he had been laying his foundation in a stream or lake in Upper Canada. It was Binny's function to build; the absence of water, or of possible progeny, was an accident for which he was not accountable. With the same unerring instinct, Mr Stelling set to work at his natural method of instilling the Eton grammar and Euclid into the mind of Tom Tulliver. This, he considered, was the only basis of solid instruction; all other means of education were mere charlatanism, and could produce nothing better than smatterers. Fixed on this firm basis, a man might observe the display of various or special knowledge made by irregularly educated people with a pitying smile. All that sort of thing was very well, but it was impossible these people could form sound opinions. In holding this conviction Mr Stelling was not biassed, as some tutors have been, by the excessive accuracy or extent of his own scholarship, and as to his views about Euclid, no opinion could have been freer from the personal partiality. Mr Stelling was very far from being led astray by enthusiasm, either religious or intellectual. On the other hand, he had no secret belief that everything was humbug. He thought religion was a very excellent thing, and Aristotle a great authority, and deaneries and prebends useful institutions, and Great Britain the providential bulwark of Protestantism, and faith in the unseen a great support to afflicted minds. He believed in all these things, as a Swiss hotel keeper believes in the beauty of the scenery around him, and in the pleasure it gives to artistic visitors. And in the same way Mr Stelling believed in his method of education. He had no doubt that he was doing the very best thing for Mr Tulliver's boy. Of course, when the miller talked of mapping and summing in a vague and diffident manner, Mr Stelling had set his mind at rest by an assurance that he understood what was wanted, for how was it possible that the good man could form any reasonable judgment about the matter? Mr Stelling's duty was to teach the lad in the only right way. Indeed, he knew no other. He had not wasted his time in the acquirement of anything abnormal. He very soon set down poor Tom as a thoroughly stupid lad, for though by hard labour he could get particular declensions into his brain, anything so abstract as the relation between cases and terminations could by no means get such a lodgment there as to enable him to recognise a chance genitive or dative. This struck Mr Stelling as something more than natural stupidity. He suspected obstinacy, or at any rate indifference, and lectured Tom severely on his want of thorough application. "You feel no interest in what you're doing, sir," Mr Stelling would say, and the reproach was painfully true. Tom had never found any difficulty in discerning a pointer from a setter, when once he had been told the distinction, and his perceptive powers were not at all deficient. I fancy they were quite as strong as those of Reverend Mr Stelling, for Tom could predict with accuracy what number of horses were cantering behind him. He could throw a stone right into the centre of a given ripple. He could guess to a fraction how many lengths of his stick it would take to reach across the playground, and could draw almost perfect squares on his slate without any measurement. But Mr Stelling took no note of these things. He only observed that Tom's faculties failed him before the abstractions hideously symbolized to him in the pages of the Eton grammar, and that he was in a state bordering on idiocy with regard to the demonstration that two given triangles must be equal, though he could discern with great promptitude and certainty the fact that they were equal. Whence Mr Stelling concluded that Tom's brain, being peculiarly impervious to etymology and demonstrations, was peculiarly in need of being ploughed and harrowed by these patent implements. It was his favourite metaphor, that the classics and geometry constituted that culture of the mind which prepared it for the reception of any subsequent crop. I say nothing against Mr Stelling's theory. If we are to have one regimen for all minds, his seems to me as good as any other. I only know it turned out as uncomfortably for Tom Tulliver as if he had been plied with cheese in order to remedy a gastric weakness which prevented him from digesting it. It is astonishing what a different result one gets by changing the metaphor. Once call the brain an intellectual stomach, and one's ingenuous conception of the classics and geometry as ploughs and harrows seem to settle nothing. But then it is open to some one else to follow great authorities, and call the mind a sheet of white paper or a mirror, in which case one's knowledge of the digestive process becomes quite irrelevant. It was doubtless an ingenious idea to call the camel the ship of the desert, but it would hardly lead one far in training that useful beast. Oh, Aristotle, if you had had the advantage of being the freshest modern, instead of the greatest ancient, would you not have mingled your praise of metaphorical speech, as a sign of high intelligence, with a lamentation that intelligence so rarely shows itself in speech without metaphor, that we can so seldom declare what a thing is, except by saying it is something else? Tom Tulliver, being abundant in no form of speech, did not use any metaphor to declare his views as to the nature of Latin. He never called it an instrument of torture, and it was not until he had got on some way in the next half year, and in the Delectus, that he was advanced enough to call it a bore and beastly stuff. At present, in relation to this demand that he should learn Latin declensions and conjugations, Tom was in a state of as blank unimaginativeness concerning the cause and tendency of his sufferings, as if he had been an innocent shrew mouse imprisoned in the split trunk of an ash tree in order to cure lameness in cattle. It is doubtless almost incredible to instructed minds of the present day that a boy of 12, not belonging strictly to the masses, who are now understood to have the monopoly of mental darkness, should have had no distinct idea how there came to be such a thing as Latin on this earth. Yet so it was with Tom. It would have taken a long while to make conceivable to him that there ever existed a people who bought and sold sheep and oxen, and transacted the everyday affairs of life through the medium of this language, and still longer to make him understand why he should be called upon to learn it, when its connection with those affairs had become entirely latent. So far as Tom had gained any acquaintance with the Romans at Mr. Jacob's academy, his knowledge was strictly correct, but it went no farther than the fact that they were in the New Testament, and Mr. Stelling was not the man to enfeeble and emasculate his pupil's mind by simplifying and explaining, or to reduce the tonic effect of etymology by mixing it with smattering, extraneous information, such as is given to girls. Yet, strange to say, under this vigorous treatment, Tom became more like a girl than he had ever been in his life before. He had a large share of pride, which had hitherto found itself very comfortable in the world, despising old goggles, and reposing in the sense of unquestioned rights. But now this same pride met with nothing but bruises and crushings. Tom was too clear-sighted not to be aware that Mr. Stelling's standard of things was quite different, was certainly something higher in the eyes of the world than that of the people he had been living amongst, and that, brought in contact with it, he, Tom Tulliver, appeared uncouth and stupid. He was by no means indifferent to this, and his pride got into an uneasy condition which quite nullified his boyish self-satisfaction and gave him something of the girl's susceptibility. He was a very firm, not to say obstinate, disposition, but there was no brute-like rebellion and recklessness in his nature. The human sensibilities predominated, and if it had occurred to him that he could enable himself to show some quickness at his lessons, and so acquire Mr. Stelling's approbation by standing on one leg for an inconvenient length of time, or rapping his head moderately against the wall, or any voluntary action of that sort, he would certainly have tried it. But no, Tom had never heard that these measures would brighten the understanding, or strengthen the verbal memory, and he was not given to hypothesis and experiment. It did occur to him that he could perhaps get some help by praying for it, but as the prayers he said every evening were forms learned by heart, he rather shrank from the novelty and irregularity of introducing an extempore passage on a topic of petition for which he was not aware of any precedent. But one day, when he had broken down, for the fifth time, in the supines of the third conjugation, and Mr Stelling, convinced that this must be carelessness, since it transcended the bounds of possible stupidity, had lectured him very seriously, pointing out that if he failed to seize the present golden opportunity of learning supines, he would have to regret it when he became a man. Tom, more miserable than usual, determined to try his sole resource, and that evening, after his usual form of prayer for his parents and little sister, he had begun to pray for Maggie when she was a baby, and that he might be able always to keep God's commandments, he added, in the same low whisper, "and please to make me always remember my Latin." He paused a little to consider how he should pray about Euclid, whether he should ask to see what it meant, or whether there was any other mental state which would be more applicable to the case; but at last he added, "and make Mr Stelling say I shan't do Euclid any more, amen." The fact that he got through his supines without mistake the next day encouraged him to persevere in this appendix to his prayers, and neutralized any scepticism that might have arisen from Mr Stelling's continued demand for Euclid. But his faith broke down under the apparent absence of all help when he got into the irregular verbs. It seemed clear that Tom's despair under the caprices of the present tense did not constitute a nodus worthy of interference, and since this was the climax of his difficulties, where was the use of praying for help any longer? He made up his mind to this conclusion in one of his dull, lonely evenings, which he spent in the study preparing his lessons for the morrow. His eyes were apt to get dim over the page. Though he hated crying and was ashamed of it, he couldn't help thinking with some affection even of Spouncer, whom he used to fight and quarrel with. He would have felt at home with Spouncer, and in a condition of superiority. And then the mill, and the river, and Yap pricking up his ears, ready to obey the least sign when Tom said, "Oi!" would all come before him in a sort of calenture, when his fingers played absently in his pocket with the great knife and his coil of whipcord, and other relics of the past. Tom, as I said, had never been so much like a girl in his life before, and at that epoch of irregular verbs his spirit was further depressed by a new means of mental development which had been thought of for him out of school hours. Mrs Stelling had lately had her second baby, and as nothing could be more salutary for a boy than to feel himself useful, Mrs Stelling considered she was doing Tom a service by setting him to watch the little cherub Laura while the nurse was occupied with the sickly baby. It was quite a pretty employment for Tom to take little Laura out in the sunniest hour of the autumn day. It would help to make him feel that Lorton Parsonage was a home for him, and that he was one of the family. The little cherub Laura, not being an accomplished walker at present, had a ribbon fastened round her waist, by which Tom held her as if she had been a little dog during the minutes in which she chose to walk. But as these were rare, he was for the most part carrying this fine child round and round the garden, within sight of Mrs Stelling's window, according to orders. If anyone considers this unfair and even oppressive toward Tom, I beg him to consider that there are feminine virtues which are with difficulty combined, even if they are not incompatible. When the wife of a poor curate contrives, under all her disadvantages, to dress extremely well, and to have a style of coiffure which requires that her nurse shall occasionally officiate as lady's maid, when, moreover, her dinner parties and her drawing room show that effort at elegance and completeness of appointment to which ordinary women might imagine a large income necessary, it would be unreasonable to expect of her that she should employ a second nurse, or even act as a nurse herself. Mr Stelling knew better. He saw that his wife did wonders already, and was proud of her. It was certainly not the best thing in the world for young Tulliver's gait to carry a heavy child, but he had plenty of exercise in long walks with himself, and next half year Mr Stelling would see about having a drilling master. Among the many means whereby Mr Stelling intended to be more fortunate than the bulk of his fellow men, he had entirely given up that of having his own way in his own house. What then? He had married as kind a little soul as ever breathed, according to Mr Riley, who had been acquainted with Mrs Stelling's blonde ringlets and smiling demeanour throughout her maiden life, and on the strength of that knowledge would have been ready any day to pronounce that whatever domestic differences might arise in her married life must be entirely Mr Stelling's fault. If Tom had had a worse disposition, he would certainly have hated the little cherub Laura, but he was too kind-hearted a lad for that. There was too much in him of the fibre that turns to true manliness, and to protecting pity for the weak. I am afraid he hated Mrs Stelling, and contracted a lasting dislike to pale blonde ringlets and broad plaits, as directly associated with haughtiness of manner, and a frequent reference to other people's duty. But he couldn't help playing with little Laura, and, liking to amuse her, he even sacrificed his percussion caps for her sake, in despair of their ever serving a greater purpose, thinking the small flash and bang would delight her, and thereby drawing down on himself a rebuke from Mrs Stelling for teaching her child to play with fire. Laura was a sort of playfellow, and oh, how Tom longed for playfellows! In his secret heart he yearned to have Maggie with him, and was almost ready to dote on her exasperating acts of forgetfulness, though, when he was at home, he always represented it as a great favour on his part to let Maggie trot by his side on his pleasure excursions. And before this dreary half-year was ended, Maggie actually came. Mrs Stelling had given a general invitation for the little girl to come and stay with her brother, so when Mr Tulliver drove over to King's Lorton late in October, Maggie came too, with the sense that she was taking a great journey, and beginning to see the world. It was Mr Tulliver's first visit to see Tom, for the lad must learn not to think too much about home. "Well, my lad," he said to Tom, when Mr Stelling had left the room to announce the arrival to his wife, and Maggie had begun to kiss Tom freely, "you look rarely. School agrees with you." Tom wished he had looked rather ill. "I don't think I am well, father," said Tom. "I wish you'd ask Mr Stelling not to let me do Euclid. It brings on the toothache, I think." The toothache was the only malady to which Tom had ever been subject. "Euclid, my lad? Why, what's that?" said Mr Tulliver. "Oh, I don't know its definitions. and axioms and triangles and things. It's a book I've got to learn in. There's no sense in it." "Go, go," said Mr Tulliver, reprovingly. "You mustn't say so. You must learn what your master tells you. He knows what it's right for you to learn." "I'll help you now, Tom," said Maggie, with a little air of patronizing consolation. "I'm come to stay ever so long, if Mrs Stelling asks me. I've brought my box and my pinafores. Haven't I, father?" "You help me, you silly little thing," said Tom, in such high spirits at this announcement that he quite enjoyed the idea of confounding Maggie by showing her a page of Euclid. "I should like to see you doing one of my lessons. Why, I learnt Latin too. Girls never learn such things; they're too silly." "I know what Latin is very well," said Maggie confidently. "Latin's a language. There are Latin words in the dictionary. There's bonus, a gift." "Now, you're just wrong there, Miss Maggie," said Tom, secretly astonished. "You think you're very wise, but bonus means good, as it happens. Bonus, bona, bonum." "Well, that's no reason why it shouldn't mean gift," said Maggie, stoutly. "It may mean several things. Almost every word does. There's lawn; it means the grass plot, as well as the stuff pocket-handkerchiefs are made of." "Well done, little un," said Mr Tulliver, laughing, while Tom felt rather disgusted with Maggie's knowingness, though beyond measure cheerful at the thought that she was going to stay with him. Her conceit would soon be overawed by the actual inspection of his books. Mrs Stelling, in her pressing invitation, did not mention a longer time than a week for Maggie's stay, but Mr Stelling, who took her between his knees, and asked her where she stole her dark eyes from, insisted that she must stay a fortnight. Maggie thought Mr Stelling was a charming man, and Mr Tulliver was quite proud to leave his little wench where she would have an opportunity of showing her cleverness to appreciating strangers. So it was agreed that she should not be fetched home till the end of the fortnight. "Now, then, come with me into the study, Maggie," said Tom, as their father drove away. "What do you shake and toss your head now for, you silly?" he continued, for though her hair was now under a new dispensation, and was brushed smoothly behind her ears, she seemed still in imagination to be tossing it out of her eyes. "It makes you look as if you were crazy." "Oh, I can't help it," said Maggie, impatiently. "Don't tease me, Tom. Oh, what books!" she exclaimed, as she saw the bookcases in the study. "How should I like to have as many books as that?" "Why, you couldn't read one of 'em," said Tom, triumphantly. "They're all Latin." "No, they aren't," said Maggie. "I can read the back of this, 'History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire.'" "Well, what does that mean? You don't know?" said Tom, wagging his head. "But I could soon find out," said Maggie, scornfully. "Why, how?" "I should look inside, and see what it was about." "You'd better not, Miss Maggie," said Tom, seeing her hand on the volume. "Mr Stelling lets nobody touch his books without leave, and I shall catch it, if you take it out." "Oh, very well. Let me see all your books, then," said Maggie, turning to throw her arms round Tom's neck, and rub his cheek with her small round nose. Tom, in the gladness of his heart at having dear old Maggie to dispute with and crow over again, seized her round the waist, and began to jump with her round the large library table. Away they jumped with more and more vigour, till Maggie's hair flew from behind her ears, and twirled about like an animated mop. But the revolutions round the table became more and more irregular in their sweep, till at last, reaching Mr Stelling's reading stand, they sent it thundering down with its heavy lexicons to the floor. Happily it was the ground floor, and the study was a one-storied wing to the house, so that the downfall made no alarming resonance, though Tom stood dizzy and aghast for a few minutes, dreading the appearance of Mr or Mrs Stelling. "Oh, I say, Maggie," said Tom at last, lifting up the stand, "we must keep quiet here, you know. If we break anything, Mrs Stelling'll make us cry peckabee." "What's that?" said Maggie. "Oh, it's the Latin for a good scolding," said Tom, not without some pride in his knowledge. "Is she a cross woman?" said Maggie. "I believe you," said Tom, with an emphatic nod. "I think all women are crosser than men," said Maggie. "Aunt Glegg's a great deal crosser than Uncle Glegg, and mother scolds me more than father does." "Well, you'll be a woman some day," said Tom, "so you needn't talk." "But I shall be a clever woman," said Maggie, with a toss. "Oh, I daresay, and a nasty conceited thing. Everybody'll hate you." "But you oughtn't to hate me, Tom. It'll be very wicked of you, for I shall be your sister." "Yes, but if you're a nasty disagreeable thing, I shall hate you." "Oh, but, Tom, you won't. I shan't be disagreeable. I shall be very good to you, and I shall be very good to everybody. You won't hate me, really, will you, Tom?" "Oh, bother! Never mind. Come, it's time for me to learn my lessons." "See here, what I've got to do," said Tom, drawing Maggie toward him, and showing her his theorem, while she pushed her hair behind her ears, and prepared herself to prove her capability of helping him in Euclid. She began to read with full confidence in her own powers, but presently, becoming quite bewildered, her face flushed with irritation. It was unavoidable; she must confess her incompetency, and she was not fond of humiliation. "It's nonsense," she said, "and very ugly stuff. Nobody need want to make it out." "Ah, there, now, Miss Maggie," said Tom, drawing the book away, and wagging his head at her, "you see you're not so clever as you thought you were." "Oh," said Maggie, pouting, "I daresay I could make it out, if I'd learned what goes before, as you have." "But that's what you just couldn't, Miss Wisdom," said Tom, "for it's all the harder when you know what goes before, for then you've got to say what definition 3 is, and what axiom 5 is. But get along with you now, I must go on with this. Here's the Latin grammar. See what you can make of that." Maggie found the Latin grammar quite soothing after her mathematical mortification, for she delighted in new words, and quickly found that there was an English key at the end, which would make her very wise about Latin, at slight expense. She presently made up her mind to skip the rules in the syntax, the examples become so absorbing. These mysterious sentences, snatched from an unknown context, like strange horns of beasts, and leaves of unknown plants, brought from some far-off region, gave boundless scope to her imagination, and were all the more fascinating because they were in a peculiar tongue of their own, which she could learn to interpret. It was really very interesting, the Latin grammar that Tom had said no girls could learn, and she was proud because she found it interesting. The most fragmentary examples were her favourites. Mors omnibus est communis would have been jejune, only she liked to know the Latin; but the fortunate gentleman whom every one congratulated because he had a son endowed with such a disposition afforded her a great deal of pleasant conjecture, and she was quite lost in the thick grove penetrable by no star, when Tom called out, "Now, then, Magsie, give us the grammar." "Oh, Tom, it's such a pretty book," she said, as she jumped out of the large armchair to give it him. "It's much prettier than the dictionary. I could learn Latin very soon. I don't think it's at all hard." "Oh, I know what you have been doing," said Tom. "You've been reading the English at the end. Any donkey can do that." Tom seized the book and opened it with a determined and business-like air, as much as to say that he had a lesson to learn which no donkeys would find themselves equal to. Maggie, rather piqued, turned to the bookcases to amuse herself with puzzling out the titles. Presently Tom called to her, "Here, Magsie, come and hear if I can say this. Stand at that end of the table, where Mr Stelling sits when he hears me." Maggie obeyed, and took the open book. "Where do you begin, Tom?" "Oh, I begin at appellativa arborum, because I say all over again what I've been learning this week." Tom sailed along pretty well for 3 lines, and Maggie was beginning to forget her office of prompter in speculating as to what "ma" could mean, which came twice over, when he stuck fast at "sunt etiam volucrum." "Don't tell me, Maggie. Sunt etiam volucrum, sunt etiam volucrum, ut Austria cetus." "No," said Maggie, opening her mouth and shaking her head. "Sunt etiam volucrum," said Tom, very slowly, as if the next words might be expected to come sooner when he gave them this strong hint that they were waited for. "C-E-U," said Maggie, getting impatient. "Oh, I know, hold your tongue," said Tom. "Si parser hirundo. Ferrum, ferrum." Tom took his pencil and made several hard dots with it on his book cover. "Ferrum." Oh, dear, Tom," said Maggie, "what a time you are! Ut Austria." "No, no," said Maggie. "Ut Tigris." "Oh yes, now I can do," said Tom. "It was Tigris volps, I'd forgotten. Ut Tigris volupes at piscium." With some further stammering and repetition, Tom got through the next few lines. "Now then," he said, "the next is what I've just learned for to-morrow. Give me hold of the book a minute." After some whispered gabbling, assisted by the beating of his fist on the table, Tom returned the book. "Mascula nomina ina," he began. "No, Tom," said Maggie, "that doesn't come next. It's nomen non crescens genitivo." "Crescens genitivo!" exclaimed Tom, with a derisive laugh, for Tom had learned this omitted passage for his yesterday's lesson, and a young gentleman does not require an intimate or extensive acquaintance with Latin before he can feel the pitiable absurdity of a false quantity. "Crescens genitivo! What a little silly you are, Maggie." "Well, you needn't laugh, Tom, for you didn't remember it at all. I'm sure it's spelt so. How was I to know?" "Phew! I told you girls couldn't learn Latin. It's nomen non crescens genitivo." "Very well, then," said Maggie, pouting. "I can say that as well as you can, and you don't mind your stops. For you ought to stop twice as long at a semicolon as you do at a comma, and you make the longest stops where there ought to be no stop at all." "Oh well, don't chatter, let me go on." They were presently fetched to spend the rest of the evening in the drawing-room, and Maggie became so animated with Mr Stelling, who she felt sure admired her cleverness, that Tom was rather amazed and alarmed at her audacity. But she was suddenly subdued by Mr Stelling's alluding to a little girl of whom he had heard that she once ran away to the gypsies. "What a very odd little girl that must be," said Mrs Stelling, meaning to be playful, but a playfulness that turned on her supposed oddity was not at all to Maggie's taste. She feared that Mr Stelling, after all, did not think much of her, and went to bed in rather low spirits. Mrs Stelling, she felt, looked at her as if she thought her hair was very ugly because it hung down straight behind. Nevertheless, it was a very happy fortnight to Maggie, this visit to Tom. She was allowed to be in the study while he had his lessons, and in her various readings got very deep into the examples in the Latin grammar. The astronomer, who hated women, generally caused her so much puzzling speculation that she one day asked Mr Stelling if all astronomers hated women, or whether it was only this particular astronomer; but forestalling his answer, she said, "I suppose it's all astronomers, because, you know, they live up in the high towers, and if the women came there they might talk and hinder them from looking at the stars." Mr Stelling liked her prattle immensely, and they were on the best terms. She told Tom she would like to go to school to Mr Stelling, as he did, and learn just the same things. She knew she could do Euclid, for she had looked into it again, and she saw what A B C meant. They were the names of the lines. "I'm sure you couldn't do it now," said Tom, "and I'll just ask Mr Stelling if you could." "I don't mind," said the little conceited minx. "I'll ask him myself. Mr Stelling," she said, that same evening, when they were in the drawing-room, "couldn't I do Euclid, and all Tom's lessons, if you were to teach me instead of him?" "No, you couldn't," said Tom, indignantly. "Girls can't do Euclid, can they, sir?" "They can pick up a little of everything, I daresay," said Mr Stelling. "They've a great deal of superficial cleverness, but they couldn't go far into anything. They're quick and shallow." Tom, delighted with this verdict, telegraphed his triumph by wagging his head at Maggie, behind Mr Stelling's chair. As for Maggie, she had hardly ever been so mortified. She had been so proud to be called quick all her little life, and now it appeared that this quickness was the brand of inferiority. It would have been better to be slow, like Tom. "Ha, ha, Miss Maggie," said Tom, when they were alone, "you see it's not such a fine thing to be quick. You'll never go far into anything, you know." And Maggie was so oppressed by this dreadful destiny that she had no spirit for a retort. But when this small apparatus of shallow quickness was fetched away in the gig by Luke, and the study was once more quite lonely for Tom, he missed her grievously. He had really been brighter, and had got through his lessons better since she had been there. And she had asked Mr Stelling so many questions about the Roman Empire, and whether there really ever was a man who said, in Latin, "I would not buy it for a farthing or a rotten nut," or whether that had only been turned into Latin, that Tom had actually come to a dim understanding of the fact that there had once been people upon the earth who were so fortunate as to know Latin without learning it through the medium of the Eton grammar. This luminous idea was a great addition to his historical acquirements during this half-year, which were otherwise confined to an epitomized history of the Jews. But the dreary half-year did come to an end. How glad Tom was to see the last yellow leaves fluttering before the cold wind! The dark afternoons and the first December snow seemed to him far livelier than the August sunshine, and that he might make himself the surer about the flight of the days that were carrying him homeward, he stuck 21 sticks deep in a corner of the garden when he was 3 weeks from the holidays, and pulled one out every day with a great wrench, throwing it to a distance with a vigour of will which would have carried it to limbo, if it had been in the nature of sticks to travel so far. But it was worth purchasing, even at the heavy prices of the Latin grammar. The happiness of seeing the bright light in the parlour at home, as the gig passed noiselessly over the snow-covered bridge; the happiness of passing from the cold air to the warmth and the kisses and the smiles of that familiar hearth, where the pattern of the rug and the grate and the fire-irons were first ideas that it was no more possible to criticise than the solidity and extension of matter. There is no sense of ease like the ease we felt in those scenes where we were born, where objects became dear to us before we had known the labour of choice, and where the outer world seemed only an extension of our own personality. We accepted and loved it as we accepted our own sense of existence and our own limbs. Very commonplace, even ugly, that furniture of our early home might look if it were put up to the auction. An improved taste in upholstery scorns it, and is not the striving after something better and better in our surroundings the grand characteristic that distinguishes man from the brute? Or, to satisfy a scrupulous accuracy of definition, that distinguishes the British man from the foreign brute? But heaven knows where that striving might lead us, if our affections had not a trick of twining round those old inferior things, if the loves and sanctities of our life had no deep immovable roots in memory. One's delight in an elderberry bush overhanging the confused leafage of a hedgerow bank, as a more gladdening sight than the finest cistus or fuchsia spreading itself on the softest undulating turf, is an entirely unjustifiable preference to a nursery gardener, or to any of those regulated minds who are free from the weakness of any attachment that does not rest on a demonstrable superiority of qualities. And there is no better reason for preferring this elderberry bush than that it stirs an early memory, that it is no novelty in my life, speaking to me merely through my present sensibilities to form and colour, but the long companion of my existence that wove itself into my joys when joys were vivid. End of Book 2, Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Book 2 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Upton. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot, Chapter 2, Book 2. The Christmas Holidays. Fine old Christmas, with the snowy hair and ruddy face, had done his duty that year in the noblest fashion, and had set off his rich gifts of warmth and colour, with all the heightening contrast of frost and snow. Snow lay on the croft and river bank in undulations softer than the limbs of infancy. It lay with the neatliest finished border on every sloping roof, making the dark red gables stand out with a new depth of colour. It weighed heavily on the laurels and fir trees, till it fell from them with a shuddering sound. It clothed the rough turnip field with whiteness, and made the sheep look like dark blotches. The gates were all blocked up with the sloping drifts, and here and there a disregarded four-footed beast stood as if petrified in unrecumbent sadness. There was no gleam, no shadow, for the heavens too were one still pale cloud. No sound or motion in anything but the dark river that flowed and moaned like an unresting sorrow. But old Christmas smiled as he laid this cruel-seeming spell on the outdoor world, for he meant to light up home with new brightness, to deepen all the richness of indoor colour, and give a keener edge of delight to the warm fragrance of food. He meant to prepare a sweet imprisonment that would strengthen the primitive fellowship of kindred, and make the sunshine of familiar human faces as welcome as the hidden day star. His kindness fell but hardly on the homeless, fell but hardly on the homes where the hearth was not very warm, and where the food had little fragrance, where the human faces had no sunshine in them, but rather the leaden, blank-eyed gaze of unexpectant want. But the fine old season meant well, and if he had not learned the secret how to bless men impartially, it is because his father Time, with ever unrelenting purpose, still hides that secret in his own mighty, slow-beating heart. And yet this Christmas day, in spite of Tom's fresh delight in home, was not, he thought, somehow or other, quite so happy as it had always been before. The red berries were just as abundant on the holly, and he and Maggie had dressed all the windows and mantelpieces and picture frames on Christmas Eve with as much taste as ever, wedding the thick-set scarlet clusters with branches of the black-berried ivy. There had been singing under the windows after midnight, supernatural singing, Maggie always felt, in spite of Tom's contemptuous insistence that the singers were old Patch, the parish clerk, and the rest of the church choir. She trembled with awe when their carolling broke in upon her dreams, and the image of men in fustian clothes was always thrust away by the vision of angels resting on the parted cloud. The midnight chant had helped as usual to lift the morning above the level of common days, and then there were the smell of hot toast and ale from the kitchen at the breakfast hour. The favourite anthem, the green boughs, and the short sermon gave the appropriate festal character to the church-going, and Aunt and Uncle Moss, with all their 7 children, were looking like so many reflectors of the bright parlour fire, when the churchgoers came back, stamping the snow from their feet. The plum pudding was of the same handsome roundness as ever, and came in with the symbolic blue flames around it, as if it had been heroically snatched from the nether fires into which it had been thrown by dyspeptic Puritans. The dessert was as splendid as ever, with its golden oranges, brown nuts, and the crystalline light and dark of apple jelly and damson cheese. In all these things Christmas was as it had always been since Tom could remember. It was only distinguished, if by anything, by superior sliding and snowballs. Christmas was cheery, but not so Mr. Tulliver. He was irate and defiant, and Tom, though he espoused his father's quarrels and shared his father's sense of injury, was not without some of the feeling that oppressed Maggie when Mr. Tulliver got louder and more angry in narration and assertion with the increased leisure of dessert. The attention that Tom might have concentrated on his nuts and wine was distracted by a sense that there were rascally enemies in the world, and that the business of grown-up life could hardly be conducted without a good deal of quarrelling. Now Tom was not fond of quarrelling, unless it could soon be put an end to by a fair stand-up fight with an adversary whom he had every chance of thrashing, and his father's irritable talk made him uncomfortable, though he never accounted to himself for the feeling, or conceived the notion that his father was faulty in this respect. The particular embodiment of the evil principle now exciting Mr. Tulliver's determined resistance was Mr. Pivart, who, having lands higher up the Ripple, was taking measures for their irrigation, which either were, or would be, or were bound to be, on the principle that water was water, an infringement on Mr. Tulliver's legitimate share of water power. Dix, who had a mill on the stream, was a feeble auxiliary of old Harry compared with Pivart. Dix had been brought to his senses by arbitration, and Wakem's advice had not carried him far. No, Dick's, Mr Tulliver considered, had been as good as nowhere in point of law, and in the intensity of his indignation against Pivart, his contempt for a baffled adversary like Dick's began to wear the air of a friendly attachment. He had no male audience to-day except Mr Moss, who knew nothing, as he said, of nature and mills, and could only assent to Mr Tulliver's argument on the a priori ground of family relationship and monetary obligation. But Mr Tulliver did not talk with the futile intention of convincing his audience. He talked to relieve himself, while good Mr Moss made strong efforts to keep his eyes wide open, in spite of the sleepiness which an unusually good dinner produced in his hard-worked frame. Mrs Moss, more alive to the subject, and interested in everything that affected her brother, listened and put in a word as often as maternal preoccupations allowed. "Why, Pivart's a new name hereabout, brother, isn't it?" she said. "He didn't own the land in father's time, nor yours either, before I was married." "New name? Yes, I should think it is a new name," said Mr Tulliver with angry emphasis. "Dorlcote Mill's been in our family 100 year and better, and nobody ever heard of a Pivart meddling with the river, till this fellow came and bought Bincom's farm out of hand, before anybody else could so much as say snap. But I'll Pivart him," added Mr Tulliver, lifting his glass with a sense that he had defined his resolution in an unmistakable manner. "You won't be forced to go to law with him, I hope, brother," said Mrs Moss with some anxiety. "I don't know what I shall be forced to, but I know what I shall force him to, with his dykes and irrigations. If there's any law to be brought to bear at right side, I know well enough who's at the bottom of it. He's got Wakem to back him and egg him on. I know Wakem tells him the law can't touch him for it, but there's folks can handle the law besides Wakem. It takes a big rascal to beat him, but there's bigger to be found, as no more of thins and outs at law, else how come Wakem to lose Brumley's suit for him?" Mr Tulliver was a strictly honest man, and proud of being honest, but he considered that in law the ends of justice could only be achieved by employing a stronger knave to frustrate a weaker. Law was a sort of cockfight, in which it was the business of injured honesty to get a game bird with the best pluck and the strongest spurs. "Gore's no fool, you needn't tell me that," he observed presently in a pugnacious tone, as if poor Gritty had been urging that lawyer's capabilities. "But you see, he isn't up to the law as Wakem is. And water's a very particular thing. You can't pick it up with a pitchfork. That's why it's been nuts to old Harry and the lawyers. It's plain enough what's the rights and wrongs of water, if you look at it straightforward. For a river's a river, and if you've got a mill, you must have water to turn it, and it's no use telling me Pivart's irrigation and nonsense won't stop my wheel. I know what belongs to water better than that. Talk to me of what the engineers say. It's common sense as Pivart's dykes must do me an injury. But if that's their engineering, I'll put Tom to it by and by, and he shall see if he can't find a bit more sense in engineering business than what that comes to." Tom, looking round with some anxiety at this announcement of his prospects, unthinkingly withdrew a small rattle he was amusing baby Moss with, whereupon she, being a baby that knew her own mind with remarkable clearness, instantaneously expressed her sentiments in a piercing yell, and was not to be appeased even by the restoration of the rattle, feeling apparently that the original wrong of having it taken from her remained in all its force. Mrs Moss hurried away with her into another room, and expressed to Mrs Tulliver, who accompanied her, the conviction that the dear child had good reasons for crying, implying that if it was supposed to be the rattle that baby clamoured for, she was a misunderstood baby. The thoroughly justifiable yell being quieted, Mrs Moss looked at her sister-in-law and said, "I'm sorry to see brother so put out about this water-work." "It's your brother's way, Mrs Moss. I'd never anything of that sort before I were married," said Mrs Tulliver, with a half-implied reproach. She always spoke of her husband as "your brother" to Mrs Moss, in any case when his line of conduct was not a matter of pure admiration. Amiable Mrs. Tulliver, who was never angry in her life, had yet her mild share of that spirit without which she could hardly have been at once a Dodson and a woman. Being always on the defensive towards her own sisters, it was natural that she should be keenly conscious of her superiority, even as the weakest Dodson, over a husband's sister, who, besides being poorly off and inclined to hang on her brother, had the good-natured submissiveness of a large, easy-tempered, untidy, prolific woman, with affection enough in her not only for her own husband and abundant children, but for any number of collateral relations. "I hope and pray you won't go to law," said Mrs. Moss, "for there's never any knowing where that'll end, and the right doesn't allus win. This Mr. Pivart's a rich man by what I can make out, and the rich mostly get things their own way." "As to that," said Mrs. Tulliver, stroking her dress down, "I've seen what riches are in my own family, for my sisters have got husbands as can afford to do pretty much what they like. But I think sometimes I shall be drove off my head with the talk about this law and irrigation, and my sisters lay all the fault to me, for they don't know what it is to marry a man like your brother. How should they? Sister Pullet has her own way from morning till night." "Well," said Mrs. Moss, "I don't think I should like my husband if he hadn't got any wits of his own, and I had to find headpiece for him. It's a deal easier to do what pleases one's husband than to be puzzling what else one should do." "If people come to talk of doing what pleases their husbands," said Mrs. Tulliver, with a faint imitation of her sister Glegg, "I'm sure your brother might have waited a long while before he'd have found a wife that'd have let him have his say in everything as I do. It's nothing but law and irrigation now, from when we first get up in the morning till we go to bed at night, and I never contradict him. I only say, 'Well, Mr. Tulliver, do as you like, but whatever you do, don't go to law.'" Mrs. Tulliver, as we've seen, was not without influence over her husband. No woman is. She can always incline him to do either what she wishes or the reverse. And on the composite impulses that were threatening to hurry Mr. Tulliver into law, Mrs. Tulliver's monotonous pleading had doubtless its share of force. It might even be comparable to that proverbial feather which has the credit or discredit of breaking the camel's back. Though, on a strictly impartial view, the blame ought rather to lie with the previous weight of feathers, which had already placed the back in such imminent peril that an otherwise innocent feather could not settle on it without mischief. Not that Mrs. Tulliver's feeble beseeching could have had this featherweight in virtue of her single personality, but whenever she departed from entire assent to her husband, he saw in her the representative of the Dodson family, and it was a guiding principle with Mr. Tulliver to let the Dodsons know that they were not to domineer over him, or, more specifically, that a male Tulliver was far more than equal to 4 female Dodsons, even though one of them was Mrs. Glegg. But not even a direct argument from that typical Dodson female herself against his going to law could have heightened his disposition towards it so much as the mere thought of Wakem, continually freshened by the sight of the too able attorney on market days. Wakem, to his certain knowledge, was, metaphorically speaking, at the bottom of Pivart's irrigation. Wakem had tried to make Dix stand out and go to law about the dam. It was unquestionably Wakem who had caused Mr. Tulliver to lose the suit about the right of road and the bridge that made a thoroughfare of his land for every vagabond who preferred an opportunity of damaging private property to walking like an honest man along the high road. All lawyers were more or less rascals, but Wakem's rascality was of that peculiarly aggravated kind which placed itself in opposition to that form of right embodied in Mr. Tulliver's interests and opinions. And, as an extra touch of bitterness, the injured miller had recently, in borrowing the £500, been obliged to carry a little business to Wakem's office on his own account. A hook-nosed, glib fellow, as cool as cucumber, always looking so sure of his game. and it was vexatious that Lawyer Gore was not more like him, but was a bald, round-featured man with bland manners and fat hands, a gamecock that you would be rash to bet upon against Wakem. Gore was a sly fellow. His weakness did not lie on the side of scrupulosity, but the large amount of winking, however significant, is not equivalent to seeing through a stone wall. And confident as Mr. Tulliver was in his principle that water was water, and in the direct inference that Pivart had not a leg to stand on in this affair of irrigation, he had an uncomfortable suspicion that Wakem had more law to show against this, rationally, irrefragable inference than Gore could show for it. But then, if they went to law, there was a chance for Mr. Tulliver to employ Councillor Wilde on his side, instead of having that admirable bully against him. And the prospect of seeing a witness of Wakem's made to perspire and become confounded, as Mr. Tulliver's witness had once been, was alluring to the love of retributive justice. Much rumination had Mr. Tulliver on these puzzling subjects during his rides on the grey horse, much turning of the head from side to side as the scales dipped alternately, but the probable result was still out of sight, only to be reached through much hot argument and iteration in domestic and social life. That initial stage of the dispute, which consisted in the narration of the case and the enforcement of Mr. Tulliver's views concerning it throughout the entire circle of his connections, would necessarily take time. And at the beginning of February, when Tom was going to school again, there were scarcely any new items to be detected in his father's statement of the case against Pivart, or any more specific indication of the measures he was bent on taking against that rash contravener of the principle that water was water. Iteration, like friction, is likely to generate heat instead of progress, and Mr. Tulliver's heat was certainly more and more palpable. If there had been no new evidence on any other point, there had been new evidence that Pivart was as thick as mud with Wakem. "Father," said Tom, one evening near the end of the holidays, "Uncle Glegg says Lawyer Wakem is going to send his son to Mr. Stelling. It isn't true what they said about his going to be sent to France. You won't like me to go to school with Wakem's son, shall you?" "It's no matter for that, my boy," said Mr. Tulliver. "Don't you learn anything bad of him, that's all. The lad's a poor deformed critter, and takes after his mother in the face. I think there isn't much of his father in him. It's a sign Wakem thinks high of Mr. Sterling as he sends his son to him, and Wakem knows meal from bran." Mr. Tulliver in his heart was rather proud of the fact that his son was to have the same advantages as Wakem's, but Tom was not at all easy on the point. It would have been much clearer if the lawyer's son had not been deformed, for then Tom would have had the prospect of pitching into him with all that freedom which is derived from a high moral sanction. End of chapter. Chapter 3 of Book 2 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Upton. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot, Chapter 3, Book 2. The New Schoolfellow. It was a cold, wet January day on which Tom went back to school, a day quite in keeping with this severe phase of his destiny. If he had not carried in his pocket a parcel of sugar candy and a small Dutch doll for little Laura, there would have been no ray of expected pleasure to enliven the general gloom. But he liked to think how Laura would put out her lips and her tiny hands for the bits of sugar candy, and to give the greater keenness to these pleasures of imagination, he took out the parcel, made a small hole in the paper, and bit off a crystal or two, which had so solacing an effect under the confined prospect and damp odours of the gig umbrella, that he repeated the process more than once on his way. "Well, Tulliver, we're glad to see you again," said Mr. Stelling heartily. Take off your wrappings and come into the study till dinner. You'll find a bright fire there, and a new companion." Tom felt in an uncomfortable flutter as he took off his woollen comforter and other wrappings. He had seen Philip Wakem at St. Oggs, but had always turned his eyes away from him as quickly as possible. He would have disliked having a deformed boy for his companion, even if Philip had not been the son of a bad man. And Tom did not see how a bad man's son could be very good. His own father was a good man, and he would readily have fought anyone who said the contrary. He was in a state of mingled embarrassment and defiance as he followed Mr. Stelling to the study. "Here is a new companion for you to shake hands with, Tulliver," said that gentleman on entering the study. "Master Philip Wakem. I shall leave you to make acquaintance by yourselves. You already know something of each other, I imagine, for you are neighbours at home." Tom looked confused and awkward, while Philip rose and glanced at him timidly. Tom did not like to go up and put out his hand, and he was not prepared to say, "How do you do?" on so short a notice. Mr. Stelling wisely turned away and closed the door behind him. Boys' shyness only wears off in the absence of their elders. Philip was at once too proud and too timid to walk toward Tom. He thought, or rather felt, that Tom had an aversion to looking at him. Everyone almost disliked looking at him, and his deformity was more conspicuous when he walked. They remained without shaking hands or even speaking, while Tom went to the fire and warmed himself, every now and then casting furtive glances at Philip, who seemed to be drawing absently first one object and then another on a piece of paper he had before him. He had seated himself again, and as he drew, was thinking what he could say to Tom, and trying to overcome his own repugnance to making the first advances. Tom began to look oftener and longer at Philip's face, for he could see it without noticing the hump, and it was really not a disagreeable face, very old-looking, Tom thought. He wondered how much older Philip was than himself. An anatomist, even a mere physiognomist, would have seen that the deformity of Philip's spine was not a congenital hump, but the result of an accident in infancy. But you do not expect from Tom any acquaintance with such distinctions. To him, Philip was simply a humpback. He had a vague notion that the deformity of Wakem's son had some relation to the lawyer's rascality, of which he had so often heard his father talk with hot emphasis. And he felt, too, a half-admitted fear of him as probably a spiteful fellow who, not being able to fight you, had cunning ways of doing you a mischief by the sly. There was a humpback tailor in the neighbourhood of Mr. Jacob's academy who was considered a very unamiable character, and was much hooted after by public-spirited boys, solely on the ground of his unsatisfactory moral qualities, so that Tom was not without a basis of fact to go upon. Still, no face could be more unlike that ugly tailor's than this melancholy boy's face. The brown hair round it waved and curled at the ends like a girl's. Tom thought that truly pitiable. This Wakem was a pale, puny fellow, and it was quite clear he would not be able to play at anything worth speaking of. But he handled his pencil in an enviable manner, and was apparently making one thing after another without any trouble. What was he drawing? Tom was quite warm now, and wanted something new to be going forward. It was certainly more agreeable to have an ill-natured humpback as a companion than to stand looking out of the study window at the rain and kicking his foot against the washboard in solitude. Something would happen every day, a quarrel or something, and Tom thought he should rather like to show Philip that he had better not try his spiteful tricks on him. He suddenly walked across the hearth and looked over Philip's paper. "Why, that's a donkey with panniers and a spaniel and partridges in the corn," he exclaimed, his tongue being completely loosed by surprise and admiration. "Oh, my buttons! I wish I could draw like that. I'm to learn drawing this half. I wonder if I shall learn to make dogs and donkeys." "Oh, you can do them without learning," said Philip. "I never learned drawing." "Never learned?" said Tom in amazement. Why, when I make dogs and horses and those things, the heads and the legs won't come right, though I can see how they ought to be very well. I can make houses and all sorts of chimneys all going down the wall, and windows in the roof and all that, but I dare say I could do dogs and horses if I was to try more," he added, reflecting that Philip might falsely suppose that he was going to knock under if he were too frank about the imperfection of his accomplishments. "Oh yes," said Philip, "it's very easy. You've only to look well at things and draw them over and over again. What you do wrong once you can alter the next time." "But haven't you been taught anything?" said Tom, beginning to have a puzzled suspicion that Philip's crooked back might be the source of remarkable faculties. "I thought you'd been to school a long while." "Yes," said Philip, smiling. "I've been taught Latin and Greek and mathematics and writing and such things." "Oh, but I say, you don't like Latin, though, do you?" said Tom, lowering his voice confidentially. "Pretty well. I don't care much about it," said Philip. "Ah, but perhaps you haven't got into the propria quae maribus," said Tom, nodding his head sideways, as much as to say that was the test it was easy taking till you came to that. Philip felt some bitter complacency in the promising stupidity of this well-made, active-looking boy, but made polite by his own extreme sensitiveness, as well as by his desire to conciliate, he checked his inclination to laugh and said quietly, "I've done with the grammar. I don't learn that any more." "Then you won't have the same lessons as I shall," said Tom, with a sense of disappointment. "No, but I dare say I can help you. I shall be very glad to help you if I can." Tom did not say thank you, for he was quite absorbed in the thought that Wakem's son did not seem so spiteful a fellow as might have been expected. "I say," he said presently, "do you love your father?" "Yes," said Philip, colouring deeply. "Don't you love yours?" "Oh yes, I only wanted to know," said Tom, rather ashamed of himself, now he saw Philip colouring and looking uncomfortable. He found much difficulty in adjusting his attitude of mind towards the son of lawyer Wakem, and it had occurred to him that if Philip disliked his father, that fact might go some way toward clearing up his perplexity. "Shall you learn drawing now?" he said, by way of changing the subject. "No," said Philip. "My father wishes me to give all my time to other things now." "What, Latin and Euclid and those things?" said Tom. "Yes," said Philip, who had left off using his pencil and was resting his head on one hand, while Tom was leaning forward on both elbows and looking with increasing admiration at the dog and the donkey. "And you don't mind that?" said Tom with strong curiosity. "No, I like to know what everybody else knows. I can study what I like by and by." "I can't think why anybody should learn Latin," said Tom. "It's no good." "It's part of the education of a gentleman," said Philip. "All gentlemen learn the same things." "What? Do you think Sir John Crake, the master of the harriers, knows Latin?" said Tom, who had often thought he should like to resemble Sir John Crake. "He learned it when he was a boy, of course," said Philip, "but I dare say he's forgotten it." "Oh, well, I can do that then," said Tom, not with any epigrammatic intention, but with serious satisfaction at the idea that, as far as Latin was concerned, there was no hindrance to his resembling Sir John Crake. "Only you're obliged to remember it while you're at school, else you've got to learn ever so many lines of speaker. Mr. Stelling's very particular, did you know? He'll have you up 10 times if you say nam for jam, and he won't let you go a letter wrong, I can tell you." "Oh, I don't mind," said Philip, unable to choke a laugh. "I can remember things easily, and there are some lessons I'm very fond of. I'm very fond of Greek history and everything about the Greeks. I should love to have been a Greek, and have fought the Persians, and then have come home and have written tragedies, or else have been listened to by everybody for my wisdom like Socrates, and have died a grand death." Philip, you perceive, was not without a wish to impress the well-made barbarian with a sense of his mental superiority. "Why, were the Greeks great fighters?" said Tom, who saw a vista in this direction. Is there anything like David and Goliath and Samson in the Greek history? Those are the only bits I like in the history of the Jews. Oh, there are very fine stories of that sort about the Greeks, about the heroes of early times who killed the wild beasts as Samson did. And in the Odyssey, that's a beautiful poem, there's a more wonderful giant than Goliath, Polypheme, who had only one eye in the middle of his forehead, and Ulysses, a little fellow, but very wise and cunning, got a red-hot pine tree and stuck it into this one eye, and made him roar like 1,000 bulls. "Oh, what fun," said Tom, jumping away from the table and stamping first with one leg and then the other. "I say, can you tell me all about those stories? Because I shan't learn Greek, you know. Shall I?" he added, pausing in his stamping with sudden alarm lest the contrary might be possible. "Does every gentleman learn Greek? Will Mr. Stelling make me begin with it, do you think?" "No, I should think not, very likely not," said Philip. "But you may read those stories without knowing Greek. I've got them in English." "Oh, but I don't like reading. I'd sooner have you tell them me. But only the fighting ones, you know. My sister Maggie is always wanting to tell me stories, but they're stupid things. Girls' stories always are. Can you tell a good many fighting stories?" "Oh, yes," said Philip, "lots of them, beside the Greek stories. I can tell you about Richard Coeur de Lion and Saladin, and about William Wallace and Robert Bruce and James Douglas. I know no end." "You're older than I am, aren't you?" said Tom. "Why, how old are you?" "I'm 15. "I'm only going on 14, said Tom, "but I thrashed all the fellows at Jacob's. That's where I was before I came here. And I beat 'em all at bandy and climbing. And I wish Mr. Stelling would let us go fishing. I could show you how to fish. You could fish, couldn't you? It's only standing and sitting still, you know." Tom, in his turn, wished to make the balance dip in his favour. This hunchback must not suppose that his acquaintance with fighting stories put him on a par with an actual fighting hero like Tom Tulliver. Philip winced under this allusion to his unfitness for active sports, and he answered almost peevishly, "I can't bear fishing. I think people look like fools, sitting watching a line hour after hour, or else throwing and catching nothing." "Ah, but you wouldn't say they looked like fools when they landed a big pike, I can tell you," said Tom, who had never caught anything that was big in his life, but whose imagination was on the stretch with indignant zeal for the honour of sport. Wakem's son, it was plain, had his disagreeable points and must be kept in due check. Happily for the harmony of this first interview, they were now called to dinner, and Philip was not allowed to develop farther his unsound views on the subject of fishing. But Tom said to himself that was just what he should have expected from a hunchback.
Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 2, School Time. Chapter 4, The Young Idea. The alterations of feeling in that first dialogue between Tom and Philip continued to make their intercourse even after many weeks of schoolboy intimacy. Tom never quite lost the feeling that Philip, being the son of a rascal, was his natural enemy, never thoroughly overcame his repulsion to Philip's deformity. He was a boy who adhered tenaciously to impressions once received, as with all minds in which mere perception predominates over thought and emotion. The external remained to him rigidly what it was in the first instance. But then it was impossible not to like Philip's company when he was in a good humour. He could help one so well in one's Latin exercises, which Tom regarded as a kind of puzzle that could only be found out by a lucky chance. And he could tell such wonderful fighting stories about Hal of the Wind, for instance, and other heroes who were especial favourites with Tom, because they laid about them with heavy strokes. He had small opinion of Saladin, whose scimitar could cut a cushion in two in an instant. Who wanted to cut cushions? That was a stupid story, and he didn't care to hear it again. But when Robert Bruce on the black pony rose in his stirrups and lifting his good battle-axe cracked at once the helmet and the skull of the too hasty knight at Bannockburn, then Tom felt all the exultation of sympathy, and if he had had a coconut at hand he would have cracked it at once with the poker. Philip, in his happier moods, indulged Tom to the top of his bent, heightening the crash and bang and fury of every fight with all the artillery of epithets and similes at his command. But he was not always in a good humour or happy mood. The slight spurt of peevish susceptibility which had escaped him on their first interview was a symptom of a perpetually recurring mental ailment, half of it nervous irritability, half of it the heart-bitterness produced by the sense of his deformity. In these fits of susceptibility every glance seemed to him to be charged either with offensive pity or with ill-repressed disgust. At the very least it was an indifferent glance, and Philip felt indifference as a child of the south feels the chill air of a northern spring. Poor Tom's blundering patronage when they were out of doors together would sometimes make him turn upon the well-meaning lad quite savagely, and his eyes, usually sad and quiet, would flash with anything but playful lightning. No wonder Tom retained his suspicions of the humpback. But Philip's self-taught skill in drawing was another link between them, for Tom found to his disgust that his new drawing-master gave him no dogs and donkeys to draw, but brooks and rustic bridges and ruins, all with a general softness of black-lead surface indicating that nature, if anything, was rather satiny. And as Tom's feeling for the picturesque in landscape was at present quite latent, it is not surprising that Mr. Goodrich's productions seemed to him an uninteresting form of art. Mr. Tulliver, having a vague intention that Tom should be put to some business which included the drawing out of plans and maps, had complained to Mr. Riley, when he saw him at Mudport, that Tom seemed to be learning nothing of that sort, whereupon that obliging adviser had suggested that Tom should have drawing lessons. Mr. Tulliver must not mind paying extra for drawing. Let Tom be made a good draftsman, and he would be able to turn his pencil to any purpose. So it was ordered that Tom should have drawing lessons, and whom should Mr. Stelling have selected as a master if not Mr. Goodrich, who was considered quite at the head of his profession within a circuit of 12 miles round King's Lorton? By which means Tom learnt to make an extremely fine point to his pencil, and to represent landscape with a broad generality, which, doubtless from a narrow tendency of his mind to details, he thought extremely dull. All this, you remember, happened in those dark ages when there were no schools of design, before schoolmasters were invariably men of scrupulous integrity, and before the clergy were all men of enlarged minds and varied culture. In those less favoured days it is no fable that there were other clergymen beside Mr. Stelling who had narrow intellects and large wants, and whose income, by a logical confusion to which fortune, being a female as well as blindfold, is particularly liable, was proportioned not to their wants but to their intellect, with which income has clearly no inherent relation. The problem these gentlemen had to solve was to readjust the proportion between their wants and their income, and since wants are not easily starved to death, the simpler method appeared to be to raise their income. There was but one way of doing this. Any of those low callings in which men are obliged to do good work at a low price were forbidden to clergymen. Was it their fault if their only resource was to turn out very poor work at a high price? Besides, how could Mr. Stelling be expected to know that education was a delicate and difficult business, any more than an animal endowed with the power of boring a hole through a rock should be expected to have wide views of excavation? Mr. Stelling's faculties had been early trained to boring in a straight line, and he had no faculty to spare. But amongst Tom's contemporaries, whose fathers cast their sons on clerical instruction to find them ignorant after many days, there were many far less lucky than Tom Tulliver. Education was almost entirely a matter of luck, usually of ill luck in those distant days. The state of mind in which you take a billiard cue or a dice-box in your hand is one of sober certainty compared with that of old-fashioned fathers like Mr. Tulliver, when they selected a school or a tutor for their sons. Excellent men who had been forced all their lives to spell on an impromptu phonetic system, and having carried on a successful business in spite of this disadvantage, had acquired money enough to give their sons a better start in life than they had had themselves, must necessarily take their chance as to the conscience and competence of the schoolmaster whose circular fell their way, and appeared to promise so much more than they would ever thought of asking for, including the return of linen, fork, and spoon. It was happy for them if some ambitious draper of their acquaintance had not brought up his son to the church, and if that young gentleman, at the age of 24, had not closed his college dissipations by an imprudent marriage. Otherwise, these innocent fathers, desirous of doing the best for their offspring, could only escape the draper's son by happening to be on the foundation of a grammar school as yet unvisited by commissioners, where 2 or 3 boys could have all to themselves the advantages of a large and lofty building, together with a headmaster, toothless, dim-eyed, and deaf, whose erudite indistinctness and inattention were engrossed by them at the rate of £300 a head. A ripe scholar, doubtless, when first appointed, but all ripeness beneath the sun had a further stage less esteemed in the market. Tom Tulliver, then, compared with many other British youths of his time who have since had to scramble through life with some fragments of more or less relevant knowledge, and a great deal of strictly relevant ignorance, was not so very unlucky. Mr. Stelling was a broad-chested, healthy man with the bearing of a gentleman, a conviction that a growing boy required a sufficiency of beef, and a certain hearty kindness in him that made him like to see Tom looking well and enjoying his dinner. Not a man of refined conscience, or with any deep sense of infinite issues belonging to everyday duties, not quite competent to his high offices. But incompetent gentlemen must live, and without a private fortune it is difficult to see how they could all live genteelly if they had nothing to do with education or government. Besides, it was the fault of Tom's mental constitution that his faculties could not be nourished on the sort of knowledge Mr. Stelling had to communicate. A boy born with a deficient power of apprehending signs and abstractions must suffer the penalty of his congenital deficiency, just as if he had been born with one leg shorter than the other. A method of education sanctioned by the long practice of our venerable ancestors was not to give way before the exceptional dulness of a boy who was merely living at the time then present. And Mr. Stelling was convinced that a boy so stupid at signs and abstractions must be stupid at everything else, even if that reverend gentleman could have taught him everything else. It was the practice of our venerable ancestors to apply that ingenious instrument, the thumbscrew, and to tighten and tighten it in order to elicit non-existent facts. They had a fixed opinion to begin with that the facts were existent, and what had they to do but tighten the thumbscrew? In like manner, Mr. Stelling had a fixed opinion that all boys with any capacity could learn when it was the only regular thing to teach. If they were slow, the thumbscrew must be tightened, the exercises must be insisted upon with increased severity, and a page of Virgil be awarded as a penalty to encourage and stimulate a too languid inclination to Latin verse. The thumbscrew was a little relaxed, however, during the second half-year. Philip was so advanced in his studies and so apt that Mr. Stelling could obtain credit by his facility, which required little help much more easily than by the troublesome process of overcoming Tom's dulness. Gentlemen with broad chests and ambitious intentions do sometimes disappoint their friends by failing to carry the world before them. Perhaps it is that high achievements demand some other unusual qualification beside an unusual desire for high prizes. Perhaps it is that these stalwart gentlemen are rather indolent, their divinia particulum ore being obstructed from soaring by a too hearty appetite. Some reason or other there was why Mr. Stelling deferred the execution of many spirited projects, why he did not begin the editing of his Greek play, or any other work of his scholarship, in his leisure hours, but, after turning the key of his private study with much resolution, sat down to one of Theodore Hook's novels. Tom was gradually allowed to shuffle through his lessons with less rigour, and having Philip to help him, he was able to make some show of having applied his mind in a confused and blundering way, without being cross-examined into a betrayal that his mind had been entirely neutral in the matter. He thought school much more bearable under this modification of circumstances, and he went on contentedly enough, picking up a promiscuous education chiefly from things that were not intended as education at all. What was understood to be his education was simply the practice of reading, writing, and spelling, carried on by an elaborate appliance of unintelligible ideas and by much failure in the effort to learn by rote. Nevertheless, there was a visible improvement in Tom under this training, perhaps because he was not a boy in the abstract, existing solely to illustrate the evils of a mistaken education, but a boy made of flesh and blood, with dispositions not entirely at the mercy of circumstances. There was a great improvement in his bearing, for example, and some credit on this score was due to Mr. Poulter, the village schoolmaster, who, being an old Peninsular soldier, was employed to drill Tom, a source of high mutual pleasure. Mr. Poulter, who was understood by the company at the Black Swan to have once struck terror into the hearts of the French, was no longer personally formidable. He had rather a shrunken appearance and was tremulous in the mornings, not from age, but from the extreme perversity of the King's Lorton boys, which nothing but gin could enable him to sustain with any firmness. Still he carried himself with martial exactness, had his clothes scrupulously brushed, and his trousers tightly strapped, and on the Wednesday and Saturday afternoons, when he came to Tom, he was always inspired with gin and old memories, which gave him an exceptionally spirited air, as of a superannuated charger who hears the drum. The drilling exercises were always protracted by episodes of warlike narrative, much more interesting to Tom than Philip's stories out of the Iliad, for there were no cannon in the Iliad, and besides Tom had felt some disgust by learning that Hector and Achilles might possibly never have existed. But the Duke of Wellington was really alive, and Boney had not been long dead. Therefore Mr. Poulter's reminiscences of the Peninsular War were removed from all suspicion of being mythical. Mr. Poulter, it appeared, had been a conspicuous figure at Talavera, and had contributed not a little to the peculiar terror with which his regiment of infantry was regarded by the enemy. On afternoons when his memory was more stimulated than usual, he remembered that the Duke of Wellington had, in strict privacy, lest jealousies be awakened, expressed his esteem for that fine fellow Poulter. The very surgeon who attended him in the hospital after he had received his gunshot wound had been profoundly impressed with the superiority of Mr. Poulter's flesh. No other flesh would have held in anything like the same time. On less personal matters connected with the important warfare with which he had been engaged, Mr. Poulter was more reticent, only taking care not to give the weight of his authority to any loose notions concerning military history. Anyone who pretended to a knowledge of what occurred at the siege of Badajoz was especially an object of silent pity to Mr. Poulter. He wished that prating person had been run down and had the breath trampled out of him in the first go-off, as he himself had. He might talk about the siege of Badajoz then. Tom did not escape irritating his drilling master occasionally by his curiosity concerning other military matters than Mr. Poulter's personal experience. "And General Wolfe, Mr. Poulter, wasn't he a wonderful fighter?" said Tom, who held the notion that all the martial heroes commemorated on the public-house signs were engaged in the war with Boney. "Not at all," said Mr. Poulter, contemptuously. "Nothing of the sort." "Heads up," he added, in a tone of stern command, which delighted Tom and made him feel as if he were a regiment in his own person. "No, no," Mr. Poulter would continue on, becoming to a pause in his discipline. "They'd better not talk to me about General Wolfe. He did nothing but die of his wound. That's a poor action, I consider. Any other man would have died of the wounds I've had. One of my sword cuts could have killed a fellow like General Wolfe." "Mr. Poulter," Tom would say, at any allusion to the sword, "I wish you'd bring your sword and do the sword exercise." For a long while Mr. Poulter only shook his head in a significant manner at this request, and smiled patronisingly, as Jupiter might have done when Semele urged her too ambitious request. But one afternoon, when a sudden shower of heavy rain had detained Mr. Poulter 20 minutes longer than usual in the Black Swan, the sword was brought just for Tom to look at. "And is this the real sword that you fought with in all the battles, Mr. Poulter?" said Tom, handling the hilt. "Has it ever cut a Frenchman's head off?" "Head off? Aye, and would have if he'd had 3 heads." "But you had a gun and bayonet besides," said Tom. "I should like the gun and the bayonet best, because you could shoot 'em first and spear 'em after. Bang! Pssh!" Tom gave the requisite pantomime to indicate the double enjoyment of pulling the trigger and thrusting the spear. "Ah, but the sword's the thing when you come to close fighting," said Mr. Poulter, involuntarily falling in with Tom's enthusiasm, and drawing the sword so suddenly that Tom leapt back with much agility. "Oh, but Mr. Poulter, if you're going to do the exercise," said Tom, a little conscious that he had not stood his ground as became an Englishman, "let me go and call Philip. He'd like to see you, you know." "What, the hunchback lad?" said Mr. Poulter contemptuously. "What's the use of his looking on?" "Oh, but he knows a great deal about fighting," said Tom, "and how they used to fight with bows and arrows and battle-axes." "Let him come, then. I'll show him something different from his bows and arrows," said Mr. Poulter, coughing and drawing himself up, while he gave a little preliminary play to his wrist. Tom ran in to Philip, who was enjoying his afternoon's holiday at the piano in the drawing-room, picking out tunes for himself and singing them. He was supremely happy, perched like an amorphous bundle on the high stool, with his head thrown back, his eyes fixed on the opposite corners, and his lips wide open, sending forth with all his might impromptu syllables to a tune of Arne's which had hit his fancy. "Come, Philip," said Tom, bursting in. "Don't stay roaring la-la there. Come and see old Poulter do his sword exercise in the carriage-house." The jar of this interruption, the discord of Tom's tones coming across the notes to which Philip was vibrating in soul and body, would have been enough to unhinge his temper, even if there had been no question of Mr. Poulter the drilling-master, and Tom, in the hurry of seizing something to say to prevent Mr. Poulter from thinking he was afraid of the sword when he sprang away from it, had alighted on this supposition to fetch Philip, though he knew well enough that Philip hated to hear him mention his drilling lessons. Tom would never have done so inconsiderate a thing except under the severe stress of his personal pride. Philip shuddered visibly as he paused from his music. Then, turning red, he said with violent passion, "Go away, you lumbering idiot! Don't come bellowing at me. You're not fit to speak to anything but a cart-horse." It was not the first time Philip had been made angry by him, but Tom had never before been assailed with verbal missiles that he understood so well. "I'm fit to speak to something better than you, you poor-spirited imp," said Tom, lighting up immediately at Philip's fire. "You know I won't hit you, because you know better than a girl, but I'm an honest man's son, and your father's a rogue. Everybody says so." Tom flung out of the room and slammed the door after him, made strangely heedless by his anger, for to slam doors within the hearing of Mrs. Stelling, who was probably not far off, was an offence only to be wiped out by 20 lines of Virgil. In fact, the lady did presently descend from her room, in double wonder at the noise and the subsequent cessation of Philip's music. She found him sitting in a heap on the hassock and crying bitterly. "What's the matter, Wakem? What was that noise about? Who slammed the door?" Philip looked up and hastily dried his eyes. "It was Tulliver who came in to ask me to go out with him." "And what are you in trouble about?" said Mrs. Stelling. Philip was not her favourite of the two pupils. He was less obliging than Tom, who was made useful in many ways. Still, his father paid more than Mr. Tulliver did, and she meant him to feel that she behaved exceedingly well to him. Philip, however, met her advances towards a good understanding very much as a caressed mollusk meets an invitation to show himself out of his shell. Mrs. Stelling was not a loving, tender-hearted woman. She was a woman whose skirt sat well, who adjusted her waist and patted her curls with a preoccupied air when she inquired after your welfare. These things, doubtless, represent a great social power, but it is not the power of love, and no other power could win Philip from his personal reserve. He said, in answer to her question, "My toothache came on and made me hysterical again." This had been the fact once, and Philip was glad of the recollection. It was like an inspiration to enable him to excuse his crying. He had to accept eau de cologne and to refuse creosote in consequence, but that was easy. Meanwhile Tom, who had for the first time sent a poisoned arrow into Philip's heart, had returned to the carriage-house, where he found Mr. Poulter, with a fixed and earnest eye, wasting the perfections of his sword exercise on probably observant but inappreciative rats. But Mr. Poulter was a host in himself. That is to say, he admired himself more than a whole army of spectators could have admired him. He took no notice of Tom's return, being too entirely absorbed in the cut and thrust, the solemn 1, 2, 3, 4. And Tom, not without a slight feeling of alarm at Mr. Poulter's fixed eye and hungry-looking sword, which seemed impatient for something else to cut beside the air, admired the performance from as great a distance as possible. It was not until Mr. Poulter paused and wiped the perspiration from his forehead that Tom felt the full charm of the sword exercise and wished it could be repeated. "Mr. Poulter," said Tom, when the sword was being finally sheathed, "I wish you'd lend me your sword a little while to keep." "No, no, young gentleman," said Mr. Poulter, shaking his head decidedly. "You might do yourself some mischief with it." "No, I'm sure I wouldn't. I'd take care and not hurt myself. I shouldn't take it out of the sheath much, but I could ground arms with it and all that." "No, no, it won't do, I tell you, it won't do," said Mr. Poulter, preparing to depart. "What did Mr. Stelling say to me?" "Oh, I say, do, Mr. Poulter. I'll give you my 5-shilling piece if you'll let me keep the sword a week." "Look here," said Tom, reaching out the attractively large round of silver. The young dog calculated the effect as well as if he had been a philosopher. "Well," said Mr. Poulter, with still deeper gravity, "you must keep it out of sight, you know." "Oh, yes, I'll keep it under the bed," said Tom eagerly, "or else at the bottom of my large box." "And let me see now whether you can draw it out of the sheath without hurting yourself." That process having been gone through more than once, Mr. Poulter felt that he had acted with scrupulous conscientiousness, and said, "Now, Master Tulliver, if I take the crown piece, it is to make sure as you'll do no mischief with the sword." "Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Poulter," said Tom, delightedly handing him the crown piece, and grasping the sword, which he thought might have been lighter with advantage. "But if Mr. Steller catches you carrying it in," said Mr. Poulter, pocketing the crown piece provisionally while he raised this new doubt. "Oh, he always keeps in his upstairs study on Saturday afternoons," said Tom, who disliked anything sneaking, but was not disinclined to a little stratagem in a worthy cause. So he carried off the sword in triumph, mixed with dread that he might encounter Mr. or Mrs. Stelling, to his bedroom, where, after some consideration, he hid it in the closet behind some hanging clothes. That night he fell asleep with the thought that he would astonish Maggie with it when she came, tie it round his waist with his red comforter, and make her believe that the sword was his own and that he was going to be a soldier. There was no one but Maggie who would be silly enough to believe him, or whom he dared allow to know he had a sword, and Maggie was really coming next week to see Tom before she went to a boarding school with Lucy. If you think a lad of 13 would have been so childish, you must be an exceptionally wise man, who, although you are devoted to a civil calling requiring you to look bland rather than formidable, yet never, since you had a beard, threw yourself into a martial attitude and frowned before the looking-glass. It is doubtful whether our soldiers would be maintained if there were not pacific people at home who liked to fancy themselves soldiers. War, like other dramatic spectacles, might possibly cease for want of a public. End of Chapter 4.
Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 2, School Time. Chapter 5, Maggie's Second Visit. This last breach between the two lads was not readily mended, and for some time they spoke to each other no more than was necessary. Their natural antipathy of temperament made resentment an easy passage to hatred, and in Philip the transition seemed to have begun. There was no malignity in his disposition, but there was a susceptibility that made him peculiarly liable to a strong sense of repulsion. The ox, we may venture to assert it on the authority of a great classic, is not given to use his teeth as an instrument of attack, and Tom was an excellent bovine lad, who ran at questionable objects in a truly ingenious bovine manner. But he had blundered on Philip's tenderest point, and had caused him as much acute pain as if he had studied the means with the nicest precision and the most envenomed spite. Tom saw no reason why they should not make up this quarrel as they had done many others, by behaving as if nothing had happened. For though he had never before said to Philip that his father was a rogue, this idea had so habitually made part of his feeling as to the relation between himself and his dubious schoolfellow, who he could neither like nor dislike, that the mere utterance did not make such an epoch to him as it did to Philip. And he had a right to say so when Philip hectored over him, and called him names. But perceiving that his first advances toward amity were not met, he relapsed into his least favourable disposition toward Philip, and resolved never to appeal to him either about drawing or exercise again. They were only so far civil to each other as was necessary to prevent their state of feud from being observed by Mr Stelling, who would have "put down" such nonsense with great vigour. When Maggie came, however, she could not help looking with growing interest at the new schoolfellow, although he was the son of that wicked lawyer Wakem, who made her father so angry. She had arrived in the middle of school hours, and had sat by while Philip went through his lessons with Mr Stelling. Tom, some weeks ago, had sent her word that Philip knew no end of stories, not stupid stories like hers, and she was convinced now from her own observation that he must be very clever. She hoped he would think her rather clever too, when she came to talk to him. Maggie, moreover, had rather a tenderness for deformed things. She preferred the wry-necked lambs, because it seemed to her that the lambs which were quite strong and well made wouldn't mind so much about being petted, and she was especially fond of petting objects that would think it very delightful to be petted by her. She loved Tom very dearly, but she often wished that he cared more about her loving him. "I think Philip Wakem seems a nice boy, Tom," she said, when they went out of the study together into the garden, to pass the interval before dinner. "He couldn't choose his father, you know, and I've read of very bad men who had good sons, as well as good parents who had bad children, and if Philip is good, I think we ought to be the more sorry for him because his father is not a good man. You like him, don't you?" "Oh, he's a queer fellow," said Tom curtly, "and he's as sulky as can be with me, because I told him his father was a rogue. And I'd a right to tell him so, for it was true, and he began it with calling me names. But you stop here by yourself a bit, Maggie, will you? I've got something I want to do upstairs." "Can't I go too?" said Maggie, who in this first day of meeting again loved Tom's shadow. "No, it's something I'll tell you about by and by. Not yet," said Tom, skipping away. In the afternoon the boys were at their books in the study, preparing the morrow's lessons that they might have a holiday in the evening in honour of Maggie's arrival. Tom was hanging over his Latin grammar, moving his lips inaudibly like a strict but impatient Catholic repeating his tale of paternosters, and Philip, at the other end of the room, was busy with 2 volumes, with a look of contented diligence that excited Maggie's curiosity. He did not look at all as if he were learning a lesson. She sat on a low stool at nearly a right angle with the 2 boys, watching first one and then the other, and Philip, looking off his book once toward the fireplace, caught the pair of questioning dark eyes fixed upon him. He thought this sister of Tulliver's seemed a nice little thing, quite unlike her brother. He wished he had a little sister. What was it, he wondered, that made Maggie's dark eyes remind him of the stories about princesses being turned into animals? I think it was that her eyes were full of unsatisfied intelligence and unsatisfied beseeching affection. "I say, Magsie," said Tom at last, shutting his books and putting them away with the energy and decision of a perfect master in the art of leaving off, "I've done my lessons now. Come upstairs with me." "What is it?" said Maggie, when they were outside the door. a slight suspicion crossing her mind as she remembered Tom's preliminary visit upstairs. "It isn't a trick you're going to play me now?" "No, no, Maggie," said Tom in his most coaxing tone. "It's something you'll like ever so." He put his arm round her neck, and she put hers round his waist, and twined together in this way they went upstairs. "I say, Magsie, you must not tell anybody, you know," said Tom, "else I shall get 50 lines." "Is it alive?" said Maggie, whose imagination had settled for the moment on the idea that Tom kept a ferret clandestinely. "Oh, I shan't tell you," said he. "Now you go into that corner and hide your face while I reach it out," he added as he locked the bedroom door behind them. "I'll tell you when to turn round. You mustn't squeal out, you know." "Oh, but if you frighten me, I shall," said Maggie, beginning to look rather serious. "You won't be frightened, you silly thing," said Tom. "Go and hide your face, and mind you don't peep." "Of course I shan't peep," said Maggie disdainfully, and she buried her face in the pillow like a person of strict honor. But Tom looked round warily as he walked to the closet. Then he stepped into the narrow space, and almost closed the door. Maggie kept her face buried without the aid of principle, for in that dream-suggestive attitude she had soon forgotten where she was, and her thoughts were busy with the poor deformed boy, who was so clever, when Tom called out, "Now then, Magsie!" Nothing but long meditation and preconcerted arrangement of effects could have enabled Tom to present so striking a figure as he did to Maggie when she looked up. Dissatisfied with the pacific aspect of a face which had no more than the faintest hint of flaxen eyebrow, together with a pair of amiable blue-gray eyes and round pink cheeks that refused to look formidable, let him frown as he would before the looking-glass. Philip had once told him of a man who had a horseshoe frown, and Tom had tried with all his frowning might to make a horseshoe on his forehead. He had had recourse to that unfailing source of the terrible burnt cork, and had made himself a pair of black eyebrows that met in a satisfactory manner over his nose, and were matched by a less carefully adjusted blackness about the chin. He had wound a red handkerchief round his cloth cap to give it the air of a turban, and his red comforter across his breast as a scarf, an amount of red which, with the tremendous frown on his brow, and the decision with which he grasped the sword, as he held it with its point resting on the ground, would suffice to convey an approximate idea of his fierce and bloodthirsty disposition. Maggie looked bewildered for a moment, and Tom enjoyed that moment keenly, but in the next she laughed, clapped her hands together, and said, "Oh, Tom, you've made yourself like Bluebeard at the show." It was clear she had not been struck with the presence of the sword. It was not unsheathed. Her frivolous mind required a more direct appeal to its sense of the terrible, and Tom prepared for his master stroke. Frowning with a double amount of intention, if not of corrugation, he carefully drew the sword from its sheath, and pointed it at Maggie. "Oh, Tom, please don't!" exclaimed Maggie in a tone of suppressed dread, shrinking away from him into the opposite corner. "I shall scream, I'm sure I shall. Oh, don't I wish I'd never come upstairs!" The corners of Tom's mouth showed an inclination to a smile of complacency that was immediately checked as inconsistent with the severity of a great warrior. Slowly he let down the scabbard on the floor, lest it should make too much noise, and then said sternly, "I'm the Duke of Wellington. March!" Stamping forward with the right leg a little bent, and the sword still pointing toward Maggie, who, trembling, and with tear-filled eyes, got upon the bed as the only means of widening the space between them. Tom, happy in this spectator of his military performances, even though the spectator was only Maggie, proceeded, with the utmost exertion of his force, to such an exhibition of the cut and thrust as would necessarily be expected of the Duke of Wellington. "Tom, I will not bear it! I will scream!" said Maggie, at the first movement of the sword. "You'll hurt yourself. You'll cut your head off." "1, 2," said Tom, resolutely, though at 2 his wrist trembled a little. 3 came more slowly, and with it the sword swung downward, and Maggie gave a loud shriek. The sword had fallen with its edge on Tom's foot, and in a moment after he had fallen too. Maggie leaped from the bed, still shrieking, and immediately there was a rush of footsteps toward the room. Mr. Stelling from his upstairs study was the first to enter. He found both the children on the floor. Tom had fainted, and Maggie was shaking him by the collar of his jacket, screaming, with wild eyes. She thought he was dead, poor child, and yet she shook him as if that would bring him back to life. In another minute she was sobbing with joy because Tom opened his eyes. She couldn't sorrow yet that he had hurt his foot. It seemed as if all happiness lay in his being alive. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 2, Chapter 6. A Love Scene. Poor Tom bore his severe pain heroically, and was resolute in not "telling" of Mr. Poulter more than was unavoidable. The 5-shilling piece remained a secret even to Maggie. But there was a terrible dread weighing on his mind, so terrible that he dared not even ask the question which might bring the fatal "yes." He dared not ask the surgeon or Mr. Stelling, "Shall I be lame, sir?" He mastered himself so as not to cry out at the pain, but when his foot had been dressed, and he was left alone with Maggie seated by his bedside, the children sobbed together, with their heads laid on the same pillow. Tom was thinking of himself walking about on crutches, like the wheelwright's son, and Maggie, who did not guess what was in his mind, sobbed for company. It had not occurred to the surgeon or to Mr. Stelling to anticipate this dread in Tom's mind, and to reassure him by hopeful words. But Philip watched the surgeon out of the house, and waylaid Mr. Stelling to ask the very question that Tom had not dared to ask for himself. "I beg your pardon, sir, but does Mr. Askern say Tulliver will be lame?" "Oh no," said Mr. Stelling, "not permanently. Only for a little while." "Did he tell Tulliver so, sir, do you think?" "No, nothing was said to him on the subject." "Then may I go and tell him, sir?" "Yes, to be sure. Now you mention it, I dare say he may be troubling about that. Go to his bedroom, but be very quiet at present." It had been Philip's first thought when he heard of the accident. Will Tulliver be lame? It will be very hard for him if he is. And Tom's hitherto unforgiven offences were washed out by that pity. Philip felt that they were no longer in a state of repulsion, but were being drawn into a common current of suffering and sad privation. His imagination did not dwell on the outward calamity and its future effect on Tom's life, but it made vividly present to him the probable state of Tom's feeling. Philip had only lived 14 years, but those years had, most of them, been steeped in the sense of a lot irremediably hard. "Mr. Askern says you'll soon be all right again, Tulliver. Did you know?" he said rather timidly, as he stepped gently up to Tom's bed. "I've just been to ask Mr. Stelling, and he says you'll walk as well as ever again by and day." Tom looked up with that momentary stopping of the breath which comes with a sudden joy. Then he gave a long sigh, and turned his blue-gray eyes straight on Philip's face, as he had not done for a fortnight or more. As for Maggie, this intimation of a possibility she had not thought of before affected her as a new trouble. The bare idea of Tom's being always lame overpowered the assurance that such a misfortune was not likely to befall him, and she clung to him and cried afresh. "Don't be a little silly, Magsie," said Tom, tenderly, feeling very brave now. "I shall soon get well." "Good-bye, Tulliver," said Philip, putting out his small, delicate hand, which Tom clasped immediately with his more substantial fingers. "I say," said Tom, "ask Mr. Stelling to let you come and sit with me sometimes till I get up again, Wakem, and tell me about Robert Bruce, you know." After that Philip spent all his time out of school hours with Tom and Maggie. Tom liked to hear fighting stories as much as ever, but he insisted strongly on the fact that those great fighters who did so many wonderful things and came off unhurt, wore excellent armour from head to foot, which made fighting easy work, he considered. He should not have hurt his foot if he had had an iron shoe on. He listened with great interest to a new story of Philip's about a man who had a very bad wound in his foot, and cried out so dreadfully with the pain that his friends could bear with him no longer, but put him ashore on a desert island, with nothing but some wonderful poisoned arrows to kill animals with for food." "I didn't roar out a bit, you know," Tom said, "and I dare say my foot was as bad as his. It's cowardly to roar." But Maggie would have it that when anything hurt you very much it was quite permissible to cry out, and it was cruel of people not to bear it. She wanted to know if Philoctetes had a sister, and why she didn't go with him on the desert island and take care of him. One day, soon after Philip had told this story, he and Maggie were in the study alone together while Tom's foot was being dressed. Philip was at his books, and Maggie, after sauntering idly round the room, not caring to do anything in particular, because she would soon go to Tom again, went and leaned on the table near Philip to see what he was doing, for they were quite old friends now, and perfectly at home with each other. "What are you reading about in Greek?" she said. "It's poetry, I can see that, because the lines are so short." "It's about Philoctetes, the lame man I was telling you of yesterday," he answered, resting his head on his hand, and looking at her as if he were not at all sorry to be interrupted. Maggie, in her absent way, continued to lean forward, resting on her arms and moving her feet about, while her dark eyes got more and more fixed and vacant, as if she had quite forgotten Philip and his book. "Maggie," said Philip after a minute or two, still leaning on his elbow and looking at her, "if you had had a brother like me, do you think you should have loved him as well as Tom?" Maggie started a little on being roused from her reverie, and said, "What?" Philip repeated his question. "Oh, yes, better," she answered immediately. "No, not better, because I don't think I could love you better than Tom, but I should be so sorry for you." Philip colored. He had meant to imply, would she love him as well in spite of his deformity, and yet when she alluded to it so plainly, he winced under her pity. Maggie, young as she was, felt her mistake. Hitherto she had instinctively behaved as if she were quite unconscious of Philip's deformity. Her own keen sensitiveness and experience under family criticism sufficed to teach her this as well as if she had been directed by the most finished breeding. "But you are so very clever, Philip, and you can play and sing," she added quickly. "I wish you were my brother. I'm very fond of you. And you would stay at home with me when Tom went out, and you would teach me everything, wouldn't you? Greek and everything?" "But you'll go away soon and go to school, Maggie," said Philip, "and then you'll forget all about me, and not care for me any more. And then I shall see you when you're grown up, and you'll hardly take any notice of me." "Oh, no, I shan't forget you, I'm sure," said Maggie, shaking her head very seriously. "I never forget anything, and I think about everybody when I'm away from them. I think about poor Yap. He's got a lump in his throat, and Luke says he'll die. Only don't you tell Tom, because it will vex him so. You never saw Yap. He's a queer little dog. Nobody cares about him but Tom and me." "Do you care as much about me as you do about Yap, Maggie?" said Philip, smiling rather sadly. "Oh, yes, I should think so," said Maggie, laughing. "I'm very fond of you, Maggie. I shall never forget you," said Philip, "and when I'm very unhappy, I shall always think of you, and wish I had a sister with dark eyes, just like yours." "Why do you like my eyes?" said Maggie, well pleased. She had never heard anyone but her father speak of her eyes as if they had merit. "I don't know," said Philip. "They're not like any other eyes. They seem trying to speak kindly. I don't like other people to look at me much, but I like you to look at me, Maggie." "Why, I think you're fonder of me than Tom is," said Maggie rather sorrowfully. Then, wondering how she could convince Philip that she could like him just as well, although he was crooked, she said, "Should you like me to kiss you as I do Tom? I will if you like." "Yes, very much. Nobody kisses me." Maggie put her arm round his neck and kissed him quite earnestly. "There now," she said. "I shall always remember you, and kiss you when I see you again, if it's ever so long. But I'll go now, because I think Mr. Askern's done with Tom's foot." When their father came the second time, Maggie said to him, "Oh, father, Philip Wakem is so very good to Tom. He is such a clever boy, and I do love him. And you love him too, Tom, don't you? Say you love him," she added entreatingly. Tom colored a little as he looked at his father, and said, "I shan't be friends with him when I leave school, father. But we've made it up now, since my foot has been bad, and he's taught me to play at draughts, and I can beat him." "Well, well," said Mr. Tulliver, If he's good to you, try and make him amends, and be good to him. He's a poor crooked creature, and takes after his dead mother. But don't you be getting too thick with him. He's got his father's blood in him, too. Ay, ay, the grey colt may chance to kick like his black sire." The jarring natures of the two boys effected what Mr Tulliver's admonition alone might have failed to effect, in spite of Philip's new kindness, and Tom's answering regard in this time of his trouble. They never became close friends. When Maggie was gone, and when Tom by and by began to walk about as usual, the friendly warmth that had been kindled by pity and gratitude died out by degrees, and left them in their old relation to each other. Philip was often peevish and contemptuous, and Tom's more specific and kindly impressions gradually melted into the old background of suspicion and dislike toward him as a queer fellow, a humpback, and the son of a rogue. If boys and men are to be welded together in the glow of transient feeling, they must be made of metal that will mix, else they inevitably fall asunder when the heat dies out. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 2, School Time. Chapter 7, The Golden Gates Are Passed. So Tom went on even to the 5th half-year till he was turned 16 at King's Lorton, while Maggie was growing with a rapidity which her aunts considered highly reprehensible, at Miss Furness's boarding school in the ancient town of Laceham on the Floss, with cousin Lucy for her companion. In her early letters to Tom she had always sent her love to Philip, and asked many questions about him, which were answered by brief sentences about Tom's toothache, and a turf house which he was helping to build in the garden, with other items of that kind. She was pained to hear Tom say in the holidays that Philip was as queer as ever again, and often cross. They were no longer very good friends, she perceived, and when she reminded Tom that he ought always to love Philip for being so good to him when his foot was bad, he answered, "Well, it isn't my fault. I don't do anything to him." She hardly ever saw Philip during the remainder of their school life. In the midsummer holidays he was always away at the seaside, and at Christmas she could only meet him at long intervals in the street of St Oggs. When they did meet, she remembered her promise to kiss him, but as a young lady who had been at a boarding school, she knew now that such a greeting was out of the question, and Philip would not expect it. The promise was void, like so many other sweet, illusory promises of our childhood, void as promises made in Eden before the seasons were divided, and when the starry blossoms grew side by side with the ripening peach, impossible to be fulfilled when the golden gates had been passed. But when their father was actually engaged in the long-threatened lawsuit, and Wakem, as the agent at once of Pivart and Old Harry, was acting against him, even Maggie felt, with some sadness, that they were not likely ever to have any intimacy with Philip again. The very name of Wakem made her father angry, and she had once heard him say that if that crook-backed son lived to inherit his father's ill-gotten gains, there would be a curse upon him. "Have as little to do with him at school as you can, my lad," he said to Tom; and the command was obeyed the more easily because Mr Sterling by this time had 2 additional pupils, for though this gentleman's rise in the world was not of that meteor-like rapidity which the admirers of his extemporaneous eloquence had expected for a preacher whose voice demanded so wide a sphere, he had yet enough of growing prosperity to enable him to increase his expenditure in continued disproportion to his income. As for Tom's school course, it went on with mill-like monotony, his mind continuing to move with a slow, half-stifled pulse, and a medium, uninteresting or unintelligible ideas. But each vacation he brought home larger and larger drawings with a satiny rendering of landscape, and water-colours in vivid greens, together with manuscript books full of exercises and problems, in which the handwriting was all the finer because he gave his whole mind to it. Each vacation he brought home a new book or two, indicating his progress through different stages of history, Christian doctrine, and Latin literature, and that passage was not entirely without results, besides the possession of the books. Tom's ear and tongue had become accustomed to a great many words and phrases which are understood to be signs of an educated condition, and though he had never really applied his mind to any one of his lessons, the lessons had left a deposit of vague, fragmentary, ineffectual notions. Mr. Tulliver, seeing signs of acquirement beyond the reach of his own criticism, thought it was probably all right with Tom's education. He observed, indeed, that there were no maps and not enough summing, but he made no formal complaint to Mr. Stelling. It was a puzzling business, this schooling, and if he took Tom away, where could he send him with better effect? By the time Tom had reached his last quarter at King's Lorton, the years had made striking changes in him since the day we saw him returning from Mr. Jacob's academy. He was a tall youth now, carrying himself without the least awkwardness, and speaking without more shyness than was a becoming symptom of blended diffidence and pride. He wore his tail-coat and his stand-up collars, and watched the down on his lip with eager impatience, looking every day at his virgin razor, with which he had provided himself in the last holidays. Philip had already left, at the autumn quarter, that he might go to the South for the winter, for the sake of his health, and this change helped to give Tom the unsettled, exultant feeling that usually belongs to the last months before leaving school. This quarter, too, there was some hope of his father's lawsuit being decided. That made the prospect of home more entirely pleasurable. For Tom, who had gathered his view of the case from his father's conversation, had no doubt that Pivart would be beaten. Tom had not heard anything from home for some weeks, a fact which did not surprise him, for his father and mother were not apt to manifest their affection in unnecessary letters, when, to his great surprise, on the morning of a dark, cold day near the end of November, he was told, soon after entering the study at 9 o'clock, that his sister was in the drawing-room. It was Mrs. Stelling who had come into the study to tell him, and she left him to enter the drawing-room alone. Maggie, too, was tall now, with braided and coiled hair. She was almost as tall as Tom, though she was only 13, and she really looked older than he did at that moment. She had thrown off her bonnet, her heavy braids were pushed back from her forehead, as if it would not bear that extra load, and her young face had a strangely worn look as her eyes turned anxiously toward the door. When Tom entered she did not speak, but only went up to him, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him earnestly. He was used to various moods of hers, and felt no alarm at the unusual seriousness of her greeting. "Why, how is it you're come so early this cold morning, Maggie? Did you come in the gig?" said Tom, as she backed toward the sofa and drew him to her side. "No, I came by the coach. I've walked from the turnpike." "But how is it you're not at school? The holidays have not begun yet." "Father wanted me at home," said Maggie, with a slight trembling of the lip. "I came home 3 or 4 days ago." "Isn't my father well?" said Tom, rather anxiously. "Not quite," said Maggie. "He's very unhappy, Tom. The lawsuit is ended, and I came to tell you, because I thought it would be better for you to know it before you came home, and I didn't like only to send you a letter." "My father hasn't lost?" said Tom, hastily, springing from the sofa, and standing before Maggie with his hands suddenly thrust into his pockets. "Yes, dear Tom," said Maggie, looking up at him with trembling. Tom was silent a minute or two, with his eyes fixed on the floor. Then he said, "My father will have to pay a great deal of money, then?" "Yes," said Maggie, rather faintly. "Well, it can't be helped," said Tom bravely, not translating the loss of a large sum of money into any tangible results. "But my father's very much vexed, I dare say?" he added, looking at Maggie, and thinking that her agitated face was only part of her girlish way of taking things. "Yes," said Maggie, again faintly. Then, urged to fuller speech by Tom's freedom from apprehension, she said loudly and rapidly, as if the words would burst from her, "Oh, Tom, he will lose the mill and the land and everything. He will have nothing left." Tom's eyes flashed out one look of surprise at her before he turned pale, and trembled visibly. He said nothing, but sat down on the sofa again, looking vaguely out of the opposite window. Anxiety about the future had never entered Tom's mind. His father had always ridden a good horse, kept a good house, and had the cheerful, confident air of a man who has plenty of property to fall back upon. Tom had never dreamed that his father would fail. That was a form of misfortune which he had always heard spoken of as a deep disgrace, and disgrace was an idea that he could not associate with any of his relations, least of all with his father. A proud sense of family respectability was part of the very air Tom had been born and brought up in. He knew there were people in St Ogg's who made a show without money to support it, and he had always heard such people spoken of by his own friends with contempt and reprobation. He had a strong belief, which was a lifelong habit, and required no definite evidence to rest on, that his father could spend a great deal of money if he chose; and since his education at Mr Stelling's had given him a more expensive view of life, he had often thought that when he got older he would make a figure in the world, with his horse and dogs and saddle, and other accoutrements of a fine young man, and show himself equal to any of his contemporaries at St Ogg's, who might consider themselves a grade above him in society because their fathers were professional men or had large oil mills. As to the prognostics and head-shaking of his aunts and uncles, they had never produced the least effect on him, except to make him think that aunts and uncles were disagreeable society. He had heard them find fault in much the same way as long as he could remember. His father knew better than they did. The down had come on Tom's lip, yet his thoughts and expectations had been hitherto only the reproduction, in changed forms, of the boyish dreams in which he had lived 3 years ago. He was awakened now with a violent shock. Maggie was frightened at Tom's pale, trembling silence. There was something else to tell him, something worse. She threw her arms round him at last and said with a half-sob, "Oh, Tom, dear, dear Tom, don't fret too much, try and bear it well." Tom turned his cheek passively to meet her entreating kisses, and there gathered a moisture in his eyes, which he just rubbed away with his hand. The action seemed to rouse him, for he shook himself and said, "I shall go home with you, Maggie. Didn't my father say I was to go?" "No, Tom, father didn't wish it," said Maggie, her anxiety about his feeling helping her to master her agitation. What would he do when she told him all? "But mother wants you to come. Poor mother, she cries so. Oh, Tom, it's very dreadful at home." Maggie's lips grew whiter, and she began to tremble almost as Tom had done. The two poor things clung closer to each other, both trembling, the one at an unshapen fear, the other at the image of a terrible certainty. When Maggie spoke it was hardly above a whisper. And poor father." Maggie could not utter it, but the suspense was intolerable to Tom. A vague idea of going to prison, as a consequence of debt, was the shape his fears had begun to take. "Where's my father?" he said impatiently. "Tell me, Maggie." "He's at home," said Maggie, finding it easier to reply to that question. "But," she added, after a pause, "not himself. He fell off his horse. He has known nobody but me ever since. He seems to have lost his senses. Oh, father, father!" With these last words Maggie's sobs burst forth with the more violence for the previous struggle against them. Tom felt that pressure of the heart which forbids tears. He had no distinct vision of their troubles as Maggie had, who had been at home. He only felt the crushing weight of what seemed unmitigated misfortune. He tightened his arm almost convulsively round Maggie as she sobbed, but his face looked rigid and tearless, his eyes blank, as if a black curtain of cloud had suddenly fallen on his path. But Maggie soon checked herself abruptly. A single thought had acted on her like a startling sound. "We must set out, Tom. We must not stay. Father will miss me. We must be at the turnpike at 10 to meet the coach." She said this with hasty decision, rubbing her eyes, and rising to seize her bonnet. Tom at once felt the same impulse, and rose too. "Wait a minute, Maggie," he said. "I must speak to Mr Stelling, and then we'll go." He thought he must go to the study where the pupils were, but on his way he met Mr Stelling, who had heard from his wife that Maggie appeared to be in trouble when she asked for her brother, and now that he thought the brother and sister had been alone long enough, was coming to inquire and offer his sympathy. "Please, sir, I must go home," Tom said abruptly as he met Mr Stelling in the passage. "I must go back with my sister directly. My father's lost his lawsuit. He's lost all his property, and he's very ill." Mr Stelling felt like a kind-hearted man. He foresaw a probable money loss for himself, but this had no appreciable share in his feeling, while he looked with grave pity at the brother and sister for whom youth and sorrow had begun together. When he knew how Maggie had come, and how eager she was to get home again, he hurried their departure, only whispering something to Mrs Stelling, who had followed him, and who immediately left the room. Tom and Maggie were standing on the doorstep ready to set out when Mrs Stelling came with a little basket, which she hung on Maggie's arm, saying, "Do remember to eat something on the way, dear." Maggie's heart went out toward this woman whom she had never liked, and she kissed her silently. It was the first sign within the poor child of that new sense which is the gift of sorrow, that susceptibility to the bare offices of humanity which raises them into a bond of loving fellowship, as to haggard men among the icebergs the mere presence of an ordinary comrade stirs the deep fountains of affection. Mr Stelling put his hand on Tom's shoulder and said, "God bless you, my boy. Let me know how you get on." Then he pressed Maggie's hand, but there were no audible good-byes. Tom had so often thought how joyful he should be the day he left school, for good, and now his school years seemed like a holiday that had come to an end. The two slight youthful figures soon grew indistinct on the distant road, were soon lost behind the projecting hedgerow. They had gone forth together into their life of sorrow, and they would never more see the sunshine undimmed by remembered cares. They had entered the thorny wilderness, and the golden gates of their childhood had forever closed behind them. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 1, What Had Happened at Home. When Mr Tulliver first knew the fact that the lawsuit was decided against him, and that Pivart and Wakem were triumphant, every one who happened to observe him at the time thought that, for so confident and hot-tempered a man, he bore the blow remarkably well. He thought so himself. He thought he was going to show that if Wakem or anybody else considered him crushed, they would find themselves mistaken. He could not refuse to see that the costs of this protracted suit would take more than he possessed to pay them, but he appeared to himself to be full of expedients by which he could ward off any results but such as were tolerable, and could avoid the appearance of breaking down in the world. All the obstinacy and defiance of his nature, driven out of their old channel, found a vent for themselves in the immediate formation of plans by which he would meet his difficulties, and remain Mr Tulliver of Dorlcote Mill in spite of them. There was such a rush of projects in his brain that it was no wonder his face was flushed when he came away from his talk with his attorney, Mr Gore, and mounted his horse to ride home from Lindum. There was Furley, who held the mortgage on the land, a reasonable fellow who would see his own interest, Mr Tulliver was convinced, and who would be glad not only to purchase the whole estate, including the mill and homestead, but would accept Mr Tulliver as tenant, and be willing to advance money to be repaid with high interest out of the profits of the business, which would be made over to him, Mr Tulliver only taking enough barely to maintain himself and his family. Who would neglect such a profitable investment? Certainly not Furley, for Mr Tulliver had determined that Furley should meet his plans with the utmost alacrity, and there are men whose brains have not yet been dangerously heated by the loss of a lawsuit, who are apt to see in their own interests or desires a motive for other men's actions. There was no doubt, in the miller's mind, that Furley would do just what was desirable, and if he did, why, things would not be so very much worse. Mr Tulliver and his family must live more meagrely and humbly, but it would only be till the profits of the business had paid off Furley's advances, and that might be while Mr Tulliver had still a good many years of life before him. It was clear that the costs of the suit could be paid without his being obliged to turn out of his old place and look like a ruined man. It was certainly an awkward moment in his affairs. There was that suretyship for poor Riley, who had died suddenly last April, and left his friend saddled with a debt of £250, a fact which had helped to make Mr Tulliver's banking book less pleasant reading than a man might desire toward Christmas. Well, he had never been one of those poor-spirited sneaks who would refuse to give a helping hand to a fellow traveller in this puzzling world. The really vexatious business was the fact that some months ago the creditor who had lent him the £500 to repay Mrs Glegg had become uneasy about his money, set on by Wakem of course, and Mr Tulliver, still confident that he should gain his suit, and finding it eminently inconvenient to raise the said sum until that desirable issue had taken place, had rashly acceded to the demand that he should give a bill of sale on his household furniture and some other effects as security in lieu of the bond. It was all one, he had said to himself, he should soon pay off the money, and there was no harm in giving that security any more than another. But now the consequences of this bill of sale occurred to him in a new light, and he remembered that the time was close at hand when it would be enforced unless the money were repaid. 2 months ago he would have declared stoutly that he would never be beholden to his wife's friends, but now he told himself as stoutly that it was nothing but right and natural that Bessy should go to the Pullets and explain the thing to them. They would hardly let Bessy's furniture be sold, and it might be security to Pullet if he advanced the money. There would, after all, be no gift or favour in the matter. Mr Tulliver would never have asked for anything from so poor-spirited a fellow for himself, but Bessy might do so if she liked. It is precisely the proudest and most obstinate men who are the most liable to shift their position and contradict themselves in this sudden manner. Everything is easier to them than to face the simple fact that they have been thoroughly defeated and must begin life anew. And Mr Tulliver, you perceive, though nothing more than a superior miller and maltster, was as proud and obstinate as if he had been a very lofty personage, in whom such dispositions might be a source of that conspicuous, far-echoing tragedy which sweeps the stage in regal robes and makes the dullest chronicler sublime. The pride and obstinacy of millers and other insignificant people, whom you pass unnoticingly on the road every day, have their tragedy too, but it is of that unwept, hidden sort that goes on from generation to generation and leaves no record. Such tragedy, perhaps, as lies in the conflicts of young souls, hungry for joy, under a lot made suddenly hard to them, under the dreariness of a home where the morning brings no promise with it, and where the unexpected discontent of worn and disappointed parents weighs on the children like a damp thick air, in which all the functions of life are depressed; or such tragedy as lies in the slow or sudden death that follows on a bruised passion, though it may be a death that finds only a parish funeral. There are certain animals to which tenacity of position is a law of life. They can never flourish again, after a single wrench. And there are certain human beings to whom predominance is a law of life. They can only sustain humiliation so long as they can refuse to believe in it, and, in their own conception, predominate still. Mr Tulliver was still predominating, in his own imagination, as he approached St Oggs, through which he had to pass on his way homeward. But what was it that suggested to him, as he saw the Laceham coach entering the town, to follow it to the coach office and get the clerk there to write a letter, requiring Maggie to come home the very next day? Mr Tulliver's own hand shook too much under his excitement for him to write himself, and he wanted the letter to be given to the coachman to deliver at Miss Furness's school in the morning. There was a craving which he would not account for to himself, to have Maggie near him, without delay. She must come back by the coach to-morrow. To Mrs Tulliver, when he got home, he would admit no difficulties, and scolded down her burst of grief on hearing that the lawsuit was lost, by angry assertions that there was nothing to grieve about. He said nothing to her that night about the bill of sale and the application to Mrs Pullet, for he had kept her in ignorance of the nature of that transaction, and had explained the necessity for taking an inventory of the goods as a matter connected with his will. The possession of a wife conspicuously one's inferior in intellect is, like other high privileges, attended with a few inconveniences, and among the rest, with the occasional necessity for using a little deception. The next day Mr Tulliver was again on horseback in the afternoon, on his way to Mr Gore's office at St Oggs. Gore was to have seen Furley in the morning, and to have sounded him in relation to Mr Tulliver's affairs. But he had not gone half-way when he met a clerk from Mr Gore's office, who was bringing a letter to Mr Tulliver. Mr Gore had been prevented by a sudden call of business from waiting at his office to see Mr Tulliver, according to appointment, but would be at his office at 11 to-morrow morning, and meanwhile had sent some important information by letter. "Oh," said Mr Tulliver, taking the letter but not opening it. "Then tell Gore I'll see him to-morrow at 11. and he turned his horse. The clerk, struck with Mr Tulliver's glistening, excited glance, looked after him for a few moments, and then rode away. The reading of a letter was not the affair of an instant to Mr Tulliver. He took in the sense of a statement very slowly through the medium of written or even printed characters. So he had put the letter in his pocket, thinking he would open it in his armchair at home. But by and by it occurred to him that there might be something in the letter Mrs Tulliver must not know about, and if so, it would be better to keep it out of her sight altogether. He stopped his horse, took out the letter, and read it. It was only a short letter. The substance was, that Mr Gore had ascertained, on secret, but sure authority, that Furley had been lately much straitened for money, and had parted with his securities, among the rest, the mortgage on Mr Tulliver's property, which he had transferred to Wakem. In half an hour after this Mr Tulliver's own waggoner found him lying by the roadside insensible, with an open letter near him, and his grey horse snuffing uneasily about him. When Maggie reached home that evening, in obedience to her father's call, he was no longer insensible. About an hour before he had become conscious, and after vague, vacant looks around him, had muttered something about a letter, which he presently repeated impatiently. At the instance of Mr Turnbull, the medical man, Gore's letter was brought and laid on the bed, and the previous impatience seemed to be allayed. The stricken man laid for some time with his eyes fixed on the letter, as if he were trying to knit up his thoughts by its help. But presently a new wave of memory seemed to have come and swept the other away. He turned his eyes from the letter to the door, and after looking uneasily, as if striving to see something his eyes were too dim for, he said, "The little wench." He repeated the words impatiently from time to time, appearing entirely unconscious of everything except this one importunate want, and giving no sign of knowing his wife or any one else. And poor Mrs Tulliver, her feeble faculties almost paralysed by this sudden accumulation of troubles, went backward and forward to the gate to see if the Laceham coach were coming, though it was not yet time. But it came at last, and set down the poor anxious girl, no longer the "little wench," except to her father's fond memory. "Oh, mother, what is the matter?" Maggie said, with pale lips, as her mother came toward her crying. She didn't think her father was ill, because the letter had come at his dictation from the office at St Oggs. But Mr Turnbull came now to meet her. A medical man is the good angel of the troubled house, and Maggie ran toward the kind old friend, whom she remembered as long as she could remember anything, with a trembling, questioning look. "Don't alarm yourself too much, my dear," he said, taking her hand. "Your father has had a sudden attack, and has not quite recovered his memory, but he has been asking for you, and it will do him good to see you. Keep as quiet as you can. Take off your things, and come upstairs with me." Maggie obeyed, with that terrible beating of the heart which makes existence seem simply a painful pulsation. The very quietness with which Mr Turnbull spoke had frightened her susceptible imagination. Her father's eyes were still turned uneasily toward the door when she entered and met the strange, yearning, helpless look that had been seeking her in vain. With a sudden flash and movement, he raised himself in the bed. She rushed toward him, and clasped him with agonized kisses. Poor child! It was very early for her to know one of those supreme moments in life when all we have hoped or delighted in, all we can dread or endure, falls away from our regard as insignificant, is lost, like a trivial memory, in that simple, primitive love which knits us to the beings who have been nearest to us in their times of helplessness or of anguish. But that flash of recognition had been too great a strain on the father's bruised, enfeebled powers. He sank back again in renewed insensibility and rigidity, which lasted for many hours, and was only broken by a flickering return of consciousness, in which he took passively everything that was given to him, and seemed to have a sort of infantine satisfaction in Maggie's near presence, such satisfaction as a baby has when it is returned to the nurse's lap. Mrs Tulliver sent for her sisters, and there was much wailing and lifting up of hands below stairs. Both uncles and aunts saw that the ruin of Bessy and her family was as complete as they had ever foreboded it, and there was a general family sense that a judgment had fallen on Mr Tulliver, which it would be an impiety to counteract by too much kindness. But Maggie heard little of this, scarcely ever leaving her father's bedside, where she sat opposite him with her hand on his. Mrs Tulliver wanted to have Tom fetched home, and seemed to be thinking more of her boy even than of her husband, but the aunts and uncles opposed this. Tom was better at school since Mr Turnbull said there was no immediate danger, he believed. But at the end of the second day, when Maggie had become more accustomed to her father's fits of insensibility, and to the expectation that he would revive from them, the thought of Tom had become urgent with her too, and when her mother sat crying at night and saying, "My poor lad, it's nothing but right he should come home," Maggie said, "Let me go for him and tell him, mother. I'll go to-morrow morning if father doesn't know me and want me. It would be so hard for Tom to come home and not know anything about it beforehand." And the next morning Maggie went, as we have seen. Sitting on the coach on their way home, the brother and sister talked to each other in sad, interrupted whispers. "They say Mr Wakem has got a mortgage or something on the land, Tom," said Maggie. "It was the letter with that news in it that made father ill, they think." "I believe that scoundrel's been planning all along to ruin my father," said Tom, leaping from the vaguest impressions to a definite conclusion. "I'll make him feel for it when I'm a man. Mind you never speak to Philip again." "Oh, Tom!" said Maggie, in a tone of sad remonstrance; but she had no spirit to dispute anything then, still less to vex Tom by opposing him. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss, by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 2, Mrs Tulliver's Teraphim, or Household Gods. When the coach set down Tom and Maggie, it was 5 hours since she had started from home, and she was thinking with some trembling that her father had perhaps missed her, and asked for "the little wench" in vain. She thought of no other change that might have happened. She hurried along the gravel walk and entered the house before Tom, but in the entrance she was startled by a strong smell of tobacco. The parlour door was ajar; that was where the smell came from. It was very strange. Could any visitor be smoking at a time like this? Was her mother there? If so, she must be told that Tom was come. Maggie, after this pause of surprise, was only in the act of opening the door when Tom came up, and they both looked into the parlour together. There was a coarse, dingy man, of whose face Tom had some vague recollection, sitting in his father's chair, smoking, with a jug and glass beside him. The truth flashed on Tom's mind in an instant. To "have the bailiff in the house" and "to be sold up" were phrases which he had been used to, even as a little boy. They were part of the disgrace and misery of failing, of losing all one's money and being ruined, sinking into the condition of poor working people. It seemed only natural this should happen, since his father had lost all his property, and he thought of no more special cause for this particular form of misfortune than the loss of the lawsuit. But the immediate presence of this disgrace was so much keener an experience to Tom than the worst form of apprehension, that he felt at this moment as if his real trouble had only just begun. It was a touch on the irritated nerve compared with its spontaneous dull aching. "How do you do, sir?" said the man, taking the pipe out of his mouth with rough, embarrassed civility. The two young startled faces made him a little uncomfortable. But Tom turned away hastily without speaking. The sight was too hateful. Maggie had not understood the appearance of this stranger as Tom had. She followed him, whispering, "Who can it be, Tom? What is the matter?" Then, with a sudden undefined dread, lest this stranger might have something to do with the change in her father, she rushed upstairs, checking herself at the bedroom door to throw off her bonnet, and enter on tiptoe. All was silent there. Her father was lying, heedless of everything around him, with his eyes closed as when she had left him. A servant was there, but not her mother. "Where's my mother?" she whispered. The servant did not know. Maggie hastened out, and said to Tom, "Father is lying quiet. Let us go and look for my mother. I wonder where she is." Mrs Tulliver was not downstairs, not in any of the bedrooms. There was but one room below the attic which Maggie had left unsearched. It was the storeroom, where her mother kept all her linen and all the precious best things that were only unwrapped and brought out on special occasions. Tom, preceding Maggie, as they returned along the passage, opened the door of this room and immediately said, "Mother!" Mrs Tulliver was seated there with all her laid-up treasures. One of the linen chests was open. The silver teapot was unwrapped from its many folds of paper, and the best china was laid out on the top of the closed linen chest. Spoons and skewers and ladles were spread in rows on the shelves, and the poor woman was shaking her head and weeping, with a bitter tension of the mouth, over the mark "Elizabeth Dodson" on the corner of some tablecloths she held in her lap. She dropped them and started up as Tom spoke. "Oh, my boy," she said, clasping him round the neck. "To think as I should live to see this day! We're ruined. Everything's going to be sold up. To think as your father should have married me to bring me to this! We've got nothing. We shall be beggars. We must go to the workhouse." She kissed him, then seated herself again, and took another tablecloth on her lap, unfolding it a little way to look at the pattern, while the children stood by in mute wretchedness, their minds quite filled for the moment with the words "beggars" and "workhouse." "To think o' these cloths as I spun myself," she went on, lifting things out and turning them over with an excitement all the more strange and piteous, because the stout blonde woman was usually so passive. If she had been ruffled before, it was at the surface merely. "And Job Haxey wove 'em, and brought the piece home on his back, as I remember standing at the door and seeing him come, before I ever thought o' marrying your father. And the pattern as I chose myself and bleached so beautiful, and I marked 'em so as nobody ever saw such marking. They must cut the cloth to get it out, for it's a particular stitch. And they're all to be sold, and go into strange people's houses, and perhaps be cut with the knives and wore out before I'm dead. You'll never have one of 'em, my boy," she said, looking up at Tom with her eyes full of tears. "And I meant 'em for you. I wanted you to have all o' this pattern. Maggie could have had the large check. It never shows so well when the dishes are on it." Tom was touched to the quick, but there was an angry reaction immediately. His face flushed as he said, "But will my aunts let them be sold, mother? Do they know about it? They'll never let your linen go, will they? Haven't you sent to them?" "Yes, I sent Luke directly they'd put the Baileys in, and your Aunt Pullet's been, and oh dear, she cries so, and says your father's disgraced my family and made it the talk of the country. And she'll buy the spotted cloths for herself, because she's never had so many as she wanted o' that pattern, and they shan't go to strangers. But she's got more checks already nor can she do with." Here Mrs Tulliver began to lay back the tablecloths in the chest, folding and stroking them automatically. "And your Uncle Glegg's been too, and he says things must be bought in for us to lie down on, but he must talk to your aunt, and they're all coming to consult. But I know they'll none of 'em take my chaney," she added, turning toward the cups and saucers, "for they all found fault with 'em when I bought 'em, 'cause o' the small gold sprig all over 'em between the flowers. But there's none of 'em got better chaney, not even your Aunt Pullet herself, and I bought it with my own money as I'd saved ever since I was turned 15. And the silver teapot too, your father never paid for 'em. And to think as he should ha' married me, and brought me to this." Mrs Tulliver burst out crying afresh, and she sobbed with her handkerchief at her eyes a few moments, but then removing it, she said in a deprecating way, still half sobbing, as if she were called upon to speak before she could command her voice, "And I did say to him, times and times, 'Whatever you do, don't go to law,' and what more could I do? I've had to sit by while my own fortin's been spent, and what should ha' been my children's too. You'll have never a penny, my boy. But it isn't your poor mother's fault." She put out one arm toward Tom, looking up at him piteously with her helpless, childish blue eyes. The poor lad went to her and kissed her, and she clung to him. For the first time Tom thought of his father with some reproach. His natural inclination to blame, hitherto kept entirely in abeyance toward his father by the predisposition to think him always right, simply on the grounds that he was Tom Tulliver's father, was turned into this new channel by his mother's plaints; and with his indignation against Wakem there began to mingle some indignation of another sort. Perhaps his father might have helped bringing them all down in the world and making people talk of them with contempt, but no one should talk long of Tom Tulliver with contempt. The natural strength and firmness of his nature was beginning to assert itself, urged by the double stimulus of resentment against his aunts, and the sense that he must behave like a man and take care of his mother. "Don't fret, Mother," he said tenderly. "I shall soon be able to get money. I'll get a situation of some sort." "Bless you, my boy," said Mrs. Tulliver, a little soothed. Then, looking round sadly, "But I shouldn't ha' minded so much if we could ha' kept the things with my name on 'em." Maggie had witnessed this scene with gathering anger. The implied reproaches against her father who was lying there in a sort of living death, neutralized all her pity for griefs about tablecloths and china, and her anger on her father's account was heightened by some egoistic resentment at Tom's silent concurrence with her mother in shutting her out from the common calamity. She had become almost indifferent to her mother's habitual depreciation of her, but she was keenly alive to any sanction of it, however passive, that she might suspect in Tom. Poor Maggie was by no means made up of unalloyed devotedness, but put forth large claims for herself where she loved strongly. She burst out at last in an agitated, almost violent tone. "Mother, how can you talk so, as if you cared only for things with your name on it, and not for what has my father's name too, and to care about anything but dear father himself, when he's lying there, and may never speak to us again? Tom, you ought to say so too. You ought not to let any one find fault with my father." Maggie, almost choked with mingled grief and anger, left the room and took her old place on her father's bed. Her heart went out to him with a stronger movement than ever at the thought that people would blame him. Maggie hated blame. She had been blamed all her life, and nothing had come of it but evil tempers. Her father had always defended and excused her, and her loving remembrance of his tenderness was a force within her that would enable her to do or bear anything for his sake. Tom was a little shocked at Maggie's outburst, telling him, as well as his mother, what it was right to do. She ought to have learned better than have those hectoring, assuming manners by this time. But he presently went into his father's room, and the sight there touched him in a way that effaced the slighter impressions of the previous hour. When Maggie saw how he was moved, she went to him and put her arm round his neck as he sat by the bed, and the two children forgot everything else in the sense that they had one father and one sorrow. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 3, The Family Council. It was at 11 o'clock the next morning that the aunts and uncles came to hold their consultation. The fire was lighted in the large parlour, and poor Mrs Tulliver, with a confused impression that it was a great occasion, like a funeral, unbagged the bell-rope tassels, and unpinned the curtains, adjusting them in proper folds, looking round and shaking her head sadly at the polished tops and legs of the tables, which Sister Pullet herself could not accuse of insufficient brightness. Mr Deane was not coming; he was away on business, but Mrs Deane appeared punctually in that handsome new gig with the head to it, and the livery servant driving it, which had thrown so clear a light on several traits in her character to some of her female friends in St Oggs. Mr Deane had been advancing in the world as rapidly as Mr Tulliver had been going down in it, and in Mrs Deane's house the Dodson linen and plate were beginning to hold quite a subordinate position, as a mere supplement to the handsomer articles of the same kind purchased in recent years, a change which had caused an occasional coolness in the sisterly intercourse between her and Mrs Glegg, who felt that Susan was getting like the rest, and there would soon be little of the true Dodson spirit surviving except in herself, and, it might be hoped, in those nephews who supported the Dodson name on the family land far away in the worlds. People who live at a distance are naturally less faulty than those immediately under our own eyes, and it seemed superfluous, when we consider the remote geographical position of the Ethiopians, and how very little the Greeks had to do with them, to inquire further why Homer calls them blameless. Mrs Deane was the first to arrive, and when she had taken her seat in the large parlour, Mrs Tulliver came down to her with her comely face a little distorted, nearly as it would have been if she had been crying. She was not a woman who could shed abundant tears, except in moments when the prospect of losing her furniture became unusually vivid, but she felt how unfitting it was to be quite calm under present circumstances. "Oh, sister, what a world this is!" she exclaimed as she entered. "What trouble! Oh dear!" Mrs Deane was a thin-lipped woman, who made small well-considered speeches on peculiar occasions, repeating them afterward to her husband, and asking him if she had not spoken very properly. "Yes, sister," she said deliberately, "this is a changing world, and we don't know to-day what may happen to-morrow, but it's right to be prepared for all things, and if trouble's sent, to remember as it isn't sent without a cause. I'm very sorry for you as a sister, and if the doctor orders jelly for Mr Tulliver, I hope you'll let me know. I'll send it willingly, for it is but right he should have proper attendance while he's ill." "Thank you, Susan," said Mrs Tulliver, rather faintly, withdrawing her fat hand from her sister's thin one. "But there's been no talk o' jelly yet." Then after a moment's pause, she added, "There's a dozen o' cut jelly glasses upstairs. I shall never put jelly into 'em no more." Her voice was rather agitated as she uttered the last words, but the sound of wheels diverted her thoughts. Mr and Mrs Glegg were come, and were almost immediately followed by Mr and Mrs Pullet. Mrs Pullet entered crying, as a compendious mode, at all times, of expressing what were her views of life in general, and what, in brief, were the opinions she held concerning the particular case before her. Mrs Glegg had on her fuzziest front, and garments which appeared to have had a recent resurrection from rather a creasy form of burial, a costume selected with the high moral purpose of instilling perfect humility into Bessie and her children. "Mrs G., won't you come nearer the fire?" said her husband, unwilling to take the more comfortable seat without offering it to her. "You see I've seated myself here, Mr Glegg," returned this superior woman. "You can roast yourself if you like." "Well," said Mr Glegg, seating himself good-humouredly, "and how's the poor man upstairs?" "Dr Turnbull thought him a deal better this morning," said Mrs Tulliver. "He took more notice, and spoke to me, but he's never known Tom yet. Looks at the poor lad as if he was a stranger, though he said something once about Tom and the pony. The doctor says his memory's gone a long way back, and he doesn't know Tom because he's thinking of him when he was little. Ah dear, ah dear!" "I doubt it's the water got on his brain," said aunt Pullet, turning round from adjusting her cap in a melancholy way at the pier glass. "It's much if he ever gets up again, and if he does, he'll most like be childish, as Mr Carr was, poor man. They fed him with a spoon as if he'd been a babby for 3 year. He'd quite lost the use of his limbs, but then he'd got a bath chair, and somebody to draw him, and that's what you won't have, I doubt, Bessie." "Sister Pullet," said Mrs Glegg severely, "if I understand right, we've come together this morning to advise and consult about what's to be done in this disgrace as has fallen upon the family, and not to talk o' people as don't belong to us. Mr Carr was none of our blood, nor no ways connected with us, as I've ever heard." "Sister Glegg," said Mrs Pullet, in a pleading tone, drawing on her gloves again, and stroking the fingers in an agitated manner, "if you've got anything disrespectful to say o' Mr Carr, I do beg of you as you won't say it to me. I know what he was," she added with a sigh; "his breath was short to that degree as you could hear him 2 rooms off." "Sophy," said Mrs Glegg, with an indignant disgust, "you do talk o' people's complaints till it's quite undecent. But I say again, as I said before, I don't come away from home to talk about acquaintances, whether they'd short breath or long. If we aren't come together for one to hear what the other 'ull do to save a sister and her children from the parish, I shall go back. One can't act without the other, I suppose. It isn't to be expected as I should do everything." "Well, Jane," said Mrs Pullet, "I don't see as you've been so very forward at doing. So far as I know, this is the first time as here you've been, since it's been known as the bailiff's in the house; and I was here yesterday and looked at all Bessy's linen and things, and I told her I'd buy in the spotted tablecloths. I couldn't speak fairer, for as for the teapot, as she doesn't want to go out o' the family, it stands to sense I can't do with 2 silver teapots. Not if it hadn't a straight spout, but the spotted damask I was always fond on. I wish it could be managed so as my teapot and chany and the best castors needn't be put up for sale," said poor Mrs Tulliver, beseechingly, "and the sugar tongs the first things ever I bought." "But that can't be helped, you know," said Mr Glegg. "If one o' the family chooses to buy 'em in, they can, but one thing must be bid for as well as another." "And it isn't to be looked for," said uncle Pullet, with unwonted independence of idea, "as your own family should pay more for things nor they'll fetch. They may go for an old song by auction." "Oh dear," said Mrs Tulliver, "to think o' my chany being sold in that way, and I bought it when I was married, just as you did yours, Jane and Sophy; and I know you didn't like mine, because o' the sprig, but I was fond of it, and there's never been a bit broke, for I've washed it myself, and there's the tulips on the cups, and the roses, as anybody might go and look at 'em for pleasure. You wouldn't like your chany to go for an old song and be broke to pieces, though yours has got no colour in it, Jane. It's all white and fluted, and didn't cost so much as mine. And there's the castors, Sister Deane. I can't think but you'd like to have the castors, for I've heard you say they're pretty." "Well, I've no objection to buy some of the best things," said Mrs Deane, rather loftily. "We can do with extra things in our house." "Best things!" exclaimed Mrs Glegg, with severity, which had gathered intensity from her long silence. "It drives me past patience to hear you all talking of best things, and buying in this, that, and the other, such as silver and chany. You must bring your mind to your circumstances, Bessy, and not be thinking o' silver and chany, but whether you shall get so much as a flock bed to lie on, and a blanket to cover you, and a stool to sit on. You must remember, if you get 'em, it'll be because your friends have bought 'em for you, for you're dependent upon them for everything, for your husband lies there helpless, and hasn't got a penny in the world to call his own. And it's for your own good I say this, for it's right you should feel what your state is, and what disgrace your husband's brought on your own family, as you've got to look to for everything, and be humble in your mind." Mrs Glegg paused, for speaking with much energy for the good of others is naturally exhausting. Mrs Tulliver, always borne down by the family predominance of sister Jane, who had made her wear the yoke of a younger sister in very tender years, said pleadingly: "I'm sure, sister, I've never asked anybody to do anything, only buy things as it 'ud be a pleasure to 'em to have, so as they mightn't go and be spoiled in strange houses. I never asked anybody to buy the things in for me and my children, though there's the linen I spun, and I thought when Tom was born, I thought one of the first things when he was lying in the cradle, as all the things I'd bought with my own money, and been so careful of you'd go to him. But I've said nothing, as I wanted my sisters to pay their money for me. What my husband has done for his sister's unknown, and we should have been better off this day if it hadn't been as he's lent money and never asked for it again." "Come, come," said Mr Glegg kindly, "don't let us make things too dark. What's done can't be undone. We shall make a shift among us to buy what's sufficient for you, though, as Mrs G. says, they must be useful, plain things. We mustn't be thinking of what's unnecessary. A table, and a chair or two, and kitchen things, and a good bed, and such like. Why, I've seen the day when I shouldn't have known myself if I'd lain on sacking instead o' the floor. We get a deal o' useless things about us, only because we've got the money to spend." "Mr Glegg," said Mrs G., "if you'll be kind enough to let me speak, instead o' taking the words out o' my mouth, I was going to say, Bessy, as it's fine talking for you to say as you've never asked us to buy anything for you. Let me tell you, you ought to have asked us. Pray, how are you to be provided for if your own family don't help you? You must go to the parish if they didn't. And you ought to know that, and keep it in mind, and ask us humble to do what we can for you, instead of saying and making a boast as you've never asked us for anything." "You talked o' the Mosses, and what Mr Tulliver done for 'em," said uncle Pullet, who became unusually suggestive where advances of money were concerned. "Haven't they been near you? They ought to do something as well as other folks, and if he's lent 'em money, they ought to be made to pay it back." "Yes, to be sure," said Mrs Deane, "I've been thinking so. How is it Mr and Mrs Moss aren't here to meet us? It is but right they should do their share." "Oh dear," said Mrs Tulliver, "I never sent 'em word about Mr Tulliver, and they live so back'ard among the lanes at Basset, they niver hear anything only when Mr Moss comes to market. But I never gave 'em a thought. I wonder Maggie didn't, though, for she was always so fond of her Aunt Moss." "Why don't your children come in, Bessy?" said Mrs Pullet, at the mention of Maggie. "They should hear what their aunts and uncles have to say; and Maggie, when it's me as have paid for half her schooling, she ought to think more of her Aunt Pullet than of Aunt Moss. I may go off sudden when I get home to-day, there's no telling." "If I'd had my way," said Mrs Glegg, "the children ought to have been in the room from the first. It's time they knew who they've to look to, and it's right as somebody should talk to 'em, and let 'em know their condition in life, and what they've come down to, and make 'em feel as they've got to suffer for their father's faults." "Well, I'll go and fetch 'em, sister," said Mrs Tulliver, resignedly. She was quite crushed now, and thought of the treasures in the storeroom with no other feeling than blank despair. She went upstairs to fetch Tom and Maggie, who were both in their father's room, and was on her way down again, when the sight of the storeroom door suggested a new thought to her. She went toward it, and left the children to go down by themselves. The aunts and uncles appeared to have been in warm discussion when the brother and sister entered, both with shrinking reluctance. For though Tom, with a practical sagacity which had been roused into activity by the strong stimulus of the new emotions he had undergone since yesterday, had been turning over in his mind a plan which he meant to propose to one of his aunts or uncles. He felt by no means amicably toward them, and dreaded meeting them all at once, as he would have dreaded a large dose of concentrated physic, which was but just endurable in small draughts. As for Maggie, she was peculiarly depressed this morning. She had been called up, after brief rest, at 3 o'clock, and had that strange dreamy weariness which comes from watching in a sick room through the chill hours of early twilight and breaking day, in which the outside daylight life seems to have no importance, and to be a mere margin to the hours in the darkened chamber. Their entrance interrupted the conversation. The shaking of hands was a melancholy and silent ceremony, till Uncle Pullet observed, as Tom approached him, "Well, young sir, we've been talking as we should want your pen and ink. You can write rarely now, after all your schooling, I should think." "Ay, ay," said uncle Glegg, with admonition which he meant to be kind. "We must look to see the good of all this schooling, as your father's sunk so much money in. Now, when land is gone and money spent, then learning is most excellent. Now's the time, Tom, to let us see the good of your learning. Let us see whether you can do better than I can, as have made my fortin without it. But I began wi' doing with little, you see. I could live on a basin of porridge and a crust of bread and cheese. But I doubt high living and high learning 'ull make it harder for you, young man, nor it was for me." "But he must do it," interposed aunt Glegg, energetically, "whether it's hard or no. He hasn't got to consider what's hard. He must consider as he isn't to trusten to his friends to keep him in idleness and luxury. He's got to bear the fruits of his father's misconduct, and bring his mind to fare hard and to work hard. And he must be humble and grateful to his aunts and uncles for what they're doing for his mother and father, as must be turned out into the streets and go to the workhouse if they didn't help 'em. And his sister too," continued Mrs Glegg, looking severely at Maggie, who had sat down on the sofa by her Aunt Deane, drawn to her by the sense that she was Lucy's mother. "She must make up her mind to be humble and work, for there'll be no servants to wait on her any more. She must remember that. She must do the work of the house, and she must respect and love her aunts as have done so much for her, and save their money to leave to their nepheys and nieces." Tom was still standing before the table in the centre of the group. There was a heightened colour in his face, and he was very far from looking humbled, but he was preparing to say, in a respectful tone, something he had previously meditated, when the door opened and his mother re-entered. Poor Mrs Tulliver had in her hands a small tray, on which she had placed her silver teapot, a specimen teacup and saucer, the castors and sugar tongs. "See here, sister," she said, looking at Mrs Deane, as she set the tray on the table. "I thought perhaps, if you looked at the teapot again—it's a good while since you saw it—you might like the pattern better. It makes beautiful tea, and there's a stand and everything. You might use it for every day, or else lay it by for Lucy when she goes to housekeeping." "I should be so loath for 'em to buy it at the Golden Lion," said the poor woman, her heart swelling and the tears coming. "My teapot as I bought when I was married, and to think of its being scratched, and set before the travellers and folks, and my letters on it, 'See here, E.D.,' and everybody to see 'em." "Ah, dear, dear," said aunt Pullet, shaking her head with deep sadness. "It's very bad to think of the family initials going about everywhere. It never was so before. You're a very unlucky sister, Bessy." But what's the use o' buying the teapot, when there's the linen and spoons and everything to go, and some of 'em with your full name, and when it's got that straight spout too? As to disgrace of the family," said Mrs Glegg, "that can't be helped with buying teapots. The disgrace is for one o' the family to have married a man as has brought her to beggary. The disgrace is as they're to be sold up. We can't hinder the country from knowing that." Maggie had started up from the sofa at the allusion to her father, but Tom saw her action and flushed face in time to prevent her from speaking. "Be quiet, Maggie," he said authoritatively, pushing her aside. It was a remarkable manifestation of self-command and practical judgment in a lad of 15, that when his aunt Glegg ceased, he began to speak in a quiet and respectful manner, though with a good deal of trembling in his voice, for his mother's words had cut him to the quick. "Then, aunt," he said, looking straight at Mrs Glegg, "if you think it's a disgrace to the family that we should be sold up, wouldn't it be better to prevent it altogether? And if you and Aunt Pullet," he continued, looking at the latter, "think of leaving any money to me and Maggie, wouldn't it be better to give it now, and pay the debt we're going to be sold up for, and save my mother from parting with her furniture?" There was a silence for a few moments, for every one, including Maggie, was astonished at Tom's sudden manliness of tone. Uncle Glegg was the first to speak. "Ay, ay, young man, come now. You show some notion o' things. But there's the interest, you must remember. Your aunts get 5 per cent on their money, and they'd lose that if they advanced it. You haven't thought o' that." "I could work and pay that every year," said Tom promptly. "I'd do anything to save my mother from parting with her things." "Well done," said uncle Glegg admiringly. He had been drawing Tom out, rather than reflecting on the practicability of his proposal, but he had produced the unfortunate result of irritating his wife. "Yes, Mr Glegg," said that lady with angry sarcasm, "it's pleasant work for you to be giving my money away, as you pretended to leave at my own disposal. And my money, as was my own father's gift and not yours, Mr Glegg, and I've saved it, and added to it myself, and had more to put out almost every year. And it's to go and be sunk in other folks' furniture, and encourage 'em in luxury and extravagance as they've no means of supporting. And I'm to alter my will, or have a codicil made, and leave 200 or 300 less behind me when I die—me as have always done right and been careful, and the eldest o' the family, and my money's to go and be squandered on them as have had the same chance as me, only they've been wicked and wasteful. Sister Pullet, you may do as you like, and you may let your husband rob you back again o' the money he's given you, but that isn't my sperrit." "La, Jane, how fiery you are!" said Mrs Pullet. "I'm sure you'll have the blood in your head, and have to be cupped. I'm sorry for Bessy and her children. I'm sure I think of 'em o' nights dreadful, for I sleep very bad with this new medicine. But it's no use for me to think o' doing anything, if you won't meet me half-way." "Why, there's this to be considered," said Mr Glegg. "It's no use to pay off this debt and save the furniture, when there's all the law debts behind, as you'd take every shilling, and more than could be made out o' the land and stock, for I've made that out from Lawyer Gore. We'd needs save our money to keep the poor man with, instead o' spending it on furniture as he can neither eat nor drink." "You will be so hasty, Jane, as if I didn't know what was reasonable. Then speak accordingly, Mr Glegg," said his wife, with slow, loud emphasis, bending her head toward him significantly. Tom's countenance had fallen during this conversation, and his lip quivered, but he was determined not to give way. He would behave like a man. Maggie, on the contrary, after her momentary delight in Tom's speech, had relapsed into her state of trembling indignation. Her mother had been standing close by Tom's side, and had been clinging to his arm ever since he had last spoken. Maggie suddenly started up and stood in front of them, her eyes flashing like the eyes of a young lioness. "Why do you come, then?" she burst out, "talking and interfering with us and scolding us, if you don't mean to do anything to help my poor mother, your own sister, if you've no feeling for her when she's in trouble, and won't part with anything, though you would never miss it, to save her from pain? Keep away from us then, and don't come to find fault with my father. He was better than any of you. He was kind. He would have helped you if you had been in trouble. Tom and I don't ever want to have any of your money if you won't help my mother. We'd rather not have it. We'll do without you." Maggie, having hurled her defiance at aunts and uncles in this way, stood still, with her large dark eyes glaring at them, as if she were ready to await all consequences. Mrs Tulliver was frightened. There was something portentous in this mad outbreak. She did not see how life could go on after it. Tom was vexed. It was no use to talk so. The aunts were silent with surprise for some moments. At length, in a case of aberration such as this, comment presented itself as more expedient than any answer. "You haven't seen the end of your trouble with that child, Bessy," said Mrs Pullet. "She's beyond everything for boldness and unthankfulness. It's dreadful. I might have let alone paying for her schooling, for she's worse nor ever." "It's no more than what I've always said," followed Mrs Glegg. "Other folks may be surprised, but I'm not. I've said over and over again, years ago I've said, mark my words, that child'll come to no good. There isn't a bit of our family in her. And as for her having so much schooling, I never thought well of that. I'd my reasons when I said I wouldn't pay anything toward it." "Come, come," said Mr Glegg, "let's waste no more time in talking. Let's go to business. Tom, now, get the pen and ink." While Mr Glegg was speaking, a tall dark figure was seen hurrying past the window. "Why, there's Mrs Moss," said Mrs Tulliver. The bad news must have reached her then, and she went out to open the door, Maggie eagerly following her. "That's fortunate," said Mrs Glegg. "She can agree to the list of things to be bought in. It's but right she should do her share when it's her own brother." Mrs Moss was in too much agitation to resist Mrs Tulliver's movement, as she drew her into the parlour automatically, without reflecting that it was hardly kind to take her among so many persons in the first painful moment of arrival. The tall, worn, dark-haired woman was a strong contrast to the Dodson sisters as she entered in her shabby dress, with her shawl and bonnet looking as if they had been hastily huddled on, and with that entire absence of self-consciousness which belongs to keenly felt trouble. Maggie was clinging to her arm, and Mrs Moss seemed to notice no one else except Tom, whom she went straight up to and took by the hand. "Oh, my dear children," she burst out, "you've no call to think well o' me. I'm a poor aunt to you, for I'm one o' them as take all and give nothing. How's my poor brother?" "Mr Turnbull thinks he'll get better," said Maggie. "Sit down, Aunt Gritty, don't fret." "Oh, my sweet child, I felt torn in two," said Mrs Moss, allowing Maggie to lead her to the sofa, but still not seeming to notice the presence of the rest. "We've 300 pounds o' my brother's money, and now he wants it, and you all want it, poor things, and yet we must be sold up to pay it. And there's my poor children, 8 of 'em, and the little un of all can't speak plain, and I feel as if I was a robber. But I'm sure I'd no thought as my brother—" The poor woman was interrupted by a rising sob. £300! Oh dear, dear! said Mrs Tulliver, who, when she had said that her husband had done unknown things for his sister, had not had any particular sum in her mind, and felt a wife's irritation at having been kept in the dark. "What madness, to be sure!" said Mrs Glegg. "A man with a family! He'd no right to lend his money in that way, and without security, I'll be bound, if the truth was known." Mrs Glegg's voice had arrested Mrs Moss's attention, and looking up, she said, "Yes, there was a security. My husband gave a note for it. We're not that sort of people, neither of us, as you'd rob my brother's children, and we look to paying back the money when the times got a bit better." "Well, but now," said Mr Glegg gently, "hasn't your husband no way o' raising this money? Because it 'ud be a little fortin like for these folks, if we can do without Tulliver's being made a bankrupt. Your husband's got stock; it is but right he should raise the money, as it seems to me. Not but what I'm sorry for you, Mrs Moss." "Oh, sir, you don't know what bad luck my husband's had with his stock. The farm's suffering so as never was for want o' stock, and we've sold all the wheat, and we're behind with our rent. Not but what we'd like to do what's right, and I'd sit up and work half the night, if it 'ud be any good. But there's them poor children, four of 'em, such little uns." "Don't cry so, aunt, don't fret," whispered Maggie, who had kept hold of Mrs Moss's hand. "Did Mr Tulliver let you have the money all at once?" said Mrs Tulliver, still lost in the conception of things which had been going on without her knowledge. "No, at twice," said Mrs Moss, rubbing her eyes, and making an effort to restrain her tears. "The last was after my bad illness 4 years ago, as everything went wrong, and there was a new note made then. What with illness and bad luck, I've been nothing but cumber all my life." "Yes, Mrs Moss," said Mrs Glegg with decision, "yours is a very unlucky family. The more's the pity for my sister." "I set off in the cart as soon as I ever heard of what had happened," said Mrs Moss, looking at Mrs Tulliver. "I should never ha' stayed away all this while, if you'd thought well to let me know. And it isn't as I'm thinking all about ourselves, and nothing about my brother, only the money was so on my mind, I couldn't help speaking about it. And my husband and me desire to do the right thing, sir," she added, looking at Mr Glegg, "and we'll make shift and pay the money, come what will, if that's all my brother's got to trust to. We've been used to trouble, and don't look for much else. It's only the thought of my poor children pulls me in too." "Why, there's this to be thought on, Mrs Moss," said Mr Glegg, "and it's right to warn you. If Tulliver's made a bankrupt, and he's got a note of hand of your husband's for £300, you'll be obliged to pay it. The assignees 'ull come on you for it." "Oh dear," said Mrs Tulliver, thinking of the bankruptcy, and not of Mrs Moss's concern in it. Poor Mrs Moss herself listening in trembling submission, while Maggie looked with bewildered distress at Tom, to see if he showed any signs of understanding this trouble, and caring about poor Aunt Moss. Tom was only looking thoughtful, with his eyes on the tablecloth. "And if he isn't made bankrupt," continued Mr Glegg, "as I said before, £300 ought be a little fortin for him, poor man. We don't know but what he may be partly helpless, if he ever gets up again. I'm very sorry if it goes hard with you, Mrs Moss, but my opinion is, looking at it in one way, it'll be right for you to raise the money, and looking at it in the other way, you'll be obliged to pay it. You won't think ill of me speaking the truth." "Uncle," said Tom, looking up suddenly from his meditative view of the tablecloth, "I don't think it would be right for my Aunt Moss to pay the money if it would be against my father's will for her to pay it, would it?" Mr Glegg looked surprised for a moment or two before he said, "Why, no, perhaps not, Tom, but then he'd have to destroy the note, you know. We must look for the note. What makes you think it'd be against his will?" "Why," said Tom, colouring but trying to speak firmly, in spite of a boyish tremor, "I remember quite well before I went to school to Mr Stelling, my father said to me one night when we were sitting by the fire together, and no one else was in the room." Tom hesitated a little, and then went on. "He said something to me about Maggie, and then he said, 'I've always been good to my sister, though she married against my will, and I've lent Moss money, but I shall never think of distressing him to pay it. I'd rather lose it. My children must not mind being the poorer for that. And now my father's ill, and not able to speak for himself, I shouldn't like anything to be done contrary to what he said to me." "Well, but then, my boy," said uncle Glegg, whose good feeling led him to enter into Tom's wish, but who could not at once shake off his habitual abhorrence of such recklessness as destroying securities, or alienating anything important enough to make an appreciable difference in a man's property. "We should have to make way with the note, you know, if we're to guard against what may happen. Supposing your father's made bankrupt—" "Mr Glegg," interrupted his wife severely, "mind what you're saying. You're putting yourself very forward in other folks' business. If you speak rash, don't say it was my fault." "That's such a thing as I never heard of before," said uncle Pullet, who had been making haste with his lozenge in order to express his amazement. "Making away with the note! I should think anybody could set the constable on you for it." "Well, but," said Mrs Tulliver, "if the note's worth all that money, why can't we pay it away, and save my things from going away?" "We've no call to meddle with your uncle and aunt Moss, Tom, if you think your father 'ud be angry when he gets well." Mrs Tulliver had not studied the question of exchange, and was straining her mind after original ideas on the subject. "Pooh, pooh, pooh! You women don't understand these things," said uncle Glegg. "There's no way o' making it safe for Mr and Mrs Moss but destroying the note." "Then I hope you'll help me do it, uncle," said Tom earnestly. "If my father shouldn't get well, I should be very unhappy to think anything had been done against his will that I could hinder. And I'm sure he meant me to remember what he said that evening. I ought to obey my father's wish about his property." Even Mrs Glegg could not withhold her approval from Tom's word. She felt that the Dodson blood was certainly speaking in him, though if his father had been a Dodson, there would never have been this wicked alienation of money. Maggie would hardly have restrained herself from leaping on Tom's neck, if her aunt Moss had not prevented her by herself rising and taking Tom's hand, while she said, with a rather choked voice, "You'll never be the poorer for this, my dear boy. If there's a God above, and if the money's wanted for your father, Moss and me'll pay it, the same as if there was ever such security. We'll do as we'd be done by, for if my children have got no other luck, they've got an honest father and mother." "Well," said Mr Glegg, who had been meditating after Tom's words, "we shouldn't be doing any wrong by the creditors. Supposing your father was bankrupt, I've been thinking of that, for I've been a creditor myself, and seen no end o' cheating. If he meant to give your aunt the money before ever he got into this sad work o' lawing, he's the same as if he'd made way with the note himself, for he'd made up his mind to be that much poorer. But there's a deal o' things to be considered, young man," Mr Glegg added, looking admonishingly at Tom, "when you come to money business, and you may be taking one man's dinner away to make another man's breakfast. You don't understand that, I doubt." "Yes, I do," said Tom decidedly. "I know if I owe money to one man, I've no right to give it to another. But if my father had made up his mind to give my aunt the money before he was in debt, he had a right to do it." "Well done, young man. I don't think you'd been so sharp," said uncle Glegg with much candour. "But perhaps your father did make away with the note. Let us go and see if we can find it in the chest." "It's in my father's room. Let us go too, Aunt Gritty," whispered Maggie. End of Book 3, Chapter 3.
Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 4, A Vanishing Gleam. Mr. Tulliver, even between the fits of spasmodic rigidity which had recurred at intervals ever since he had been found fallen from his horse, was usually in so apathetic a condition that the exits and entrances into his room were not felt to be of great importance. He had lain so still, with his eyes closed, all this morning, that Maggie told her Aunt Moss she must not expect her father to take any notice of them. They entered very quietly, and Mrs Moss took her seat near the head of the bed, while Maggie sat in her old place on the bed, and put her hand on her father's without causing any change in his face. Mr Glegg and Tom had also entered, treading softly, and were busy selecting the key of the old oak chest from the bunch which Tom had brought from his father's bureau. They succeeded in opening the chest, which stood opposite the foot of Mr Tulliver's bed, and propping the lid with the iron holder, without much noise. "There's a tin box," whispered Mr Glegg. "He'd most like put a small thing like a note in there. Lift it out, Tom. But I'll just lift up these deeds. They're the deeds of the house and mill, I suppose, and see what there is under them." Mr Glegg had lifted out the parchments, and had fortunately drawn back a little, when the iron holder gave way, and the heavy lid fell with a loud bang that resounded over the house. Perhaps there was something in that sound more than the mere fact of the strong vibration that produced the instantaneous effect on the frame of the prostrate man, and for the time completely shook off the obstruction of paralysis. The chest had belonged to his father and his father's father, and it had always been rather a solemn business to visit it. All long-known objects, even a mere window fastening or a particular door latch, have sounds which are a sort of recognized voice to us, a voice that will thrill and awaken, when it has been used to touch deep-lying fibres. In the same moment, when all the eyes in the room were turned upon him, he started up and looked at the chest, the parchments at Mr Glegg's hand, and Tom holding the tin box, with a glance of perfect consciousness and recognition. "What are you going to do with those deeds?" he said, in his ordinary tone of sharp questioning whenever he was irritated. "Come here, Tom. What do you do going to my chest?" Tom obeyed, with some trembling. It was the first time his father had recognized him. But instead of saying anything more to him, his father continued to look with a growing distinctness of suspicion at Mr Glegg and the deeds. "What's been happening, then?" he said sharply. "What are you meddling with my deeds for? Is Wakem laying hold of everything? Why don't you tell me what you've been a-doing?" he added impatiently, as Mr Glegg advanced to the foot of the bed before speaking. "No, no, friend Tulliver," said Mr Glegg in a soothing tone. "Nobody's getting hold of anything as yet. We only came to look and see what was in the chest. You've been ill, you know, and we've had to look after things a bit. But let's hope you'll soon be well enough to attend to everything yourself." Mr Tulliver looked around him meditatively, at Tom, at Mr Glegg, and at Maggie. Then, suddenly appearing aware that someone was seated by his side at the head of the bed, he turned sharply round and saw his sister. "Eh, Gritty," he said, in the half-sad, affectionate tone in which he had been wont to speak to her. "What? You're there, are you? How could you manage to leave the children?" "Oh, brother," said good Mrs Moss, too impulsive to be prudent, "I'm thankful I'm come now to see you yourself again. I thought you'd never know us any more." "What? Have I had a stroke?" said Mr Tulliver anxiously, looking at Mr Glegg. "A fall from your horse shook you a bit, that's all, I think," said Mr Glegg. "But you'll soon get over it, let's hope." Mr Tulliver fixed his eyes on the bedclothes, and remained silent for 2 or 3 minutes. A new shadow came over his face. He looked up at Maggie first, and said in a lower tone, "You got the letter, then, my wench?" "Yes, father," she said, kissing him with a full heart. She felt as if her father were come back to her from the dead, and her yearning to show him how she had always loved him could be fulfilled. "Where's your mother?" he said, so preoccupied that he received the kiss as passively as some quiet animal might have received it. "She's downstairs with my aunts, father. Shall I fetch her?" "Aye, aye, poor Bessy," and his eyes turned toward Tom as Maggie left the room. "You'll have to take care of 'em both if I die, you know, Tom. You'll be badly off, I doubt; but you must see and pay everybody. And mind, there's £50 o' Luke's as I put into the business. He gave me a bit at a time, and he's got nothing to show for it. You must pay him first thing." Uncle Glegg involuntarily shook his head, and looked more concerned than ever, but Tom said firmly, "Yes, father. And haven't you a note from my Uncle Moss for £300? We came to look for that. What do you wish to be done about it, father?" "Ah, I'm glad you thought o' that, my lad," said Mr Tulliver. "I allays meant to be easy about that money, because o' your aunt. You mustn't mind losing the money, if they can't pay it, and it's like enough they can't. The note's in that box, mind. I allays meant to be good to you, Gritty," said Mr Tulliver, turning to his sister. "But you know you aggravated me when you would have Moss." At this moment Maggie re-entered with her mother, who came in much agitated by the news that her husband was quite himself again. "Well, Bessy," he said as she kissed him, "you must forgive me if you're worse off than you ever expected to be." "But it's the fault o' the law, it's none o' mine," he added angrily. "It's the fault o' rascals. Tom, you mind this. If ever you've got the chance, you make Wakem smart. If you don't, you're a good-for-nothing son. You might horsewhip him, but he'd set the law on you. The law's made to take care o' rascals." Mr Tulliver was getting excited, and an alarming flush was on his face. Mr Glegg wanted to say something soothing, but he was prevented by Mr Tulliver's speaking again to his wife. "They'll make a shift to pay everything, Bessy," he said, "and yet leave you your furniture, and your sisters'll do something for you, and Tom will grow up, though what he's to be I don't know. I've done what I could. I've given him a edication, and there's the little wench, she'll get married, but it's a poor tale." The sanative effect of the strong vibration was exhausted, and with the last words the poor man fell again, rigid and insensible. Though this was only a recurrence of what had happened before, it struck all present as if it had been death, not only from its contrast with the completeness of the revival, but because his words had all had reference to the possibility that his death was near. But with poor Tulliver death was not to be a leap; it was to be a long descent under thickening shadows. Mr Turnbull was sent for, but when he heard what had passed, he said this complete restoration, though only temporary, was a hopeful sign, proving that there was no permanent lesion to prevent ultimate recovery. Among the threads of the past which the stricken man had gathered up, he had omitted the bill of sale. The flash of memory had only lit up prominent ideas, and he sank into forgetfulness again with half his humiliation unlearned. But Tom was clear upon 2 points: that his Uncle Moss's note must be destroyed, and that Luke's money must be paid, if in no other way, out of his own and Maggie's money now in the savings bank. There were subjects, you perceive, on which Tom was much quicker than on the niceties of classical construction, or the relations of a mathematical demonstration. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Hindman. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 5, Tom applies his knife to the oyster. The next day at 10 o'clock Tom was on his way to St. Oggs to see his Uncle Deane, who was to come home last night, his aunt had said, and Tom had made up his mind that his Uncle Deane was the right person to ask for advice about getting some employment. He was in a great way of business, he had not the narrow notions of Uncle Glegg, and he had risen in the world on a scale of advancement which accorded with Tom's ambition. It was a dark, chill, misty morning, likely to end in rain. One of those mornings when even happy people take refuge in their hopes, and Tom was very unhappy. He felt the humiliation as well as the prospective hardships of his lot with all the keenness of a proud nature, and with all his resolute dutifulness toward his father there mingled an irrepressible indignation against him which gave misfortune the less endurable aspect of a wrong. Since these were the consequences of going to law, his father was really blamable, as his aunts and uncles had always said he was, and it was a significant indication of Tom's character that though he thought his aunts ought to do something more for his mother, he felt nothing like Maggie's violent resentment against them for showing no eager tenderness and generosity. There were no impulses in Tom that led him to expect what did not present itself to him as a right to be demanded. Why should people give away their money plentifully to those who had not taken care of their own money? Tom saw some justice in severity, and all the more because he had confidence in himself that he should never deserve that just severity. It was very hard upon him that he should be put at this disadvantage in life by his father's want of prudence, but he was not going to complain and to find fault with people because they did not make everything easy for him. He would ask no one to help him more than to give him work and pay him for it. Poor Tom was not without his hopes to take refuge in under the chill damp imprisonment of the December fog, which seemed only like a part of his home troubles. At 16, the mind that has the strongest affinity for fact cannot escape illusion and self-flattery, and Tom, in sketching his future, had no other guide in arranging his facts than the suggestions of his own brave self-reliance. Both Mr Glegg and Mr Deane, he knew, had been very poor once. He did not want to save money slowly and retire on a moderate fortune like his Uncle Glegg, but he would be like his Uncle Deane, get a situation in some great house of business, and rise fast. He had scarcely seen anything of his Uncle Deane for the last 3 years. The two families had been getting wider apart, but for this very reason Tom was the more hopeful about applying to him. His Uncle Glegg, he felt sure, would never encourage any spirited project, but he had a vague, imposing idea of the resources at his Uncle Deane's command. He had heard his father say, long ago, how Deane had made himself so valuable to Guest & Company that they were glad enough to offer him a share in the business. That was what Tom resolved he would do. It was intolerable to think of being poor and looked down upon all one's life. He would provide for his mother and sister, and make every one say that he was a man of high character. He leaped over the years in this way, and, in the haste of strong purpose and strong desire, did not see how they would be made up of slow days, hours, and minutes. By the time he had crossed the stone bridge over the Floss and was entering St. Oggs, he was thinking that he would buy his father's mill and land again when he was rich enough, and improve the house and live there. He should prefer it to any smarter, newer place, and he could keep as many horses and dogs as he liked. Walking along the street with a firm, rapid step, at this point in his reverie he was startled by someone who had crossed without his notice, and who said to him in a rough, familiar voice, "Why, Master Tom, how's your father this morning?" It was a publican of St. Oggs, one of his father's customers. Tom disliked being spoken to just then, but he said civilly, "He's still very ill, thank you." "Aye, it's been a sore chance for you, young man, hasn't it, this lawsuit turning out against him?" said the publican, with a confused, beery idea of being good-natured. Tom reddened and passed on. He would have felt it like the handling of a bruise, even if there had been the most polite and delicate reference to his position. "That's Tulliver's son," said the publican to a grocer standing on the adjacent doorstep. "Ah," said the grocer, "I thought I knew his features. He takes after his mother's family. She was a Dodson. He's a fine, straight youth. What's he been brought up to?" "Oh, to turn up his nose at his father's customers, and be a fine gentleman. Not much else, I think." Tom, roused from his dream of the future to a thorough consciousness of the present, made all the greater haste to reach the warehouse offices of Guest & Company, where he expected to find his Uncle Deane. But this was Mr Deane's morning at the bank, a clerk told him, and with some contempt for his ignorance, Mr Deane was not to be found in River Street on a Thursday morning. At the bank, Tom was admitted into the private room where his uncle was, immediately after sending in his name. Mr Deane was auditing accounts, but he looked up as Tom entered, and putting out his hand said, "Well, Tom, nothing fresh the matter at home, I hope. How's your father?" "Much the same, thank you, uncle," said Tom, feeling nervous. "But I want to speak to you, please, when you're at liberty." Sit down," said Mr Deane, relapsing into his accounts, in which he and the managing clerk remained so absorbed for the next half-hour that Tom began to wonder whether he should have to sit in this way till the bank closed. There seemed so little tendency toward a conclusion in the quiet, monotonous procedure of these sleek, prosperous men of business. Would his uncle give him a place in the bank? It would be very dull, prosy work, he thought, riding there for ever to the loud ticking of a timepiece. He preferred some other way of getting rich. But at last there was a change. His uncle took a pen and wrote something with a flourish at the end. "You'll just step up to Torry's now, Mr Spence, will you?" said Mr Deane, and the clock suddenly became less loud and deliberate in Tom's ears. "Well, Tom," said Mr Deane, when they were alone, turning his substantial person a little in his chair, and taking out his snuff-box, "what's the business, my boy, what's the business?" Mr Deane, who had heard from his wife what had passed the day before, thought Tom was come to appeal to him for some means of averting the sale. "I hope you'll excuse me for troubling you, uncle," said Tom, colouring, but speaking in a tone which, though tremulous, had a certain proud independence in it. "But I thought you were the best person to advise me what to do." "Ah," said Mr Deane, reserving his pinch of snuff, and looking at Tom with new attention, "let us hear." "I want to get a situation, uncle, so that I may earn some money," said Tom, who never fell into circumlocution. "A situation," said Mr Deane, and then took his pinch of snuff with elaborate justice to each nostril. Tom thought snuff-taking a most provoking habit. "Why, let me see, how old are you?" said Mr Deane, as he threw himself backward again. 16, I am going in 17, said Tom, hoping his uncle noticed how much beard he had. "Let me see, your father had some notion of making you an engineer, I think. But I don't think I could get any money at that for a long while, could I?" "That's true, but people don't get much money at anything, my boy, when they're only 16. You've had a good deal of schooling, however. I suppose you're pretty well up in accounts, eh? You understand bookkeeping?" "No," said Tom, rather falteringly. "I was in practice. But Mr Stelling says I write a good hand, uncle. That's my writing," added Tom, laying on the table a copy of the list he had made yesterday. "Ah, that's good, that's good. But you see, the best hand in the world'll not get you a better place than a copying clerk's, if you know nothing of bookkeeping, nothing of accounts. And a copying clerk's a cheap article. But what have you been learning at school, then?" Mr Deane had not occupied himself with methods of education, and had no precise conception of what went forward in expensive schools. "We learned Latin," said Tom, pausing a little between each item, as if he were turning over the books in his school desk to assist his memory. "A good deal of Latin. And the last year I did themes, 1 week in Latin and 1 in English, and Greek and Roman history, and Euclid, and I began algebra, but I left it off again, and we had 1 day every week for arithmetic. Then I used to have drawing lessons, and there were several other books we either read or learned out of, English poetry and Horae Pauline and Blair's Rhetoric, the last half." Mr. Dean tapped his snuff-box again and screwed up his mouth. He felt in the position of many estimable persons when they had read the new tariff, and found how many commodities were imported of which they knew nothing. Like a cautious man of business, he was not going to speak rashly of a raw material in which he had had no experience, but the presumption was, that if it had been good for anything, so successful a man as himself would hardly have been ignorant of it. About Latin he had an opinion, and thought that in case of another war, since people would no longer wear hair powder, it would be well to put a tax upon Latin, as a luxury much run upon by the higher classes, and not telling at all on the ship-owning department. But for what he knew, the Horae Pauline might be something less neutral. On the whole, this list of acquirements gave him a sort of repulsion toward poor Tom. "Well," he said at last, in rather a cold, sardonic tone, "you've had 3 years at these things. You must be pretty strong in 'em. Hadn't you better take up some line where they'll come in handy?" Tom coloured and burst out with new energy. "I'd rather not have any employment of that sort, uncle. I don't like Latin and those things. I don't know what I could do with them, unless I went as an usher in a school, and I don't know them well enough for that. Besides, I would as soon carry a pair of panniers. I don't want to be that sort of person. I should like to enter into some business where I can get on, a manly business, where I should have to look after things and get credit for what I did. And I shall want to keep my mother and sister." "Ah, young gentleman," said Mr. Dean, with that tendency to repress youthful hopes which stout and successful men of 50 find one of their easiest duties, "that's sooner said than done, sooner said than done." "But didn't you get on in that way, uncle?" said Tom, a little irritated that Mr. Dean did not enter more rapidly into his views. "I mean, didn't you rise from one place to another through your abilities and good conduct?" "Ay, sir," said Mr. Dean, spreading himself in his chair a little, and entering with great readiness into a retrospect of his own career. "But I'll tell you how I got on. It wasn't by getting astride a stick and thinking it would turn into a horse if I sat on it long enough. I kept my eyes and ears open, sir, and I wasn't too fond of my own back, and I made my master's interest my own. Why, with only looking into what went on in the mill, I found out how there was a waste of 500 a year that might be hindered. Why, sir, I hadn't more schooling to begin with than a charity boy, but I saw pretty soon that I couldn't get on far enough without mastering accounts, and I learned 'em between working hours, after I'd been unlading. Look here." Mr. Dean opened a book and pointed to the page. "I write a good hand enough, and I'll match anybody at all sorts of reckoning by the head, and I got it all by hard work, and paid for it out of my own earnings, often out of my own dinner and supper. And I looked into the nature of all the things we had to do in the business, and picked up knowledge as I went about my work, and turned it over in my head. Why, I'm no mechanic, I never pretended to be, but I've thought of a thing or two that the mechanics never thought of, and it's made a fine difference in our returns. And there isn't an article shipped or unshipped at our wharf but I know the quality of it. If I got places, sir, it was because I made myself fit for 'em. If you want to slip into a round hole, you must make a ball of yourself. That's where it is." Mr. Dean tapped his box again. He had been led on by pure enthusiasm in his subject, and had really forgotten what bearing this retrospective survey had on his listener. He had found occasion for saying the same thing more than once before, and was not distinctly aware that he had not his port wine before him. "Well, uncle," said Tom, with a slight complaint in his tone, "that's what I should like to do. Can't I get on in the same way?" "In the same way?" said Mr. Dean, eyeing Tom with quite deliberation. "There go 2 or 3 questions to that, Master Tom. That depends on what sort of material you are to begin with, and whether you've been put into the right mill. But I'll tell you what it is, your poor father went the wrong way to work in giving you an education. It wasn't my business, and I didn't interfere, but it is as I thought it would be. You've had a sort of learning that's all very well for a young fellow like our Mr. Stephen Guest, who'll have nothing to do but sign checks all his life, and may as well have Latin inside his head as any other sort of stuffing." "But, uncle," said Tom earnestly, "I don't see why the Latin need hinder me from getting on in business. I shall soon forget it all. It makes no difference to me. I had to do my lessons at school, but I always thought they'd never be of any use to me afterward. I didn't care about them." "Ay, ay, that's all very well," said Mr Deane, "but it doesn't alter what I was going to say. Your Latin and rigmarole may soon dry off you, but you'll be but a bare stick after that. Besides, it's whitened your hands and taken the rough work out of you. And what do you know? Why, you know nothing about book-keeping to begin with, and not so much of reckoning as a common shopman. You'll have to begin at a low round of the ladder, let me tell you, if you mean to get on in life. It's no use for getting the education your father's been paying for if you don't give yourself a new one." Tom bit his lips hard. He felt as if the tears were rising, and he would rather die than let them. "You want me to help you to a situation," Mr Deane went on. "Well, I've no fault to find with that. I'm willing to do something for you. But you youngsters nowadays think you're to begin with living well and working easy. You've no notion of running afoot before you get horseback. Now you must remember what you are. You're a lad of 16 trained to nothing particular. There's heaps of your sort, like so many pebbles made to fit in nowhere. Well, you might be apprenticed to some business, a chemist and druggist perhaps. Your Latin might come in a bit there." Tom was going to speak, but Mr Deane put up his hand and said, "Stop, hear what I've got to say. You don't want to be apprentice, I know. You want to make more haste, and you don't want to stand behind a counter. But if you're a copying clerk, you'll have to stand behind a desk and stare at your ink and paper all day. There isn't much outlook there, and you won't be much wiser at the end of the year than at the beginning. The world isn't made of pen, ink, and paper, and if you're to get on in the world, young man, you must know what the world's made of. Now the best chance for you would be to have a place on a wharf or in a warehouse where you'd learn the smell of things, but you wouldn't like that, I'll be bound. You'd have to stand cold and wet and be shouldered about by rough fellows. You're too fine a gentleman for that." Mr Deane paused and looked hard at Tom, who certainly felt some inward struggle before he could reply. "I would rather do what will be best for me in the end, sir. I would put up with what was disagreeable." "That's well, if you can carry it out. But you must remember it isn't only laying hold of a rope, you must go on pulling. It's the mistake you lads make that have got nothing either in your brains or your pocket, to think you've got a better start in the world if you stick yourselves in a place where you can keep your coats clean, and have the shop wenches take you for fine gentlemen. That wasn't the way I started, young man. When I was 16 my jacket smelt of tar, and I wasn't afraid of handling cheeses. That's the reason I can wear good broadcloth now, and have my legs under the same table with the heads of the best firms in St Oggs." Uncle Deane tapped his box and seemed to expand a little under his waistcoat and gold chain as he squared his shoulders in the chair. "Is there any place at liberty that you know of now, uncle, that I should do for? I should like to set to work at once," said Tom, with a slight tremor in his voice. Stop a bit, we mustn't be in too great a hurry. You must bear in mind, if I put you in a place you're a bit young for, because you happen to be my nephew, I shall be responsible for you, and there's no better reason, you know, than your being my nephew, because it remains to be seen whether you're good for anything." "I hope I shall never do you any discredit, uncle," said Tom, hurt, as all boys are, at the statement of the unpleasant truth that people feel no ground for trusting them. "I care about my own credit too much for that." "Well done, Tom, well done. That's the right spirit, and I never refuse to help anybody if they've a mind to do themselves justice. There's a young man of 22 I've got my eye on now. I shall do what I can for that young man. He's got some pith in him. But then, you see, he's made good use of his time. A first-rate calculator can tell you the cubic contents of anything in no time, and put me up the other day to a new market for Swedish bark. He's uncommonly knowing in manufactures, that young fellow." "I'd better set about learning bookkeeping, hadn't I, uncle?" said Tom, anxious to prove his readiness to exert himself. Yes, you can't do amiss there. But, Spence, you're back again. Well, Tom, there's nothing more to be said just now, I think, and I must go to business again. Good-bye. Remember me to your mother." Mr Deane put out his hand with an air of friendly dismissal, and Tom had not courage to ask another question, especially in the presence of Mr Spence. So he went out again into the cold, damp air. He had to call at his Uncle Glegg's about the money in the savings bank, and by the time he set out again, the mist had thickened and he could not see very far before him. But going along River Street again, he was startled when he was within 2 yards of the projecting side of a shop window by the words, "Dorlcote Mill." in large letters on a handbill, placed as if on purpose to stare at him. It was the catalogue of the sale to take place the next week. It was a reason for hurrying faster out of the town. Poor Tom formed no visions of the distant future as he made his way homeward. He only felt that the present was very hard. It seemed a wrong toward him that his Uncle Deane had no confidence in him, did not see at once that he should acquit himself well, which Tom himself was as certain of as of the daylight. Apparently he, Tom Tulliver, was likely to be held of small account in the world, and for the first time he felt a sinking of heart under the sense that he really was very ignorant, and could do very little. Who was that enviable young man that could tell the cubic contents of things in no time, and make suggestions about Swedish bark? Tom had been used to be so entirely satisfied with himself, in spite of his breaking down in a demonstration, and construing nunc illias promite vires, as now promised those men. But now he suddenly felt at a disadvantage because he knew less than someone else knew. There must be a world of things connected with that Swedish bark, which, if he only knew them, might have helped him to get on. It would have been much easier to make a figure with a spirited horse and a new saddle. 2 hours ago, as Tom was walking to St Oggs, he saw the distant future before him as he might have seen a tempting stretch of smooth sandy beach beyond a belt of flinty shingles. He was on the grassy bank then, and thought the shingles might soon be passed, but now his feet were on the sharp stones. The belt of shingles had widened, and the stretch of sand had dwindled into narrowness. "What did my Uncle Deane say, Tom?" said Maggie, putting her arm through Tom's as he was warming himself rather drearily by the kitchen fire. "Did he say he would give you a situation?" "No, he didn't say that. He didn't quite promise me anything. He seemed to think that I couldn't have a very good situation. I'm too young." "But didn't he speak kindly, Tom?" "Kindly? Pooh! What's the use of talking about that? I wouldn't care about his speaking kindly if I could get a situation. But it's such a nuisance and bother. I've been at school all this while learning Latin and things, not a bit of good to me, and now my uncle says I must set about learning bookkeeping and calculation and those things. He seems to make out I'm good for nothing." Tom's mouth twitched with a bitter expression as he looked at the fire. "Oh, what a pity we haven't got Dominie Sampson," said Maggie, who couldn't help mingling some gaiety with their sadness. "If he had taught me bookkeeping by double entry, and after the Italian method, as he did Lucy Bertram, I could teach you, Tom." "You teach? Yes, I dare say that's always the tone you take," said Tom. "Dear Tom, I was only joking," said Maggie, putting her cheek against his coat sleeve. "But it's always the same, Maggie," said Tom, with the little frown he put on when he was about to be justifiably severe. "You're always setting yourself up above me and every one else, and I've wanted to tell you about it several times. You ought not to have spoken as you did to my uncles and aunts. You should leave it to me to take care of my mother and you, and not put yourself forward. You think you know better than any one, but you're almost always wrong. I can judge much better than you can." Poor Tom! He had just come from being lectured and made to feel his inferiority. The reaction of his strong, self-asserting nature must take place somehow, and here was a case in which he could justly show himself dominant. Maggie's cheek flushed, and her lip quivered with conflicting resentment and affection, and a certain awe as well as admiration of Tom's firmer and more effective character. She did not answer immediately. Very angry words rose to her lips, but they were driven back again, and she said at last, "You often think I'm conceited, Tom, when I don't mean what I say at all in that way. I don't mean to put myself above you. I know you behaved better than I did yesterday, but you are always so harsh to me, Tom." With the last words the resentment was rising again. "No, I'm not harsh," said Tom, with severe decision. "I'm always kind to you, and so I shall be. I shall always take care of you, but you must mind what I say." Their mother came in now, and Maggie rushed away, that her burst of tears, which she felt must come, might not happen till she was safe upstairs. They were very bitter tears. Everybody in the world seemed so hard and unkind to Maggie. There was no indulgence, no fondness, such as she imagined when she fashioned the world afresh in her own thoughts. In books there were people who were always agreeable or tender, and delighted to do things that made one happy, and who did not show their kindness by finding fault. The world outside the books was not a happy one, Maggie felt. It seemed to be a world where people behaved the best to those they did not pretend to love, and that did not belong to them. And if life had no love in it, what else was there for Maggie? Nothing but poverty and the companionship of her mother's narrow griefs, perhaps of her father's heart-cutting childish dependence. There is no hopelessness so sad as that of early youth, when the soul is made up of wants and has no long memories, no superadded life in the life of others, though we who looked on think lightly of such premature despair, as if our vision of the future lightened the blind sufferers present. Maggie, in her brown frock, with her eyes reddened and her heavy hair pushed back, looking from the bed where her father lay to the dull walls of this sad chamber which was the centre of her world, was a creature full of eager, passionate longings for all that was beautiful and glad, thirsty for all knowledge, with an ear straining after dreamy music that died away and would not come near to her, with a blind, unconscious yearning for something that would link together the wonderful impressions of this mysterious life, and give her soul a sense of home in it. No wonder, when there is this contrast between the outward and the inward, that painful collisions come of it. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Amanda Hindman in Glen, Mississippi. www.livinginbooks.blogspot.com.
Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 6, Tending to refute the popular prejudice against the present of a pocket-knife. In that dark time of December, the sale of the household furniture lasted beyond the middle of the second day. Mr. Tulliver, who had begun, in his intervals of consciousness, to manifest an irritability which often appeared to have as a direct effect the recurrence of spasmodic rigidity and insensibility, had lain in this living death throughout the critical hours when the noise of the sale came nearest to his chamber. Mr. Turnbull had decided that it would be a less risk to let him remain where he was than to remove him to Luke's cottage, a plan which the good Luke had proposed to Mrs. Tulliver, thinking it would be very bad if the master were to waken up at the noise of the sale, and the wife and children had sat imprisoned in the silent chamber, watching the large prostrate figure on the bed, and trembling lest the blank face should suddenly show some response to the sounds which fell on their own ears with such obstinate, painful repetition. But it was over at last, that time of importunate certainty and eye-straining suspense. The sharp sound of a voice, almost as metallic as the rap that followed it, had ceased. The tramping of footsteps on the gravel had died out. Mrs. Tulliver's blond face seemed aged 10 years by the last 30 hours. The poor woman's mind had been busy divining when her favorite things were being knocked down by the terrible hammer. Her heart had been fluttering at the thought that first one thing and then another had gone to be identified as hers in the hateful publicity of the Golden Lion, and all the while she had to sit and make no sign of this inward agitation. Such things bring lines in well-rounded faces, and broaden the streaks of white among the hairs that once looked as if they had been dipped in pure sunshine. Already at 3 o'clock, Kezia, the good-hearted, bad-tempered housemaid, who regarded all people that came to the sale as her personal enemies, the dirt on whose feet was of a peculiarly vile quality, had begun to scrub and swill with an energy much assisted by a continual low muttering against "folks as come to buy up other folks' things," and made light of "scrazing" the tops of mahogany tables over which better folks than themselves had had to suffer a waste of tissue through evaporation. She was not scrubbing indiscriminately, for there would be further dirt of the same atrocious kind made by people who had still to fetch away their purchases, but she was bent on bringing the parlour, where that pipe-smoking pig, the bailiff, had sat, to such an appearance of scant comfort as could be given to it by cleanliness and the few articles of furniture bought in for the family. Her mistress and the young folks should have their tea in it that night, Kezia was determined. It was between 5 and 6 o'clock, near the usual tea time, when she came upstairs and said that Master Tom was wanted. The person who wanted him was in the kitchen, and in the first moments, by the imperfect fire and candlelight, Tom had not even an indefinite sense of any acquaintance with the rather broad-set but active figure, perhaps 2 years older than himself, that looked at him with a pair of blue eyes set in a disk of freckles, and pulled some curly red locks with a strong intention of respect. A low-crowned, oilskin-covered hat, and a certain shiny deposit of dirt on the rest of the costume, as of tablets prepared for writing upon, suggested a calling that had to do with boats, but this did not help Tom's memory. "Sarvant, Master Tom," said he of the red locks, with a smile which seemed to break through a self-imposed air of melancholy. "You don't know me again, I doubt," he went on, as Tom continued to look at him inquiringly, "but I'd like to talk to you by yourself a bit, please." "There's a fire i' the parlour, Master Tom," said Kezia, who objected to leaving the kitchen in the crisis of toasting. "Come this way, then," said Tom, wondering if this young fellow belonged to Guest & Company's wharf, for his imagination ran continually toward that particular spot, and Uncle Deane might any time be sending for him to say that there was a situation at liberty. The bright fire in the parlour was the only light that showed the few chairs, the bureau, the carpetless floor, and the one table. No, not the one table. There was a second table, in a corner, with a large Bible and a few other books upon it. It was this new strange bareness that Tom first felt, before he thought of looking again at the face which was also lit up by the fire, and which stole a half-shy, questioning glance at him as the entirely strange voice said, "Why, you don't remember Bob, then, as you gen the pocket-knife to, Mr. Tom?" The rough-handled pocket-knife was taken out in the same moment, and the largest blade opened by way of irresistible demonstration. "What, Bob Jakin?" said Tom, not with any cordial delight, for he felt a little ashamed of that early intimacy symbolized by the pocket-knife, and was not at all sure that Bob's motives for recalling it were entirely admirable. "Aye, aye, Bob Jakin, if Jakin it must be, 'cause there's so many Bobs as you went arter the squirrels with, that day as I plumped right down from the bough and bruised my shins a good 'un, but I got the squirrel tight for all that, and a scratter it was. And this littleish blade's broke, you see, but I wouldn't hev a new un put in, 'cause they might be cheatin' me and giving me another knife instead, for there isn't such a blade in the country. It's got used to my hand like. And there was niver nobody else gen me nothin' but when I got by my own sharpness, only you, Mr. Tom. If it wasn't Bill Fawkes as gen me the terrier pup i'stead o' drowndin' it, and I had to jaw him a good un afore he'd give it me." Bob spoke with a sharp and rather treble volubility, and got through his long speech with surprising dispatch, giving the blade of his knife an affectionate rub on his sleeve when he had finished. "Well, Bob," said Tom, with a slight air of patronage, the foregoing reminiscences having disposed him to be as friendly as was becoming, though there was no part of his acquaintance with Bob that he remembered better than the cause of their parting quarrel, "is there anything I can do for you?" "Why, no, Mr. Tom," answered Bob, shutting up his knife with a click and returning it to his pocket, where he seemed to be feeling for something else. "I shouldn't ha' come back upon you now you're a trouble, and folks say as the master, as I used to frighten the birds for, and he flogged me a bit for fun when he catched me eating the turnip, as they say he'll niver lift up his head no more. I shouldn't ha' come now to ax you to give me another knife, 'cause you gen me one afore. If a chap gives me one black eye, that's enough for me. I shan't ask him for another afore I sarve him out, and a good turn's worth as much as a bad un anyhow. I shall niver go down'ards again, Mr. Tom, and you were the little chap as I liked the best when I were a little chap, for all you leathered me, and you wouldn't look at me again. There's Dick Brumby, there I could leather him as much as I'd a mind, but lors, you get tired o' leatherin' a chap when you can never make him see what you want him to shy at. I'n seen chaps as 'ud stand staring at a bough till their eyes shot out, afore they'd see as a bird's tail warn't a leaf. It's poor work goin' wi' such raff, but you war always a rare un at shyin', Mr. Tom, and I could trust in you for dropping down wi' your stick in the nick o' time at a runnin' rat or a stoat or that, when I war a beatin' the bushes." Bob had drawn out a dirty canvas bag, and would perhaps not have paused just then if Maggie had not entered the room and darted a look of surprise and curiosity at him, whereupon he pulled his red locks again with due respect. But the next moment the sense of the altered room came upon Maggie with a force that overpowered the thought of Bob's presence. Her eyes had immediately glanced from him to the place where the bookcase had hung. There was nothing now but the oblong, unfaded space on the wall, and below it the small table with the Bible and the few other books. "Oh, Tom," she burst out, clasping her hands, "where are the books? I thought my Uncle Glegg said he would buy them. Didn't he? Are those all they've left us?" "I suppose so," said Tom, with a sort of desperate indifference. Why should they buy many books when they bought so little furniture? "Oh, but Tom," said Maggie, her eyes filling with tears as she rushed up to the table to see what books had been rescued. "Our dear old Pilgrim's Progress that you colored with your little paints, and that picture of Pilgrim with a mantle on, looking just like a turtle. Oh, dear!" Maggie went on, half sobbing, as she turned over the few books. "I thought we should never part with that while we lived. Everything is going away from us. The end of our lives will have nothing in it like the beginning." Maggie turned away from the table and threw herself into a chair, with the big tears ready to roll down her cheeks, quite blinded to the presence of Bob, who was looking at her with the pursuant gaze of an intelligent dumb animal, with perceptions more perfect than his comprehension. "Well, Bob," said Tom, feeling that the subject of the books was unseasonable, "I suppose you just came to see me because we're in trouble? That was very good-natured of you." "I'll tell you how it is, Master Tom," said Bob, beginning to untwist his canvas bag. "You see, I'n been with the barge this 2 year, that's how I'n been gettin' my livin', if it wasn't when I was tentin' the furnace, between whiles, at Torry's mill. But a fortnight ago I'd a rare bit o' luck. I always thought I was a lucky chap, for I never set a trap but what I catched something. But this wasn't trap, it was a fire a Torry's mill, and I doused it, else it 'ud set the oil alight, and the gentleman gen me 10 sovereigns. He give me 'en himself last week, and he said first, I was a spirited chap, but I knowed that afore. But then he outs with the 10 sovereigns, and that were summat new. Here they are, all but one." Here Bob emptied the canvas bag on the table. "And when I'd got 'em, my head was all of a boil like a kettle o' broth, thinking what sort o' life I should take to, for there were a many trades I'd thought on. For as for the barge, I'm clean tired out wi' it, for it pulls the days out till they're as long as pigs' chitterlings. And I thought first I'd have ferrets and dogs and be a rat catcher, and then I thought as I should like a bigger way o' life, as I didn't know so well, for I'n seen to the bottom o' rat catching, and I thought, and thought, till at last I'd settled I'd be a packman, for they're knowin' fellers, the packmen are, and I'd carry the lightest things I could i' my pack, and there'd be a use for a feller's tongue, as is no use neither wi' rats nor barges, and I should go about the country, far and wide, and come round the women wi' my tongue, and get my dinner hot at the public. Lors, it 'ud be a lovely life." Bob paused, and then said, with defiant decision, as if resolutely turning his back on that paradisaic picture, "But I don't mind about it, not a chip. And I changed one o' the sovereigns to buy my mother a goose for dinner, and I'n bought a blue plush waistcoat and a sealskin cap, for if I meant to be a packman I'd do it respectable. But I don't mind about it, not a chip. My head isn't a turnip, and I shall perhaps have a chance o' dousing another fire afore long. I'm a lucky chap. So I'll thank you to take the 9 sovereigns, Mr Tom, and set yoursen up with 'em somehow, if it's true as the master's broke. They mayn't go fur enough, but they'll help." Tom was touched keenly enough to forget his pride and suspicion. "You're a very kind fellow, Bob," he said, colouring, with that little diffident tremor in his voice which gave a certain charm even to Tom's pride and severity. "And I shan't forget you again, though I didn't know you this evening. But I can't take the 9 sovereigns. I should be taking your little fortune from you, and they wouldn't do me much good either." "Wouldn't they, Mr Tom?" said Bob regretfully. "Now don't say so 'cause you think I want 'em. I aren't a poor chap. My mother gets a good penn'orth with picking feathers and things, and if she eats nothing but bread and water it runs to fat. And I'm such a lucky chap. And I doubt you aren't quite so lucky, Mr Tom. The old master isn't, anyhow. And so you might take a slice o' my luck and no harm done. Lors, I found a leg o' pork i' the river one day. It had tumbled out o' one of 'em round-sterned Dutchmen, I'll be bound. Come, think better on it, Mr Tom, for old 'quaintance' sake, else I shall think you bear me a grudge." Bob pushed the sovereigns forward, but before Tom could speak, Maggie, clasping her hands and looking penitently at Bob, said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Bob. I never thought you were so good. Why, I think you're the kindest person in the world." Bob had not been aware of the injurious opinion for which Maggie was performing an inward act of penitence, but he smiled with pleasure at this handsome eulogy, especially from a young lass who, as he informed his mother that evening, had "such uncommon eyes, they looked somehow as they made him feel nohow." "No, indeed, Bob, I can't take them," said Tom. "But don't think I feel your kindness less because I say no. I don't want to take anything from anybody, but to work my own way. And those sovereigns wouldn't help me much. They wouldn't, really, if I were to take them. Let me shake hands with you instead." Tom put out his pink palm, and Bob was not slow to place his hard, grimy hand within it. "Let me put the sovereigns in the bag again," said Maggie, "and you'll come and see us when you've bought your pack, Bob." "It's like as if I'd come out o' make-believe o' purpose to show 'em you," said Bob, with an air of discontent, as Maggie gave him the bag again, "a taking 'em back i' this way. I am a bit of a do, you know. But it isn't that sort o' do. It's only when a feller's a big rogue or a big flat, I like to let him in a bit, that's all." "Now, don't you be up to any tricks, Bob," said Tom, "else you'll get transported some day." "No, no, not me, Mr Tom," said Bob, with an air of cheerful confidence. "There's no law agin flea bites. If I wasn't to take a fool in now and then, he'd never get any wiser. But lors! Have a sovereign to buy you and Miss Summet, only for a token, just to match my pocket knife." While Bob was speaking he laid down the sovereign and resolutely twisted up his bag again. Tom pushed back the gold and said, "No, indeed, Bob. Thank you heartily, but I can't take it." And Maggie, taking it between her fingers, held it up to Bob and said more persuasively, "Not now, but perhaps another time. If ever Tom or my father wants help that you can give, we'll let you know, won't we, Tom? That's what you would like, to have us always depend on you as a friend that we can go to, isn't it, Bob?" "Yes, miss, and thank you," said Bob, reluctantly taking the money. "That's what I'd like, anything as you like. And I wish you good bye, miss, and good luck, Mr Tom, and thank you for shaking hands wi' me, though you wouldn't take the money." Kezia's entrance with very black looks, to inquire if she shouldn't bring in the tea now, or whether the toast was to get hardened to a brick, was a seasonable check on Bob's flux of words, and hastened his parting bow. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Read by Elizabeth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Book 3, The Downfall, Chapter 7, How a Hen Takes to Stratagem. The days passed, and Mr Tulliver showed, at least to the eyes of the medical man, stronger and stronger symptoms of a gradual return to his normal condition. The paralytic obstruction was, little by little, losing its tenacity, and the mind was rising from under it with fitful struggles, like a living creature making its way from under a great snowdrift that slides and slides again, and shuts up the newly made opening. Time would have seemed to creep to the watchers by the bed, if it had only been measured by the doubtful, distant hope which kept count of the moments within the chamber. But it was measured for them by a fast approaching dread which made the nights come too quickly. While Mr Tulliver was slowly becoming himself again, his lot was hastening towards its moment of most palpable change. The taxing masters had done their work like any respectable gunsmith conscientiously preparing the musket that, duly pointed by a brave arm, will spoil a life or two. Allocatures, filing of bills in chancery, decrees of sale, are legal chain-shot, or bombshells that can never hit a solitary mark, but must fall with widespread shattering. So deeply inherent is it in this life of ours that men have to suffer for each other's sins, so inevitably diffusive is human suffering, that even justice makes its victims, and we can conceive no retribution that does not spread beyond its mark in pulsations of unmerited pain. By the beginning of the second week in January, the bills were out advertising the sale, under a decree of Chancery, of Mr Tulliver's farming under the stock, to be followed by a sale of the mill and land, held in the proper after-dinner hour at the Golden Lion. The miller himself, unaware of the lapse of time, fancied himself still in that first stage of his misfortunes when expedients might be thought of, and often in his conscious hours talked in a feeble, disjointed manner of plans he would carry out when he got well. The wife and children were not without hope of an issue that would at least save Mr Tulliver from leaving the old spot and seeking an entirely strange life. For Uncle Deane had been induced to interest himself in this stage of the business. It would not, he acknowledged, be a bad speculation for Guest & Co. to buy Dorlcote Mill, and carry on the business, which was a good one, and might be increased by the addition of steam power, in which case Tulliver might be retained as manager. Still, Mr Deane would say nothing decided about the matter. The fact that Wakem held the mortgage on the land might put it into his head to bid for the whole estate, and further, to outbid the cautious firm of Guest & Co., who did not carry on business on sentimental grounds. Mr Deane was obliged to tell Mrs Tulliver something to that effect when he rode over to the mill to inspect the books in company with Mrs Glegg, for she had observed that, if Guest & Co. would only think about it, Mr Tulliver's father and grandfather had been carrying on Dorlcote Mill long before the oil mill of that firm had been so much as thought of. Mr Deane, in reply, doubted whether that was precisely the relation between the two mills which would determine their value as investments. As for Uncle Glegg, the thing lay quite beyond his imagination. The good-natured man felt sincere pity for the Tulliver family, but his money was all locked up in excellent mortgages, and he could run no risk. That would be unfair to his own relatives. But he had made up his mind that Tulliver should have some new flannel waistcoats, which he himself had renounced in favour of a more elastic commodity, and that he would buy Mrs Tulliver a pound of tea now and then. It would be a journey which his benevolence delighted in beforehand, to carry the tea and see her pleasure on being assured it was the best black. Still, it was clear that Mr Deane was kindly disposed toward the Tullivers. One day he had brought Lucy, who was come home for the Christmas holidays, and the little blonde angel head had pressed itself against Maggie's darker cheek with many kisses and some tears. These fair, slim daughters keep up a tender spot in the heart of many a respectable partner in a respectable firm, and perhaps Lucy's anxious, pitying questions about her poor cousins helped to make Uncle Deane more prompt in finding Tom a temporary place in the warehouse, and in putting him in the way of getting evening lessons in bookkeeping and calculation. That might have cheered the lad and fed his hopes a little, if there had not come at the same time the much-dreaded blow of finding that his father must be a bankrupt after all. At least, the creditors must be asked to take less than their due, which to Tom's untechnical mind was the same thing as bankruptcy. His father must not only be said to have lost his property, but to have failed, the word that carried the worst obloquy to Tom's mind. For, when the defendant's claim for costs had been satisfied, there would remain the friendly bill of Mr Gore, and the deficiency at the bank, as well as the other debts, which would make the assets shrink into unequivocal disproportion. Not more than 10 or 12 shillings in the pound, predicted Mr Deane, in a decided tone, tightening his lips, and the words fell on Tom like a scalding liquid, leaving a continual smart. He was sadly in want of something to keep up his spirits a little in the unpleasant newness of his position, suddenly transported from the easy carpeted ennui of the study hours at Mr Stelling's, and the busy idleness of castle building in a last half at school, to the companionship of sacks and hides and bawling men thundering down heavy weights at his elbow. The first step toward getting on in the world was a chill, dusty, noisy affair, and implied going without one's tea in order to stay in St Oggs and have an evening lesson from a one-armed elderly clerk in a room smelling strongly of bad tobacco. Tom's young pink-and-white face had its colours very much deadened by the time he took off his hat at home and sat down with keen hunger to his supper. No wonder he was a little cross if his mother or Maggie spoke to him. But all this while Mrs Tulliver was brooding over a scheme by which she and no one else would avert the result most to be dreaded, and prevent Wakem from entertaining the purpose of bidding for the mill. Imagine a truly respectable and amiable hen, by some portentous anomaly, taking to reflection and inventing combinations by which she might prevail on Hodge not to wring her neck or send her and her chicks to market. The result could hardly be other than much cackling and fluttering. Mrs Tulliver, seeing that everything had gone wrong, had begun to think that she had been too passive in life, and that, if she had applied her mind to business and taken a strong resolution now and then, it would have been all the better for her and her family. Nobody, it appeared, had thought of going to speak to Wakem on this business of the mill, and yet, Mrs Tulliver reflected, it would have been quite the shortest method of securing the right end. It would have been no use, to be sure, for Mr Tulliver to go, even if he had been able and willing, for he had been going to law against Wakem and abusing him for the last 10 years. Wakem was always likely to have a spite against him, and now that Mrs Tulliver had come to the conclusion that her husband was very much in the wrong to bring her into this trouble, she was inclined to think that his opinion of Wakem was wrong too. To be sure, Wakem had put the Baileys in the house and sold them up, but she supposed that he did that to please the man that lent Mr Tulliver the money, for a lawyer had more folks to please than one, and he wasn't likely to put Mr Tulliver, who had gone to law with him, above everybody else in the world. The attorney might be a very reasonable man. Why not? He had married a Miss Clint, and at the time Mrs Tulliver had heard of that marriage, the summer when she wore her blue satin spencer and had not yet any thoughts of Mr Tulliver, she knew no harm of Wakem. And certainly towards herself, whom he knew to have been a Miss Dodson, it was out of all possibility that he could entertain anything but goodwill when it was once brought home to his observation that she, for her part, had never wanted to go to law, and indeed was at present disposed to take Mr Wakem's view of all subjects rather than her husband's. In fact, if that attorney saw a respectable matron like herself disposed to give him good words, why shouldn't he listen to her representations? For she would put the matter clearly before him, which had never been done yet, and he would never go and bid for the mill on purpose to spite her, an innocent woman, who thought it likely enough that she had danced with him in their youth at Squire Darleigh's, for at those big dances she had often and often danced with young men whose names she had forgotten. Mrs Tulliver hid these reasonings in her own bosom, for when she had thrown out a hint to Mr Dean and Mr Glegg that she wouldn't mind going to speak to Wakem herself, they had said "No, no, no," and "Pooh, pooh," and "Let Wakem alone," in the tone of men who were not likely to give a candid attention to a more definite exposition of her project. Still less dared she mention the plan to Tom and Maggie, for the children were always so against everything their mother said, and Tom, she observed, was almost as much set against Wakem as his father was. But this unusual concentration of thought naturally gave Mrs Tulliver an unusual power of device and determination, and a day or two before the sale, to be held at the Golden Lion, when there was no longer any time to be lost, she carried out her plan by a stratagem. There were pickles in question, a large stock of pickles, and ketchup, which Mrs Tulliver possessed, and which Mr Hindmarsh, the grocer, would certainly purchase if she could transact the business in a personal interview, so she would walk with Tom to St Oggs that morning, and when Tom urged that she might let the pickles be at present, he didn't like her to go about just yet. She appeared so hurt at this contradiction in her son, contradicting her about the pickles, which she had made after the family receipts inherited from his own grandmother, who had died when his mother was a little girl, that he gave way, and they walked together until she turned towards Danish Street, where Mr Hindmarsh retailed his grocery, not far from the offices of Mr Wakem. That gentleman was not yet come to his office. Would Mrs Tulliver sit down by the fire in his private room and wait for him? She had not long to wait before the punctual attorney entered, knitting his brow with an examining glance at the stout blonde woman who rose, curtsying deferentially, a tallish man with an aquiline nose and abundant iron-grey hair. You have never seen Mr Wakem before, and are possibly wondering whether he was really as eminent a rascal, and as crafty, bitter an enemy of honest humanity in general, and of Mr Tulliver in particular, as he is represented to be in that eidolon or portrait of him which we have seen to exist in the miller's mind. It is clear that the irascible miller was a man to interpret any chance shot that grazed him as an attempt on his own life, and was liable to entanglements in this puzzling world which, due consideration had to his own infallibility, required the hypothesis of a very active diabolical agency to explain them. It is still possible to believe that the attorney was not more guilty toward him than an ingenious machine, which performs its work with much regularity, is guilty toward the rash man who, venturing too near it, is caught up by some flywheel or other, and suddenly converted into unexpected mincemeat. But it is really impossible to decide this question by a glance at his person. The lines and lights of the human countenance are like other symbols, not always easy to read without a key. On an a priori view of Wakem's aquiline nose, which offended Mr Tulliver, there was not more rascality than in the shape of his stiff shirt collar, though this too, along with his nose, might have become fraught with damnatory meaning when once the rascality was ascertained. "Mrs Tulliver, I think," said Mr Wakem. "Yes, sir. Miss Elizabeth Dodson as was." "Pray be seated. You have some business with me." "Well, sir, yes," said Mrs Tulliver, beginning to feel alarmed at her own courage, now she was really in presence of the formidable man, and reflecting that she had not settled with herself how she should begin. Mr Wakem felt in his waistcoat pockets, and looked at her in silence. "I hope, sir," she began at last, "I hope, sir, you're not a-thinking as I bear you any ill will because of my husband's losing his lawsuit, and the bailies being put in, and the linen being sold. Oh dear, for I wasn't brought up in that way. I'm sure you remember my father, sir, for he was close friends with Squire Darleigh, and we always went to the dances there, the Miss Dodsons. Nobody could be more looked on, and justly, for there was 4 of us, and you're quite aware as Mrs Glegg and Mrs Dean are my sisters. And as for going to law and losing money and having sales before you're dead, I never saw anything of that before I was married, nor for a long while after, and I'm not to be answerable for my bad luck in marrying out of my own family into one where the goings-on was different. And as for being drawn in to abuse you as other folks abuse you, sir, that I never was, and nobody can say it of me." Mrs Tulliver shook her head a little, and looked at the hem of her pocket-handkerchief. "I've no doubt of what you say, Mrs Tulliver," said Mr Wakem with cold politeness, "but you have some question to ask me?" "Well, yes, sir. But that's what I've said to myself. I've said you'd had some natural feeling, and as for my husband, as hasn't been himself this 2 months, I'm not a-defending him in no way for being so hot about their irrigation, not but what there's worse men, for he never wronged nobody of a shilling nor a penny, not willingly, and as for his fieriness and lawing, what could I do? And him struck as if it was with death when he got the letter as said you'd the hold upon the land, but I can't believe but what you'll behave as a gentleman." "What does all this mean, Mrs Tulliver?" said Mr Wakem rather sharply. "What do you want to ask me?" "Well, sir, if you'll be so good," said Mrs Tulliver, starting a little and speaking more hurriedly, "if you'll be so good not to buy the mill and the land wouldn't so much matter, only my husband'll be like mad at your having it." Something like a new thought flashed across Mr Wakem's face as he said, "Who told you I meant to buy it?" "Why, sir, it's none of my inventing, and I never should have thought of it, for my husband, as ought to know about the law, he allays used to say as lawyers had never no call to buy anything, either lands or houses, for they allays got 'em into their own hands other ways, and I should think that'd be the way with you, sir, and I never said as you'd be the man to do contrary to that." "Ah, well, who was it that did say so?" said Wakem, opening his desk and moving things about, with the accompaniment of an almost inaudible whistle. "Why, sir, it was Mr Glegg and Mr Deane as have all the management, and Mr Deane thinks as Guest & Co. would buy the mill, and let Mr Tulliver work it for him, if you didn't bid for it and raise the price, and it'd be such a thing for my husband to stay where he is, if he could get his living, for it was his father's before him, the mill was, and his grandfather built it, though I wasn't fond of the noise of it, when first I was married, for there was no mills in our family, not the Dodsons, and if I'd known as the mill had so much to do with the law, it wouldn't have been me as 'ud have been the first Dodson to marry one, but I went into it blindfold, that I did, irrigation and everything." "What? Guest & Co. keep the mill in their own hands, I suppose, and pay your husband wages?" "Oh dear, sir, it's hard to think of," said poor Mrs Tulliver, a little tear making its way, "as my husband should take wage, but it'd look more like what it used to be, to stay at the mill than to go anywhere else, and if you'll only think, if you was to bid for the mill and buy it, my husband might be struck worse than he was before, and never get better again as he's getting now." "Well, but if I bought the mill and allowed your husband to act as my manager in the same way, how then?" said Mr Wakem. "Oh, sir, I doubt that he could never be got to do it, not if the very mill stood still to beg and pray of him. For your name's like poison to him, it's so as never was, and he looks upon it as you've been the ruin of him all along, ever since you set the law on him about the road through the meadow. That's 8 year ago, and he's been going on ever since, as I've always told him he was wrong." "He's a pig-headed, foul-mouthed fool," burst out Mr Wakem, forgetting himself. "Oh dear, sir," said Mrs Tulliver, frightened at a result so different from the one she had fixed her mind on, "I wouldn't wish to contradict you, but it's like enough he's changed his mind with this illness. He's forgot a many things he used to talk about, and you wouldn't like to have a corpse on your mind if he was to die, and they do say it's allays unlucky when Dorlcote Mill changes hands, and the water might all run away, and then, not as I'm wishing you any ill luck, sir, for I forgot to tell you as I remember your wedding as if it was yesterday. Mrs Wakem was a Miss Clint, I know that, and my boy, there isn't a nicer, handsomer, straighter boy nowhere, went to school with your son." Mr Wakem rose, opened the door, and called to one of his clerks. "You must excuse me for interrupting you, Mrs Tulliver. I have business that must be attended to, and I think there is nothing more necessary to be said." "But if you would bear it in mind, sir," said Mrs Tulliver, rising, "and not run against me and my children, and I'm not denying Mr Tulliver's been in the wrong, but he's been punished enough, and there's worse men, for it's been giving to other folks has been his fault. He's done nobody any harm but himself, and his family, the more's the pity, and I go and look at the bare shelves every day and think where all my things used to stand." "Yes, yes, I'll bear it in mind," said Mr Wakem hastily, looking toward the open door. "And if you please not to say as I've been to speak to you, for my son 'ud be very angry with me for demeaning myself, I know he would, and I've trouble enough without being scolded by my children." Poor Mrs Tulliver's voice trembled a little, and she could make no answer to the attorney's good morning, but curtsied and walked out in silence. "Which day is it that Dorlcote Mill is to be sold? Where's the bill?" said Mr Wakem to his clerk when they were alone. "Next Friday's the day, Friday at 6 o'clock. "Oh, just run to Winships, the auctioneer, and see if he's at home. I have some business for him. Ask him to come up." Although when Mr Wakem entered his office that morning he had had no intention of purchasing Dorlcote Mill, his mind was already made up. Mrs Tulliver had suggested to him several determining motives, and his mental glance was very rapid. He was one of those men who can be prompt without being rash, because their motives run in fixed tracks, and they have no need to reconcile conflicting aims. To suppose that Wakem had the same sort of inveterate hatred toward Tulliver that Tulliver had toward him would be like supposing that a pike and a roach can look at each other from a similar point of view. The roach necessarily abhors the mode in which the pike gets his living, and the pike is likely to think nothing further even of the most indignant roach than that he is excellent good eating. It could only be when the roach choked him that the pike could entertain a strong personal animosity. If Mr Tulliver had ever seriously injured or thwarted the attorney, Wakem would not have refused him the distinction of being a special object of his vindictiveness, but when Mr Tulliver called Wakem a rascal at the market dinner-table, the attorney's clients were not a whit inclined to withdraw their business from him. and if, when Wakem himself happened to be present, some jocose cattle feeder, stimulated by opportunity and brandy, made a thrust at him by alluding to old ladies' wills, he maintained perfect sang-froid, and knew quite well that the majority of substantial men then present were perfectly contented with the fact that Wakem was Wakem. That is to say, a man who always knew the stepping-stones that would carry him through very muddy bits of practice. A man who had made a large fortune, had a handsome house among the trees at Tofton, and decidedly the finest stock of port wine in the neighbourhood of St. Oggs, was likely to feel himself on a level with public opinion. And I am not sure that even honest Mr. Tulliver himself, with his general view of law as a cockpit, might not, under opposite circumstances, have seen a fine appropriateness in the truth that Wakem was Wakem, since I have understood from persons versed in history that mankind is not disposed to look narrowly into the conduct of great victors when the victory is on the right side. Tulliver, then, could be no obstruction to Wakem. On the contrary, he was a poor devil whom the lawyer had defeated several times, a hot-tempered fellow who would always give you a handle against him. Wakem's conscience was not uneasy because he had used a few tricks against the miller. Why should he hate that unsuccessful plaintiff, that pitiable, furious bull, entangled in the meshes of a net? Still, among the various excesses to which human nature is subject, moralists have never numbered that of being too fond of the people who openly revile us. The successful yellow candidate for the borough of Old Topping, perhaps, feels no pursuant meditative hatred towards the blue editor who consoles his subscribers with vituperative rhetoric against yellow men who sell their country and are the demons of private life, but he might not be sorry, if law and opportunity favoured, to kick that blue editor to a deeper shade of his favourite colour. Prosperous men take a little vengeance now and then, as they take a diversion, when it comes easily in their way and is no hindrance to business. And such small, unimpassioned revenges have an enormous effect in life, running through all degrees of pleasant infliction, blocking the fit men out of places, and blackening characters in unpremeditated talk. Still more, to see the people who have been only insignificantly offensive to us reduced in life and humiliated, without any special efforts of ours, is apt to have a soothing, flattering influence. Providence or some other prince of this world, it appears, has undertaken the task of retribution for us, and really, by an agreeable constitution of things, our enemies somehow don't prosper. Wakem was not without this parenthetic vindictiveness towards the uncomplimentary miller, and now Mrs. Tulliver had put the notion into his head, it presented itself to him as a pleasure to do the very thing that would cause Mr. Tulliver the most deadly mortification, and a pleasure of a complex kind, not made up of crude malice, but mingling with it the relish of self-approbation. To see an enemy humiliated gives a certain contentment, but this is jejune compared with the highly blent satisfaction of seeing him humiliated by your benevolent action or concession on his behalf. This is a sort of revenge which falls into the scale of virtue, and Wakem was not without an intention of keeping that scale respectably filled. He had once had the pleasure of putting an old enemy of his into one of the St. Oggs almshouses, to the rebuilding of which he had given a large subscription, and here was an opportunity of providing for another by making him his own servant. Such things give a completeness to prosperity, and contribute elements of agreeable consciousness that are not dreamed of by that short-sighted, overheated vindictiveness which goes out of its way to wreak itself in direct injury. And Tulliver, with his rough tongue filed by a sense of obligation, would make a better servant than any chance fellow who was cap in hand for a situation. Tulliver was known to be a man of proud honesty, and Wakem was too acute not to believe in the existence of honesty. He was given to observing individuals, not to judging of them according to maxims, and no one knew better than he that all men were not like himself. Besides, he intended to overlook the whole business of land and mill pretty closely. He was fond of those practical rural matters. But there were good reasons for purchasing Dorlcote Mill, quite apart from any benevolent vengeance on the miller. It was really a capital investment. Besides, Guest & Co. were going to bid for it. Mr. Guest and Mr. Wakem were on friendly dining terms, and the attorney liked to predominate over a ship-owner and mill-owner who was a little too loud in the town affairs as well as in his table talk. For Wakem was not a mere man of business. He was considered a pleasant fellow in the upper circles of St. Oggs, chatted amusingly over his port wine, did a little amateur farming, and had certainly been an excellent husband and father. At church, when he went there, he sat under the handsomest of mural monuments erected to the memory of his wife. Most men would have married again under his circumstances, but he was said to be more tender to his deformed son than most men were to their best-shapen offspring. Not that Mr. Wakem had not other sons beside Philip, but toward them he held only a chiaroscuro parentage, and provided for them in a grade of life duly beneath his own. In this fact, indeed, there lay the clenching motive to the purchase of Dorlcote Mill. While Mrs Tulliver was talking, it had occurred to the rapid-minded lawyer, among all the other circumstances of the case, that this purchase would, in a few years to come, furnish a highly suitable position for a certain favourite lad whom he meant to bring on in the world. These were the mental conditions on which Mrs Tulliver had undertaken to act persuasively, and had failed. A fact which may receive some illustration from the remark of a great philosopher, that fly-fishers fail in preparing their bait so as to make it alluring in the right quarter, for want of a due acquaintance with the subjectivity of fishes. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Read by Elizabeth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 8, Daylight on the Wreck. It was a clear, frosty January day on which Mr Tulliver first came downstairs. The bright sun on the chestnut boughs and the roofs opposite his window had made him impatiently declare that he would be caged up no longer. He thought everywhere would be more cheery under this sunshine than his bedroom, for he knew nothing of the bareness below, which made the flood of sunshine importunate, as if it had an unfeeling pleasure in showing the empty places and the marks where well-known objects had once been. The impression on his mind, that it was but yesterday when he received the letter from Mr Gore, was so continually implied in his talk, and the attempts to convey to him the idea that many weeks had passed, and much had happened since then, had been so soon swept away by recurrent forgetfulness, that even Mr Turnbull had begun to despair of preparing him to meet the facts by previous knowledge. The full sense of the present could only be imparted gradually by new experience, not by mere words, which must remain weaker than the impressions left by the old experiences. This resolution to come downstairs was heard with trembling by the wife and children. Mrs Tulliver said Tom must not go to St Oggs at the usual hour, he must wait and see his father downstairs, and Tom complied, though with an intense inward shrinking from the painful scene. The hearts of all three had been more deeply dejected than ever during the last few days, for Guest & Co. had not bought the mill. Both mill and land had been knocked down to Wakem, who had been over the premises, and had laid before Mr Deane and Mr Glegg, in Mrs Tulliver's presence, his willingness to employ Mr Tulliver, in case of his recovery, as the manager of the business. This proposition had occasioned much family debating. Uncles and aunts were almost unanimously of the opinion that such an offer ought not to be rejected, when there was nothing in the way but a feeling in Mr Tulliver's mind, which, as neither aunts nor uncles shared it, was regarded as entirely unreasonable and childish. Indeed, as a transferring towards Wakem of that indignation and hatred which Mr Tulliver ought properly to have directed against himself for his general quarrelsomeness, and his special exhibition of it in going to law. Here was an opportunity for Mr Tulliver to provide for his wife and daughter without any assistance from his wife's relations, and without that too evident descent into pauperism which makes it annoying to respectable people to meet the degraded member of the family by the wayside. Mr Tulliver, Mrs Glegg considered, must be made to feel, when he came to his right mind, that he could never humble himself enough, for that had come which she had always foreseen would come of his insolence in time past to them as were the best friends he'd got to look to. Mr Glegg and Mr Deane were less stern in their views, but they both of them thought Tulliver had done enough harm by his hot-tempered crotchets, and ought to put them out of the question when a livelihood was offered him. Wakem showed a right feeling about the matter. He had no grudge against Tulliver. Tom had protested against entertaining the proposition. He shouldn't like his father to be under Wakem. He thought it would look mean-spirited. But his mother's main distress was the utter impossibility of ever turning Mr Tulliver round about Wakem, or getting him to hear reason. No, they would all have to go and live in a pigsty on purpose to spite Wakem, who spoke so as nobody could be fairer. Indeed, Mrs Tulliver's mind was reduced to such confusion by living in this strange medium of unaccountable sorrow, against which she continually appealed by asking, "Oh dear, what have I done to deserve worse than other women?" that Maggie began to suspect her poor mother's wits were quite going. "Tom," she said, when they were out of their father's room together, "we must try to make father understand a little of what has happened before he goes downstairs. But we must get my mother away. She will say something that will do harm. Ask Kezia to fetch her down, and keep her engaged with something in the kitchen." Kezia was equal to the task. Having declared her intention of staying till the master could get about again, wage or no wage, she had found a certain recompense in keeping a strong hand over her mistress, scolding her for moithering herself, and going about all day without changing her cap and looking as if she was mushed. Altogether this time of trouble was rather a Saturnalian time to Kezia. She could scold her betters with unreproved freedom. On this particular occasion there were drying clothes to be fetched in. She wished to know if one pair of hands could do everything indoors and out, and observed that she should have thought it would be good for Mrs Tulliver to put on her bonnet and get a breath of fresh air by doing that needful piece of work. Poor Mrs Tulliver went submissively downstairs. To be ordered about by a servant was the last remnant of her household dignities. She would soon have no servant to scold her. Mr Tulliver was resting in his chair a little after the fatigue of dressing, and Maggie and Tom were seated near him when Luke entered to ask if he should help master downstairs. "Ay, ay, Luke, stop a bit, sit down," said Mr Tulliver, pointing his stick toward a chair, and looking at him with that pursuant gaze which convalescent persons often have for those who have tended them, reminding one of an infant gazing about after its nurse, for Luke had been a constant night-watcher by his master's bed. "How's the water now, eh, Luke?" said Mr Tulliver. "Dix hasn't been choking you up again, eh?" "No, sir, it's all right." "Ay, I thought not. He won't be in a hurry at that again, now Riley's been to settle him. That was what I said to Riley yesterday. I said—" Mr Tulliver leaned forward, resting his elbows on the armchair, and looking on the ground as if in search of something, striving after vanishing images, like a man struggling against a doze. Maggie looked at Tom in mute distress. Their father's mind was so far off the present, which would, by and by, thrust itself on his wandering consciousness. Tom was almost ready to rush away, with that impatience of painful emotion which makes one of the differences between youth and maiden, man and woman. "Father," said Maggie, laying her hand on his, "don't you remember that Mr Riley is dead?" "Dead?" said Mr Tulliver sharply, looking in her face with a strange, examining glance. "Yes, he died of apoplexy nearly a year ago. I remember hearing you say you had to pay money for him. And he left his daughters badly off. One of them is under-teacher at Miss Furness's, where I have been to school, you know." "Ah?" said her father doubtfully, still looking in her face. But as soon as Tom began to speak, he turned to look at him with the same inquiring glances, as if he were rather surprised at the presence of these two young people. Whenever his mind was wandering in the far past, he fell into this oblivion of their actual faces. They were not those of the lad and the little wench who belonged to that past. "It's a long while since you had the dispute with Dix, father," said Tom. "I remember your talking about it 3 years ago, before I went to school at Mr Stelling's. I've been at school there 3 years. Don't you remember?" Mr Tulliver threw himself backward again, losing the childlike outward glance under a rush of new ideas which diverted him from external impressions. "Ay, ay," he said, after a minute or two. "I've paid a good deal of money. I was determined my son should have a good education. I'd none myself, and I felt the miss of it. And he'll want no other fortin, that's what I say, if Wakem was to get the better of me again." The thought of Wakem roused new vibrations, and after a moment's pause he began to look at the coat he had on, and to feel in his side pocket. Then he turned to Tom, and said in his old, sharp way, "Where have they put Gore's letter?" It was close at hand in a drawer, for he had often asked for it before. "You know what there is in the letter, father?" said Tom, as he gave it to him. "To be sure I do," said Mr Tulliver rather angrily. "What of that? If Furley can't take to the property, somebody else can. There's plenty of people in the world besides Furley. But it's hindering my not being well. Go and tell him to get the horse in the gig, Luke, for I can get down to St Oggs well enough. Gore's expecting me." "No, dear father," Maggie burst out entreatingly. "It's a very long while since all that. You've been ill a great many weeks, more than 2 months. Everything is changed." Mr Tulliver looked at them all three alternately with a new startled gaze. The idea that much had happened of which he knew nothing had often transiently arrested him before, but it came upon him now with entire novelty. "Yes, father," said Tom in answer to the gaze. "You needn't trouble your mind about business until you are quite well. Everything is settled about that for the present, about the mill and the land and the debts." "What's settled then?" said his father angrily. "Don't you take on too much about it, sir," said Luke. "You'd ha' paid everybody if you could. That's what I said to Master Tom. I said you'd ha' paid everybody if you could." Good Luke felt, after the manner of contented, hard-working men whose lives have been spent in servitude, that sense of natural fitness in rank which made his master's downfall a tragedy to him. He was urged, in his slow way, to say something that would express his share in the family's sorrow. And these words, which he had used over and over again to Tom when he wanted to decline the full payment of his £50 out of the children's money, were the most ready to his tongue. They were just the words to lay the most painful hold on his master's bewildered mind. "Paid everybody," he said, with vehement agitation, his face flushing and his eye lighting up. "Why, what, have they made me a bankrupt?" "Oh, father, dear father," said Maggie, who thought that terrible word really represented the fact. "Bear it well, because we love you. Your children will always love you. Tom will pay them all. He says he will, when he's a man." She felt her father beginning to tremble. His voice trembled too, as he said, after a few moments, "Ay, my little wench, but I shall never live twice o'er." "But perhaps you will live to see me pay everybody, father," said Tom, speaking with a great effort. "Ah, my lad," said Mr Tulliver, shaking his head slowly, "but what's broke can never be whole again. It'd be your doing, not mine." Then looking up at him, "You're only 16. It's an uphill fight for you, but you mustn't throw it at your father. The rascals have been too many for him. I've given you a good education. That'll start you." Something in his throat half choked the last words. The flush which had alarmed his children because it had so often preceded a recurrence of paralysis had subsided, and his face looked pale and tremulous. Tom said nothing. He was still struggling against his inclination to rush away. His father remained quiet a minute or two, but his mind did not seem to be wandering again. "Have they sold me up, then?" he said, more calmly, as if he were possessed simply by the desire to know what had happened. "Everything is sold, father, but we don't know all about the mill and the land yet," said Tom, anxious to ward off any question leading to the fact that Wakem was the purchaser. "You must not be surprised to see the room look very bare downstairs, father," said Maggie, "but there's your chair and the bureau. They are not gone." "Let us go. Help me down, Luke. I'll go and see everything," said Mr Tulliver, leaning on his stick and stretching out his other hand toward Luke. "Ay, sir," said Luke, as he gave his arm to his master. "You'll make up your mind to it a bit better when you've seen everything. You'll get used to it. That's what my mother says about her shortness of breath. She says she's made friends wi' it now, though she fought again it sore when it just come on." Maggie ran on before to see that all was right in the dreary parlour, where the fire, dulled by the frosty sunshine, seemed part of the general shabbiness. She turned her father's chair, and pushed aside the table to make an easy way for him, and then stood with a beating heart to see him enter and look around for the first time. Tom advanced before him, carrying the leg rest, and stood beside Maggie on the hearth. Of those two young hearts, Tom's suffered the most unmixed pain, for Maggie, with all her keen susceptibility, yet felt as if the sorrow made larger room for her love to flow in, and gave breathing space to her passionate nature. No true boy feels that. He would rather go and slay the Nemean lion, or perform any round of heroic labours, than endure perpetual appeals to his pity for evils over which he can make no conquest. Mr Tulliver paused just inside the door, resting on Luke, and looking round him at all the bare places, which for him were filled with the shadows of departed objects, the daily companions of his life. His faculties seemed to be renewing their strength from getting a footing on this demonstration of the senses. "Ah," he said slowly, moving toward his chair, "they've sold me up. They've sold me up." Then, seating himself and laying down his stick, while Luke left the room, he looked around again. "They've left the big Bible," he said. "It's got everything in. When I was born and married. Bring it me, Tom." The quarto Bible was laid open before him at the fly-leaf, and while he was reading with slowly travelling eyes, Mrs Tulliver entered the room, but stood in mute surprise to find her husband down already and with the great Bible before him. "Ah," he said, looking at a spot where his finger rested, "my mother was Margaret Beaton. She died when she was 47. Hers wasn't a long-lived family. We're our mother's children, Gritty and me are. We shall go to our last bed before long." He seemed to be pausing over the record of his sister's birth and marriage, as if it were suggesting new thoughts to him. Then he suddenly looked up at Tom, and said in a sharp tone of alarm, "They haven't come upon Moss for the money as I lent him, have they?" "No, father," said Tom. "The note was burnt." Mr Tulliver turned his eyes on the page again, and presently said, "Ah, Elizabeth Dodson. It's 18 years since I married her. Come next Lady Day," said Mrs Tulliver, going up to his side and looking at the page. Her husband fixed his eyes earnestly on her face. "Poor Bessie," he said. "You was a pretty lass then, everybody said so, and I used to think you kept your good looks rarely. But you're sorely aged. Don't you bear me ill will. I meant to do well by you. We promised one another for better or for worse. But I never thought it'd be so far worse as this," said poor Mrs Tulliver, with the strange, scared look that had come over her of late. "And my poor father gave me away, and to come on so all at once." "Oh, mother," said Maggie, "don't talk in that way." "No, I know you won't let your poor mother speak. That's been the way all my life. Your father never minded what I said. It had been of no use for me to beg and pray. It'd be no use now, not if I was to go down on my hands and knees." "Don't say so, Bessie," said Mr Tulliver, whose pride in these first moments of humiliation was in abeyance to the sense of some justice in his wife's reproach. "If there's anything left as I could do to make you amends, I wouldn't say you nay." "Then we might stay here and get a living, and I might keep you among my own sisters, and me being such a good wife to you and never crossed you from week's end to week's end. And they'll all say so. They say it'd be nothing but right, only you're so turned against Wakem. "Mother," said Tom severely, "this is not the time to talk about that." "Let her be," said Mr Tulliver. "Say what you mean, Bessy." "Why, now the mill and the land's all Wakem's, and he's got everything in his hands, what's the use of setting your face against him when he says you may stay here and speaks as fair as can be, and says you may manage the business and have 30 shillings a week and a horse to ride about to market? And where have we got to put our heads? We must go into one of the cottages in the village, me and my children brought down to that, and all because you must set your mind against folks till there's no turning you." Mr Tulliver had sunk back in his chair, trembling. "You may do as you like with me, Bessy," he said in a low voice. "I've been the bringing of you to poverty. This world's too many for me. I'm naught but a bankrupt. It's no use standing up for anything now." "Father," said Tom, "I don't agree with my mother or my uncles, and I don't think you ought to submit to be under Wakem. I get £1 a week now, and you can find something else to do when you get well." "Say no more, Tom, say no more. I've had enough for this day. Give me a kiss, Bessy, and let us bear one another no ill will. We shall never be young again. This world's been too many for me." End of Book 3, Chapter 8.
Book 3, Chapter 9 of The Mill on the Floss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Mill on the Floss by George Eliot. Book 3, The Downfall. Chapter 9, An Item Added to the Family Register. That first moment of renunciation and submission was followed by days of violent struggle in the miller's mind, as the gradual access of bodily strength brought with it increasing ability to embrace in one view all the conflicting conditions under which he found himself. Feeble limbs easily resign themselves to be tethered, and when we are subdued by sickness it seems possible to us to fulfil pledges which the old vigour comes back and breaks. There were times when poor Tulliver thought the fulfilment of his promise to Bessy was something quite too hard for human nature. He had promised her without knowing what she was going to say. She might as well have asked him to carry a ton weight on his back. But again, there were many feelings arguing on her side, besides the sense that life had been made hard to her by having married him. He saw a possibility, by much pinching, of saving money out of his salary toward paying a second dividend to his creditors, and it would not be easy elsewhere to get a situation such as he could fill. He had led an easy life, ordering much and working little, and had no aptitude for any new business. He must perhaps take to day labour, and his wife must have help from her sisters, a prospect doubly bitter to him, now they had let all Bessy's precious things be sold, probably because they liked to set her against him, by making her feel that he had brought her to that pass. He listened to their admonitory talk, when they came to urge on him what he was bound to do for poor Bessy's sake, with averted eyes, that every now and then flashed on them furtively when their backs were turned. Nothing but the dread of needing their help could have made it an easier alternative to take their advice. But the strongest influence of all was the love of the old premises where he had run about when he was a boy, just as Tom had done after him. The Tullivers had lived on this spot for generations, and he had sat listening on a low stool on winter evenings, while his father talked of the old half-timbered mill that had been there before the last great floods which damaged it so that his grandfather pulled it down and built the new one. It was when he got able to walk about and look at all the old objects that he felt the strain of his clinging affection for the old home as part of his life, part of himself. He couldn't bear to think of himself living on any other spot than this, where he knew the sound of every gate door, and felt that the shape and colour of every roof and weather stain and broken hillock was good, because his growing senses had been fed on them. Our instructed vagrancy, which was hardly time to linger by the hedgerows, but runs away early to the tropics, and is at home with palms and banyans, which is nourished on books of travel and stretches the theatre of its imagination to the Zambesi, can hardly get a dim notion of what an old-fashioned man like Tulliver felt for this spot, where all his memories centred, and where life seemed like a familiar, smooth-handled tool that the fingers clutch with loving ease. And just now he was living in that freshened memory of the far-off time which comes to us in the passive hours of recovery from sickness. "Ay, Luke," he said one afternoon, as he stood looking over the orchard gate, "I remember the day they planted those apple trees. My father was a huge man for planting. It was like a merry-making to him to get a cart full o' young trees, and I used to stand in the cold with him and follow him about like a dog." Then he turned round, and, leaning against the gate-post, looked at the opposite buildings. "The old mill 'ud miss me, I think, Luke. There's a story as when the mill changes hands, the river's angry. I've heard my father say it many a time. There's no telling whether there mayn't be summat in the story, for this is a puzzling world, and Old Harry's got a finger in it. It's been too many for me, I know." "Ay, sir," said Luke, with soothing sympathy. "What with the rust on the wheat, and the firing on the ricks, and that, as I've seen in my time, things often looks comical. There's the bacon fat with our last pig run away like butter. It leaves naught but a scratchin'." "It's just as if it was yesterday now," Mr Tulliver went on, "when my father began the malting. I remember, the day they finished the malt house, I thought summat great was to come of it, for we'd a plum pudding that day and a bit of a feast, and I said to my mother—she was a fine dark-eyed woman, my mother was—the little wench'll be as like her as two peas." Here Mr Tulliver put his stick between his legs, and took out his snuff-box, for the greater enjoyment of this anecdote, which dropped from him in fragments, as if he every other moment lost narration in vision. "I was a little chap no higher much than my mother's knee. She was sore fond of us children, Gritty and me, and so I said to her, 'Mother,' I said, 'shall we have plum pudding every day because o' the malt house?' She used to tell me o' that till her dying day. She was but a young woman when she died, my mother was. But it's 40 good years since they finished the malt house, and it isn't many days out of 'em all as I haven't looked out into the yard there, the first thing in the morning. All weathers, from year's end to year's end. I should go off my head in a new place. I should be like as if I'd lost my way. It's all hard, whichever way I look at it. The harness'll gall me, but it be summat to draw along the old road, instead of a new un." "Ay, sir," said Luke, "you'd be a deal better here nor in some new place. I can't abide new places, mysen. Things is allays awkward. Narrow-wheeled wagons, belike, and the stiles all another sort, and oat-cake i' some places, tow'rt the head o' the Floss there. It's poor work, changing your countryside. But I doubt, Luke, they'll be for getting rid o' Ben, and making you do with a lad, and I must help a bit wi' the mill. You'll have a worse place." "Ne'er mind, sir," said Luke. "I shan't plague mysen. I've been wi' you 20 year, and you can't get 20 year with whistlin' for 'em, no more nor you can make the trees grow. You mun wait till God A'mighty sends 'em. I can't abide new victuals nor new faces. I can't. You niver know but what they'll gripe you." The walk was finished in silence after this, for Luke had disburthened himself of thoughts to an extent that left his conversational resources quite barren, and Mr Tulliver had relapsed from his recollections into a painful meditation on the choice of hardships before him. Maggie noticed that he was unusually absent that evening at tea, and afterward he sat leaning forward in his chair, looking at the ground, moving his lips, and shaking his head from time to time. Then he looked hard at Mrs Tulliver, who was knitting opposite him, then at Maggie, who, as she bent over her sewing, was intensely conscious of some drama going forward in her father's mind. Suddenly he took up the poker and broke the large coal fiercely. "Dear heart, Mr Tulliver, what can you be thinking of?" said his wife, looking up in alarm. "It's very wasteful breaking the coal, and we've got hardly any large coal left, and I don't know where the rest is to come from." "I don't think you're quite so well to-night, are you, father?" said Maggie. "You seem uneasy." "Why, how is it Tom doesn't come?" said Mr Tulliver, impatiently. "Dear heart, is it time? I must go and get his supper," said Mrs Tulliver, laying down her knitting and leaving the room. "It's nigh upon 8:30, said Mr Tulliver. "He'll be here soon. Go and get the big Bible, and open it at the beginning, where everything's set down, and get the pen and ink." Maggie obeyed, wondering. But her father gave no further orders, and only sat listening for Tom's footfall on the gravel, apparently irritated by the wind, which had risen, and was roaring so as to drown all other sounds. There was a strange light in his eyes that rather frightened Maggie. She began to wish that Tom would come too. "There he is, then," said Mr Tulliver in an excited way, when the knock came at last. Maggie went to open the door, but her mother came out of the kitchen hurriedly, saying, "Stop a bit, Maggie, I'll open it." Mrs Tulliver had begun to be a little frightened at her boy, but she was jealous of every office others did for him. "Your supper's ready by the kitchen fire, my boy," she said, as he took off his hat and coat. "You shall have it by yourself just as you like, and I won't speak to you." "I think my father wants Tom, mother," said Maggie. "He must come into the parlour first." Tom entered with his usual saddened evening face, but his eyes fell immediately on the open Bible and the inkstand, and he glanced with a look of anxious surprise at his father, who was saying, "Come, come, you're late. I want you." "Is there anything the matter, father?" said Tom. "You sit down, all of you," said Mr Tulliver peremptorily. "And Tom, sit down here. I've got something for you to write i' the Bible." They all three sat down, looking at him. He began to speak slowly, looking first at his wife. "I've made up my mind, Bessy, and I'll be as good as my word to you. There'll be the same grave made for us to lie down in, and we mustn't be bearing one another ill will. I'll stop in the old place, and I'll serve under Wakem, and I'll serve him like an honest man. There's no Tulliver but what's honest. Mind that, Tom." Here his voice rose. "They'll have it to throw up against me as I paid a dividend, but it wasn't my fault. It was because there's rascals in the world. They've been too many for me, and I must give in. I'll put my neck in harness, for you've a right to say as I've brought you into trouble, Bessy, and I'll serve him as honest as if he was no rascal. I'm an honest man, though I shall never hold my head up no more. I'm a tree as is broke, a tree as is broke." He paused and looked on the ground. Then suddenly raising his head, he said, in a louder yet deeper tone, "But I won't forgive him. I know what they say, he never meant me any harm. That's the way old Harry props up the rascals. He's been at the bottom of everything, but he's a fine gentleman. I know, I know. I shouldn't ha' gone to law, they say. But who made it so as there was no arbitratin' and no justice to be got? It signifies nothing to him, I know that. He's one o' them fine gentlemen as get money by doing business for poorer folks, and when he's made beggars of 'em he'll give 'em charity. I won't forgive him. I wish he might be punished with shame till his own son 'ud like to forget him. I wish he may do summat as they'd make him work at the treadmill. But he won't. He's too big a rascal to let the law lay hold on him. And you mind this, Tom, you never forgive him neither, if you mean to be my son. There'll maybe come a time when you may make him feel. It'll never come to me. I'n got my head under the yoke. Now write it in the Bible." "Oh, father, what?" said Maggie, sinking down by his knee, pale and trembling. "It's wicked to curse and bear malice." "It isn't wicked, I tell you," said her father fiercely. "It's wicked as the rascals should prosper. It's the devil's doing. Do as I tell you, Tom. Write." "What am I to write?" said Tom, with gloomy submission. "Write as your father, Edward Tulliver, took service under John Wakem, the man as had helped to ruin him, because I promised my wife to make her what amends I could for her trouble, and because I wanted to die in the old place where I was born and my father was born. Put that in the right words, you know how, and then write, as I don't forgive Wakem for all that, and for all I'll serve him honest, I wish evil may befall him. Write that." There was a dead silence as Tom's pen moved along the paper. Mrs Tulliver looked scared, and Maggie trembled like a leaf. "Now let me hear what you've wrote," said Mr Tulliver. Tom read aloud slowly. "Now write as you'll remember what Wakem's done to your father, and you'll make him and his feel it if ever the day comes. And sign your name Thomas Tulliver." "Oh no, father, dear father," said Maggie, almost choked with fear. "You shouldn't make Tom write that." "Be quiet, Maggie," said Tom. "I shall write it." End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Leanne Howlett.